The Night in the Great World of American TV Series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1001 Ancient One appears. Kai doesn't have this ability, but someone else does. Camelot. Phil finally met the famous wizard of Camelot. Faced with a sudden attack of the monster, Kai didn't care about much and summoned the Ancient One in front of everyone. Anyway, even if they saw the Ancient One, it would be useless. Even Kai couldn't tell the depth of this woman. It would be difficult for a group of mortals to take advantage of her. When the Ancient One walked out of the portal, she found that there were so many idle people here. But she didn't care. She didn't like to appear in front of people. It was just her habit. Camelot was popular with mysticism, but there was no real rule that it was forbidden to contact mortals. It's just that the wizards are lazy and don't want to spend time contacting ordinary people. Over time, it has become a habit. Although Benjamin was a little surprised when he saw that the leader of Camelot was a woman, not a white-bearded old man, it was easy to think of that image when comparing the wizards, just like Gandalf. But Benjamin quickly sorted out his mood. He stood up immediately out of the social instinct of a politician, wanting to express his welcome to the Ancient One. "Hello, Master Ancient One, I am." Before he could finish his self-introduction, the Ancient One nodded politely, then looked at Kai. Camelot has already locked the location of the three titans. But you must be prepared for the worst. The war between the Mudos and Godzilla is destined to be a life and death struggle. There must be a war between them, and there is no possibility of compromise. The Mudos and Godzilla are mortal enemies. This has been mentioned before, so I won't repeat it. The key is actually not the Mudo problem. The Mudos need Godzilla to reproduce. That's old news. They need a place with extremely high concentrations of nuclear radiation to hatch their eggs. In the past, there was no choice. In nature, only Godzilla's body was the best nursery for the Mudos. But now it is not necessary. Human nuclear weapons and nuclear power plants can provide a good place for the Mudos to raise children. Godzilla is no longer a necessity. But the problem is that Godzilla doesn't care about this. Godzilla may not have the vanity of humans, but one thing is certain, Godzilla is the king of monsters. The majesty of the king cannot be challenged. Mudos using Godzilla as a breeding ground is the biggest provocation to Godzilla. So once they find Mudos, any Godzilla will destroy it without hesitation and show no mercy. I understand. I came to you this time just to hope that you are ready. Once the battle side of those three guys is in the human settlement area, you will pull everyone into the mirror space. Kai knew this, of course, so he didn't do anything lucky, expecting the three monsters to fight in the desert and then go back to their homes. Everything is prepared for the worst direction, that's for sure. The United States is so unlucky. Kai turned around and said to the others, "I'm going back now, do you want to come with me?" Benjamin was still a little injured. After all, he was a president, and others didn't even give him a glance. It hurt his self-esteem. But when he heard about the transmission, he immediately became energetic. Previously, the Atlantean warships reached Hawaii from the east coast in just one night. They were very fast. It was said that they were using Atlantis's black technology, such as the underwater network system. The military attaches who followed them were really scared. After all, this kind of mobility means that as long as the Atlanteans want, they can deploy large-scale troops to any location in the world within 24 hours. This is very scary. This kind of mobility can make any human country tremble with fear. Others can also run their own troops to death just by using mobility. At that time, they will be basically defenseless against the Atlanteans. They are so eager to learn about the technology of the Atlanteans. Even if they can't get it, they want to ask about it. At least they have a bottom line in their hearts. Unfortunately, they are not Kai, and they don't have the qualifications to walk around freely in the flagship. Although the Atlanteans did not lose face and arranged them on the VIP deck, the entrances and exits were guarded by the Atlantean royal guards, so they couldn't go anywhere. As for asking the royal guards, no one paid any attention to them. This made them regretful, but they didn't expect that Kai was going to take them to teleport. This is much more high-tech than the Atlanteans. Although this is the ability of the mage, it doesn't stop them from feeling proud. The mage is also a landman after all. Many of them even thought that if there was a war with the Atlanteans, the mage couldn't just sit back and watch, right? Thinking of this, they suddenly felt confident. In fact, they thought too much. If the Atlanteans really destroyed the landmen, Camelot would naturally not do anything. They were right about one thing. Even if Camelot was transcendent, they were all human beings, and this could not be changed. If there was such a big thing, it would be impossible not to help. But if Atlantis didn't intend to be heartbroken, but just planned to go to war with all countries, Camelot really wouldn't do anything. This is the essential difference between the views of both sides. As long as a wizard is not bad, it is easy to live 100 or 200 years. For example, Ancient One is already 500 years old, but he is in good health, and it seems that he will have no problem living for a few hundred more years. In the eyes of these old monsters, the country is actually a ridiculous concept. In many of the inheritances of Camelot, they have witnessed a rise and fall of too many countries. Those things can't arouse them at all. What they value is the entire human race. The destruction of a country, what does it have to do with the entire human race? What's more, in the eyes of some extreme human protectionists, the Atlanteans are also human beings. No matter who destroys whom between the Atlanteans and the land people, it is the human race's own business, and they don't need to worry about it. The meat is rotten in the pot. Is it okay? Benjamin asked with a little excitement. As a man, who doesn't have some fantasy dreams? Can you send us directly to the White House lawn? Kai looked at him in surprise, thinking that this request was strange. Wouldn't it be better to go directly to the office? Why on the lawn? But it doesn't matter. Kai didn't even ask Ancient One, he just nodded. Benjamin smiled happily. Okay, he could be in the limelight again. He could also use Camelot's skin, happy. But when his eyes swept across Ancient One's face, Benjamin was suddenly shocked. The expression on his face that he saw through but didn't say anything already explained a lot of things. His little thoughts were clearly seen by others. But Ancient One didn't bother with this little guy, she really didn't care about this matter. If it was in the past, she might have used magic to make them all forget this memory, but the problem was that Camelot had been exposed to the world some time ago. It was already like this, so it would be a bit redundant to do that. Anyway, Camelot was nominally on Mount Everest, but in fact it was in another space. Even if the whole world turned upside down, it would be impossible to find Camelot. Although it was exposed and there was a little trouble, in fact, Camelot was still the same, at most there would always be flies buzzing. For example, Phil. Ever since the appearance of Ancient One, Phil has been staring at Ancient One as if he was attracted by her beauty. It was hard for Ancient One to ignore her. But Ancient One still didn't intend to pay attention. Others might not know the background of S.H.I.E.L.D., but she could know it. It's just that she was too lazy to get involved in such trivial matters. Does Hydra intend to destroy the Earth? No. They just want to rule the Earth. Oh, that's fine. The things between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra are big things in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of Camelot, they are just a few children playing around, not worth paying more attention to. Phil really wants to contact Ancient One right now. Unfortunately, he doesn't dare. Soon Benjamin contacted the White House to avoid any chaos caused by his sudden appearance. By the way, find reporters. The more the better. A huge portal suddenly appeared on the lawn of the White House, and then the president and his presidential entourage walked out one by one. They were greeted by thunderous applause and cheers. Although I don't know what these idiots are cheering for, the scene is very lively. But those who passed through the portal didn't feel anything. They just walked 2 steps and returned to the White House. There was no abnormal feeling. Just walking normally, and they traveled thousands of miles? It's amazing. Everyone looked at Ancient One with a different look. Unfortunately, Ancient One didn't want to have much contact with mortals, so he planned to close the portal and leave. Phil couldn't help it this time, and immediately rushed up, intending to have contact no matter what. But Ancient One could spoil him. As soon as she waved her hand, Phil saw his back. No. Phil looked at his hands and found that they were transparent, and the whole person was floating. Then he looked up and saw that his body had fallen to the ground. Damn. He died immediately. Too casual, right? Others were also shocked, and many Secret Service personnel rushed up to protect the president. President Benjamin was calmer. The reason for his calmness was simple. He was Kai's friend. Looking at Ancient One's appearance, he had to give Kai face. What is this? This is confidence. He is afraid of nothing. As long as he doesn't commit suicide, will the magicians of Camelot cause trouble to him? What's going on? Benjamin asked Kai directly. He's committing suicide. He thinks that S.H.I.E.L.D. can be on an equal footing with Camelot, and he's eager to find someone to cooperate with him. Let alone them, even you, in the eyes of Camelot, are the same as those refugees in Hawaii. I guess he saw that one of you has some little thoughts, so he gave a little warning. Kai didn't hide his words when he said this. Although Kai denied his status and position, the group of people didn't dare to say anything. Just because others can teleport, they don't dare to commit suicide. Even if they have thoughts, they dare not show it. Aquaman and others also came back with him, and as for those other ugly monsters, they rushed to the meeting place in Quinjet. At first, Arthur didn't react much, but when he saw that Phil didn't even breathe, he panicked immediately. He grabbed Phil and ran to Kai's side. Kai? What's wrong with Phil? Phil and Arthur have a really good relationship. Didn't I tell you, it's just a small punishment, then there's no need to kill anyone, right? Arthur had a good impression of the Ancient One before. After all, he looked like a hermit standing there, and it was hard for people to feel bad about him. Why are you shouting? Don't panic, you won't die for now. Kai was very calm because he was looking at Phil's soul. This, isn't that called death? Arthur touched Phil's chest. His heartbeat stopped, his breathing stopped. Isn't that death? It's too early. By the way, Phil is behind you now. Kai pointed behind Arthur. This scared Arthur. Phil was held in his arms. What did he mean by Phil behind him? Phil. Arthur was not afraid of anything, but the problem was that he was suddenly told that his friend's soul was behind him. It would be strange if he wasn't scared. Yes. Now you can call him a ghost, Kai said with a malicious smile. Arthur was afraid of ghosts. No one knew about this except his father. So Phil was thrown to the ground. He landed on his face. Phil is cursing you right now, Kai pointed again. Phil was really cursing at the moment. But no one could hear or see him except Kai. Arthur quickly turned Phil over. At this moment, he didn't dare to hug Phil. You said Phil is not dead. Then hurry up and save him. Arthur felt a chill on his back at this moment. Creepy. Humph. Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed. He grabbed Phil's arm, but to outsiders, Kai just grabbed a handful in the void. Have you learned your lesson? In the future, don't be so self-righteous. S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. is nothing. Don't think of yourself as a big shot, it will be good for you. Kai pulled hard, and Phil woke up with a ha. Then he gasped desperately. Like a drowning person. Seeing Phil wake up, Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. He was very happy that his friend was alive, and most importantly, he was not a ghost. But looking at Phil's appearance, he didn't look fine. It's just suffocation. It will be fine after a while. I really died just now. Is that true? Phil took a few breaths in a row before gradually recovering. Then he immediately asked Kai. Yes, Kai smiled. Your soul was pushed out of your body by the Ancient One. To be able to push a person's soul out of your body so easily without hurting your body, this is not something that ordinary people can do. At least I don't think those gods can do this. Some ancient death gods may be able to do it, but Kai really doesn't know any death gods. Whether it is Hades of Olympus or Anubis of Egypt, he has never seen it. This move, let alone Phil, even he was shocked. Killing a person is something that anyone can do. After all, people are very fragile. But this move is really so high that it's hard to tell where it is. Congratulations, you have seen the world after death. At least next time, you won't panic. Phil's face was extremely bad. Death has never been an easy thing. Especially the feeling of loneliness that the whole world is incompatible with you. In just a moment, Phil couldn't bear it. Others can't see you, touch you, hear you, or feel you. At the same time, you can't feel others, even if they are right in front of you, you still can't touch them or communicate with them. He kept yelling beside Arthur, but Arthur didn't feel anything. Cherish it. And remember it all with gratitude and awe. Phil, after saying that, Kai ignored everyone else and directly summoned the destroyer, flying to the west coast under the gaze of many bystanders. As soon as he got into the sky, Kai regretted it. Damn, he should have slapped Phil in the face just now. This is going to fly across the entire United States. Ancient One, you left too early. Chapter 1002 Happy Lantern Festival. First update. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Kai arrived in Los Angeles. Tony was already waiting there. How could Tony not join in the fun of such a thing? Although he had encountered titans in the inner world, Kai and the mages of Camelot strictly forbade him to provoke those titan creatures. To be honest, Tony is smart, but he also has the recklessness of a scientist. When he encounters something he doesn't know or something worth studying, he can't help but be eager to study. The reason why Kai and Ancient One strictly forbade this guy to provoke titan creatures is because he'd cause trouble. He was chased by a huge titan creature for 3 or 4 hours and almost died. Moreover, titan creatures have their own territories in the inner world. Once a titan crosses the border, it will immediately cause a war. Tony ran around and almost caused the titan creatures to riot again. When Tony was asked what he had done to make the titans chase him for hours, he said that he was interested in the reproduction of titan creatures, so he went to get some tissue samples from other people's cubs. Kai almost slapped him in the face. After that, Kai locked Tony up and only allowed him to study space teleportation in the holy city of Camelot. This time, the titan creatures appeared on the surface, and Tony thought that Kai had no reason to stop him. He had to study it carefully, at least to figure out how to deal with these creatures. Tony is actually a guy with no sense of security, otherwise he would not have designed the Iron Man armor. He has always packaged himself as impeccable, just like his mecha. But in fact, he is a little princess in his heart. At the same time, he is very proud. He thinks that humans should not rely on those antiques that are 10,000 years old for protection, and he does not believe in the protection of Asgard. The titan creatures were set by ancient immortals as a means of destruction, which made Tony's lack of security erupt again. He was very dissatisfied with the current situation of himself and other humans sitting on the crater. He likes to control everything in his own hands. It seems that smart people are like this, Tony is like this, and Nick Fury is like this too. They prefer to believe in themselves rather than others. Kai doesn't have this bad habit. Others have been doing things for 10,000 years, so why do you think you are better than others? Only you can do it? The world will not turn without you? But Tony and others just think they can do it. This kind of concept can't be changed at all. Look at how much Nick Fury has suffered. Has he changed? He is still the same. How is it? I designed it specially. When Kai arrived in Los Angeles, Tony had already prepared his new mecha. I call it the Beast Killer. This is a giant mecha. If it's called giant, then it depends on who it's compared to. Compared to ordinary people, this 5-meter tall mecha is indeed giant, but compared to titan creatures, this thing is basically the size of a palm. I don't know whether it can kill people or not. But I know that for those titans, this thing is just a slap in the face. I say, can't you focus on rescue? Kai didn't expect Tony to be able to deal with the titans at all. What he wanted was for Tony and others to go and rescue people. As for the titans, Poseidon's trident should be able to calm them, right? Kai didn't know. When he calmed down those titans, most of them were because they were grumpy when they woke up. They were awakened by something. Although they were very angry, they just vented their anger. When Poseidon's trident appeared, they were calmed down immediately. But these three, God knows what's going on. Let's take it one step at a time. At most, let them destroy a city. Kai has already helped save people. As for the rest, Kai is not a god, how can he be all around, right? Anyway, Americans have money. It's no big deal to destroy a city. It's all back when you spend less military money. This can also be considered a contribution to world peace. If the United States stays quiet, how many people will die in the world? No way. I didn't get into trouble last time. Tony felt that Kai was burying him again. This guy always does this. Tony doesn't have many friends. Happy is one, but he is the boss and Happy is a bit stupid, so basically whatever Tony says is what he says. Road is one, but his values are too different. In fact, he himself is surprised that he can become friends with Road. But the identities of the two are there, and Road has to coax him to come. Only Kai, basically, starts to quarrel when they meet. The key is that Tony is often quarreled and can't take care of himself. Tony is also surprised. He doesn't have any special hobbies. Why can he tolerate Kai, a bastard? Later, he figured it out. There's nothing else. He owes too much? He didn't even know how many favors he owed. It would be strange if he could stand up in front of Kai. Swish. A portal appeared next to Kai. It was Caecilius. Hey, how are you doing? Tony waved and greeted Caecilius when he saw him. They had traveled together in the inner world of the earth. The last time Tony was hunted, this unlucky guy was with Tony. Your dark circles are much better, yeah, Casillas nodded as a greeting. All the mages in Camartage are like this. The more powerful they are, the colder they are. They all look like social phobia. The reason why Casillas' dark circles disappeared was not because he had good rest, but because he stopped studying dark magic. Breaking out of the darkness. The destination of the two Mutos has been confirmed. Their routes only intersect in San Francisco, Casillas said solemnly. Fuck, although he was prepared, Kai couldn't help but say fuck. San Francisco is a big city. What is the most in a big city? The answer is people. Forget it, let your people start preparing. Save as many as you can. If you can't save them, that's God's will. Kai doesn't believe in God, but that doesn't mean he can't use this as an excuse. Casillas nodded. Don't expect these cold-tempered guys to have strong emotions about the dead. Even if they still feel pain in their hearts, the wisdom given by time has made them indifferent to individual casualties. Then Casillas disappeared in the portal. I thought we were friends. Tony looked at Casillas with a bit of displeasure. The view of friendship of the mages of Camartage is not as superficial as you think, Tony. Kai looked at Tony a little speechless. As your friend, do you have to flatter you and make those bad jokes that are not funny at all? How am I superficial? Haha, think about it yourself. Kai ignored him and flew directly to San Francisco. As the sky darkened, the sea breeze became stronger, the rain was heavier, and the outdoor temperature was only 7 or 8 degrees Celsius. Most of the red bridge of the Golden Gate Bridge was hidden in the rain and fog, making it hard to see clearly. But through the rain curtain, countless vehicles rushed out of the city. This is of course the credit of the federal government. This time, the federal government directly issued an earthquake warning, asking the residents of San Francisco to leave the city as quickly as possible. This will certainly cause chaos, but it is not so unacceptable compared to everyone dying. Los Angeles is not far from San Francisco. The earthquake in Los Angeles actually affected San Francisco and killed many people. Of course, because of the huge number of casualties in Los Angeles, the casualties in San Francisco are not worth mentioning. San Francisco has been lucky more than once that the earthquake is far away from them. But now the government tells them that the earthquake is coming again, and this time the epicenter is in San Francisco. What can I say? Run quickly. Last time, those idiots in Los Angeles had aristocratic disease again and didn't listen to advice. What was the result? Those who died were all idiots. We can't be idiots, so run quickly. Although they are all in California, the Bay Area cities and Los Angeles have never gotten along well. Los Angeles is particularly cold and noble, and it feels that California is all rural except for them. Although it is true, the economy of the Los Angeles area is indeed the best in California, while the Bay Area is much worse. So the two sides are not harmonious. In fact, there are few harmonious relations between big cities. In short, run quickly, don't become a Los Angeles fool. Above the Golden Gate Bridge, Mark Armour standing next to Kai suddenly spoke. The danger you are talking about should be this big monster, right? Tony has now obtained all the information about the Muto. Congratulations, you are right. Kai waved his hand to summon the ultimate storm, and then the entire Golden Gate Bridge began to thunder and lightning, causing many people who saw Kai and Iron Man running out of the car and holding their mobile phones to watch the excitement to hide in the car. Start evacuating immediately. The danger is coming. Immediately. Immediately, Kai's voice exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. At this moment, many people immediately reacted that they were fleeing and could not be blocked here. Don't watch the excitement, hurry up to help those bastards and throw the broken car directly into the sea, Kai said to Tony, and then rushed to the Golden Gate Bridge first. Tony shrugged, knowing the situation was urgent. Although he didn't want to be a traffic policeman, he had no choice. Because there were too many people walking, there would always be traffic jams. Kai and Tony's solution was simple, just grab the cars that caused the traffic jam and throw them into the sea. In short, there was only one way. That was to quickly clear the traffic. Who knows when Muto will come? Although many people were extremely dissatisfied with Kai and Tony's arrogant style, that was the private property. Private property is sacred and inviolable. But Kai and Tony didn't have time to care about this now. If you have the guts, go complain later. Who is afraid of this? Wait, I just found something interesting. While he was busy, Tony suddenly took out a set of data and sent it over. Looking at the data on the virtual light screen, Multiple red dots connected into a line and passed through the east of Los Angeles and continued to come to San Francisco. Muto was indeed coming to San Francisco, but Tony did not generate this route map based on this, but on several towns or large equipment where abnormalities occurred. Strong electromagnetic interference? Tony: yes, I just got some information from the power station. When this guy appears, there will be strong electromagnetic interference, and the effective radius is about 10 kilometers. Tony carefully looked at the data of the intensity of the interference and took a deep breath. The intensity is very high. Most missiles will have problems when entering this range. This means that it is impossible to kill the Muto with ordinary missiles. Tony did plan to do so before. I said it a long time ago. So, there will be no problem on your side, right? Kai said. No. You gave me information before, and I have made advanced defenses. But the mechas of others are probably useless, Tony said. It's okay, the others are not weak chickens like you, they can do things without mechas, and besides, this time, the others will not intervene in the battlefield. You and them have only one mission, that is to save people on the periphery. Kai never thought of relying on superheroes to deal with Titan creatures. If Titan creatures are so easy to deal with, then they can't be regarded as the expectations of the immortals. Suddenly, Kai saw the signals of two fighter planes rising from Edwards Air Force Base in California and heading towards San Francisco. 2 minutes later, they disappeared from the radar signal. Less than half a minute later, Tony said, Edwards Air Force Base sent two F-22s for reconnaissance, but they crashed before they got close. He turned his head and looked at Kai. Didn't you notify the military? I said it in the White House president's office. What do you think? Kai said helplessly. Tony shrugged. Maybe I think you are talking nonsense. A big monster with bat wings and carrying imp with it is not in line with the common sense of officials. Hawaii is destroyed, and you are still talking nonsense to me. Official common sense is different from that of ordinary people. Tony was not surprised by this. Maybe they just sent two F-22s to experiment with the bat-winged monster's portable imp. This has nothing to do with stupidity, because the loss is also caused by the U.S. officials, not necessarily a certain official boss. What if? Right, then it would be a big profit. While the two were talking, Kai suddenly stopped talking and turned his head to look southeast. Here it comes. After a moment, he heard a very faint roar in his ears. That was the sound of a huge object hitting, which could be heard dozens of kilometers away. In the city, this was not over yet. There was a sudden sound of a huge wave. Something ran into the sea. Kai immediately shouted to Tony, evacuate the people on the bridge immediately. Then Kai flew to the city. Tony wanted to follow him, but after looking at the people on the bridge, he gritted his teeth and stayed. When Kai found the two monsters, the two giant monsters were rubbing their ears and whispering to each other. Well, there is no need to look. This is a male and a female. The two giant monsters were mouth to mouth, and the short giant monster spit out a large piece of something from its mouth and gave it to the tall giant monster. The 70-meter Muto they saw before was a small one. The big one was more than 100 meters tall, but it had no bat wings, which was barely good news. At least it couldn't fly. Except for the lack of wings, the other parts of the two monsters were basically the same, and the biggest difference was the stomach. Looking at the huge belly of the tall Muto, he couldn't help but think of a terrible reason. The big one might be female, and pregnant. It's very likely. The one with wings spits out the peaceful fuel of the power station. The radiation at your location reaches 1,500 millisieverts per hour. Tony's voice came from the communicator in Kai's ear. Huh? Can you use electronic equipment in this situation? I said I prepared anti-interference measures, Tony said. As for what Tony said, Kai also understood the meaning of this. Ordinary people will be exposed to high doses of nuclear radiation as long as they are within 1,000 meters of the two bat-headed monsters. Within the 300 meters range, ordinary people will suffer from severe radiation sickness after staying for dozens of minutes. In other words, these two Mutos don't have to do anything, just walk around San Francisco, and many people will die. No wonder you don't let other people come. How the hell do we play? Chapter 1003, Lantern Festival. There will be 2 updates tomorrow. Soon a transparent wave swept the whole city, and countless people felt dizzy, and then, nothing happened. They were still standing in the same place, but the world in front of them seemed to be separated by a lot of glass, with a strange sense of weightlessness. Many people still couldn't figure out what was going on. They saw wizards wearing various robes standing on the tall buildings in the distance, and each of them had waves of strange waves in their hands. Many people were panicking, but what made them more panic was the two monsters. After the two monsters rubbed against each other for a while, they began to move away from the seaside and walk towards the center of the city. As for the ants under them, the two monsters didn't care at all. As they walked, the city began to gradually fall into darkness, and all electronic equipment within a radius of 10 kilometers was scrapped. The monster could crush a bus into iron sheets with just one kick, and many people watched the huge limbs pressing down on them. But a magical scene happened. Those limbs or other things all passed through their bodies and fell to the ground, but they themselves were unharmed, as if all this was an illusion. Some people were shocked at first, but soon they were surprised to find that they were fine. Then a few wizards jumped out and used spells to enhance their voices. Everyone moved to the outskirts of the city. Immediately, at this time, the people had no other choice. They were completely confused. When a person is completely confused and can't figure out the east, west, north, and south, even the most outrageous suggestions will be accepted because they have no better choice. On the other side, the two Mutos also found what they wanted. They found a stadium and stopped. Then the female Muto immediately used its huge limbs to dig the soil. Except for a part of the huge stadium ground building that was crushed, most of it remained intact, but the lawn in the center of the stadium was not so lucky. Tons of soil were turned out to reinforce the circular building of the stadium. The evacuation began, and everything went according to plan. The news of the appearance of the Muto finally spread throughout the United States, and the official reaction of the United States followed. The nearest San Diego naval base has already sent ships to this side. What can Kai say about this? Don't let Americans defend their homeland? Do they know that the Muto can paralyze all electronic equipment? Of course they know. Even if they don't know, the fall of two F-4s is enough to prove it. But the Americans still sent their own troops headlong. The U.S. officials think that the test of the two F-4s is not comprehensive enough, and now they want to use ships to test it, and it seems that the Air Service Regiment from the Army is also coming. The Navy, Army and Air Force are all ready, except for a Marine Corps directly under the President. There is nothing to do about it. No matter how dangerous the United States is, Congress will never allow the President to have two strong direct military forces. Good resources are not given to pigs and dogs. This is a matter of principle. Let's get back to the point. In short, this is not a military issue, it is a political issue. Don't fight if you can't win. Don't go out because you are afraid of losses. Can Benjamin really sit back and watch all this happen? No matter how strong his public opinion base is, he will be criticized by the people of the country. This is the logic of politicians, and even the logic of all politicians in the world. This has nothing to do with morality or wisdom, it is just a last resort. Is there any meaning in keeping a regime that cannot protect its own people? Even if this is just a nominal statement, it must be polished and hung high. This is the legal basis for the existence of a country. Without this, is there any difference between having a government or not? Do the people pay taxes to set up a government? Is it really for paying taxes for you? As for the loss, haha, that's bullshit. Especially for Americans, human life is valuable, with a clear price tag. Maybe they are counting on the damage of some ships this time, and then rebuilding a few new ones. Without construction, there is no profit. Without profit, there is no kickback. Without kickbacks, how can those politicians live such a glamorous life? Just that little salary? Don't be funny. If you really look at the living standards of American politicians based on their salaries, 99.9% of the politicians will be shot. The generals and commanders of the U.S. Navy, Army and Air Force are greedy even for the cost of customizing water cups and the construction and operation costs of military hospitals. There is no reason not to eat the fatter meat of weapons procurement. Kai didn't have time to start a revolution in the United States. Anyway, these guys would kill him sooner or later, and it would benefit his motherland. Why should Kai care? He helped civilians because he was morally upright, but it didn't mean he would become the representative of a certain class. What's more, he is a capitalist now. He also has a share of those kickbacks. After all, Wayne Group also deals in arms. For those who insist on committing suicide, their needs can be fully met. Superheroes are not the biological fathers of these people, so there is no need to spoil them. There is an abnormality in the sea 200 kilometers to the west, Tony suddenly shouted in the communication. I really want to ask you if there is a problem with the data, but it is unlikely. You can see it yourself. I want to be quiet. The abnormal data found by the monitor was not electromagnetically interfered and was transmitted back intact. This shows that it is not Muto, and Tony has also heard about the grievances between Muto and Godzilla. This is muddy, and bigger things are coming. Looking at the data sent back, Kai replied after a moment, I also want to ask if you have calculated it wrong, but this possibility is also not great. Godzilla is coming, what do you think? Do we need to intercept it in advance? Intercept? What the hell? Can we intercept it? Kai gave up and lay down directly. Forget it. Anyway, everyone has been pulled into the mirror space. This city, let it be destroyed, otherwise? If we can win, there will be no such thing. Kai has just used the trident, and the result is very bad. Two Mutos want to lay eggs and reproduce. This is a behavior rooted in the instinct of life. It is not worth it at all. The power of hormones is much more powerful than anything else. Just look at those men and women in love. This thing is unreasonable. As for Godzilla, haha, this guy has only one idea in his not-so-smart mind: the world can be destroyed, and Mutos must die. Before dealing with the Mutos, Godzilla will not pay attention to Kai's request. Oh. That's terrible. All the insurance companies in the United States will cry tomorrow. The United States is a big insurance country, and Americans are also used to buying insurance. San Francisco was destroyed, and many people lost their property. Of course, those who had insurance would have their insurance companies pay for it. After all, that's what insurance companies do. As for those who didn't buy insurance, in comparison, this is a capitalist country. No one will care about your life or death. You deserve to be poor. Even if your house is destroyed, you still have to pay the mortgage. The superiority of the capitalist system is reflected. After a while, Tony sent another inquiry. Really not going to do it? This person's energy level is too exaggerated. I'm afraid that one San Francisco is not enough. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1004 First Update. Why do I think it's a little cute? Tony looked at the huge body gradually emerging on the sea in the distance, shook his head, and suddenly said something that Kai didn't know how to comment. Flying to the sea, Kai carefully looked at the huge monster that was shaking its head. He never thought that this thing could be associated with cuteness. This thing is very oppressive no matter how you look at it, right? You call this thing cute? Your aesthetic sense is in your cerebellum, tisk. There is no sentiment at all. Haven't you seen the Dinosaur Force? Special effects films are not only liked by Japanese people, but are actually very popular in the United States. The Dinosaur Force is a very old special effects film, which is the childhood memory of many Americans. But there is a problem. I remember that there are no dinosaurs in the Dinosaur Force. That's right. Although the name of this special effects film is the Dinosaur Force, it is actually a fight between big robots, and it has nothing to do with dinosaurs except the name. Sentiment. Sentiment. Do you understand? Tony was a little embarrassed and angry. Is it shameful to like special effects films? That's sentiment. What does a loveless bastard like Kai know? Can he tell Kai that his favorite cartoon is actually dinosaurs? Well, Dinosaurs is a cartoon. This age group is even younger. Not to mention, Godzilla not far away looks a bit like the ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex, with a dark body and 3 rows of spear-like spikes on its back. But unlike the Tyrannosaurus Rex, its legs are like 2 pillars, round and short. It swims very fast in the water. Just think about the movement of those 2 short fat legs kicking the water. It feels particularly funny. Kai approaches him, hoping to comfort him. It glanced at Kai casually and didn't mean to pay any attention to him at all. Judging from its mental fluctuations, it has a strong and urgent desire, as if it wants to fight with the enemy. Kai uses the trident's mental communication and touches it gently. Hoping to get it away from here, this guy turned his head and looked at him again, and the meaning of "it's none of my business" came out in his mind, and he continued to move forward. From this point, it can be seen that this Tyrannosaurus-like dark giant beast is very intelligent, probably with the IQ of a 7 or 8-year-old child. But the spirit that is integrated with itself is even more domineering, so it has extremely high mental resistance. If you really think it is the mental strength of a 7 or 8-year-old child, you are overthinking. At least it can distinguish between friends and enemies. It did not attack Kai, which means that it knows that Kai has no ill intentions. Kai does have no ill intentions, because he can't beat him. If he can beat him, all three of them will be cut into pieces today and put in the museum. Kai's mental communication with the trident can only transmit thoughts at most, but it is difficult to shake his spirit. This made Kai completely give up the idea of stopping it. Anyway, it and the Mutos are mortal enemies. Godzilla will not leave unless the two Mutos are killed. In this case, it is better to follow his wish and let it kill the two Mutos. At least 3 monsters can be turned into one, which is not a loss, right? Well, this guy's paddling posture is quite interesting. Kai landed on Godzilla's dorsal fin, standing at the top of the dorsal fin. Watching Godzilla swinging his big tail and flapping his small thick legs to paddle. Kai had to admit that Tony's description of it as cute had some basis. Godzilla's huge head floated from the sea surface, turned his head to look at Kai, who landed on him, and found that Kai didn't do anything else, so he didn't bother to pay attention to him. Continue to swim towards San Francisco. At this time, the two Mutos have also finished mating. They were still kissing each other on the newly built nest, and then they felt Godzilla approaching. They all turned their heads to look in the direction of Godzilla. Then, the male Muto with bat wings stepped forward and flew to a high-rise building not far from their nest, while the larger female Muto was retreating. She also carefully protected her abdomen, obviously protecting her offspring. Godzilla didn't know what stimulated him, and his speed was getting faster and faster. 3 spear blade spikes appeared on the sea surface, and he continued to rush forward with 3 obvious white waves. It didn't stop until a few hundred meters outside Fisherman's Wharf. The sea water pushed by his huge body rushed towards the famous scenic spot in San Francisco. Well, Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco is finished. But it doesn't matter. San Franciscans will adapt. After all, their hometown will be destroyed soon, and there is nothing to care about the pier. Boom. The huge black body stood up from the sea, rising rapidly, and half of the body was completely exposed to the air. A pair of strong front claws hung on both sides of the body. Compared with the body, the head was slightly smaller and looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The pair of small black eyes on it flashed with anger. Staring at the male Muto monster in the distance, it suddenly stretched its head and opened its mouth. Roar! The air was blown into circles of ripples by its roar, and it rushed towards the male monster not far away. The male Muto was not to be outdone. He suddenly raised his forelimbs, lifted his upper body out of the water, and spread his bat wings. Cry. The next moment, the 2 ferocious giant monsters rushed forward at the same time, swept across a distance of thousands of meters in an instant, and collided fiercely. Boom. A circle of ripples spread from the place where the 2 sides collided. The ground and buildings within a radius of hundreds of meters sank, forming a pit with a radius of hundreds of meters. Because it was not far from the sea surface, waves more than 20 meters high soon rose and surged towards the deep pit. This was just the beginning. The 2 monsters did not have any extra communication. From the moment they started fighting, they entered a fierce fighting state. After all, this was not the first time they met. In terms of movement speed and flexibility, the Muto had an absolute advantage. Relying on the wings to gain momentum, it ripped around Godzilla frantically, and its 6 legs kept swinging at the other party, making a thunderous roar. Godzilla's body was a bit bulky, but it had powerful front claws and a big mouth full of fangs, so the male Muto had to be extra careful. The 6 legs of the male Muto that hit its body could only make it roar in anger, but did not leave 2 obvious injuries. In addition, Godzilla also had a long pointed tail with sharp spear-like spikes on it. Suddenly, it swung up from the bottom of the sea and almost broke one of the male Muto's legs. The responsive male Muto finally made a dodging move, but the tail also brushed against its bat wings, and a big hole was instantly opened. It roared in pain and retreated several steps, flew into the sky, and for a while it did not dare to land an attack. Godzilla looked up at the flying male, opened his mouth and roared again, as if mocking the other's cowardice. Then, it moved its 2 short legs and chased in the direction of the retreating female Muto. Chapter 1005 Asking for External Aid. Hunting Mutos, especially female Mutos, is an instinct imprinted in Godzilla's genes. If necessary, it can even let the male Mutos go. After all, killing the offspring of the other race is its primary task. Similarly, protecting females, especially protecting females that mate with itself, is also an instinct imprinted in the genes of the Mutos. After all, it is related to the life and death of their entire race, and also to the continuation of its own genes. When the male Muto saw Godzilla rushing towards the female Muto who was laying eggs, he immediately became anxious and rushed down again to block Godzilla, hissing a warning. Godzilla was not moved at all, and continued to rush forward, as if to knock it away. The male Muto had nowhere to run now. It had to protect its spouse. In fact, the spouse was a small matter. What really mattered was the eggs laid by the spouse. That thing was the lifeblood. It could not fly up and dodge again, and could only rush forward. While the monsters were fighting here, the superheroes were also busy saving the people on the other side. Many people sent out from the mirror world need to be evacuated. After all, it is difficult for the mages to deal with such a large mirror space. This is not to deal with extraterrestrial invaders. They can't borrow much power from the Great Guardian. After all, strictly speaking, the Titan creatures are also part of the Great Guardian. How can they fight against their own people? This is very fatal. There is no doubt about how powerful the Great Guardian is. Even if the entire Great Guardian is activated, it can pull the entire Earth into the mirror space. But these are all ineffective against the Titans. They can only rely on the mages to do it themselves. What's more, the number of mages is really limited, and the three major temples in Camelot themselves also need people to be stationed, so it is impossible for all of them to be dispatched. So it is serious to send those people out of San Francisco as soon as possible. Tony was holding 2 cars in each hand and flying back to the South Bridge. He didn't forget to complain, these people are really sick. The giant monsters started fighting, and they still ran here. Are they not afraid of death? They are really not afraid. Rhodes also arrived at this time, wearing Iron Patriot. As another government official, Rhodes' treatment was much worse than Kai's. After all, he really had to follow orders, unlike Kai, who didn't care about anyone. But there was nothing he could do about it. Rhodes was just a colonel, and he was promoted because the government needed him. To put it bluntly, he was just a soldier, but what was Kai? He was a capitalist, a ruling class. The difference between the two was naturally huge. It was also because of the difference that the federal government had begun to deliberately tilt propaganda resources towards Rhodes. After all, one didn't listen to orders and propaganda, and the other obeyed orders, so it was clear who to choose. I asked, and this group of people thought that after they went in, the wizard would take care of them. So, Rhodes didn't know what to say to these people. Perhaps these people were born with the habit of taking advantage of others. When they saw the wizard protecting them, they thought it was their duty, and even regarded the wizard as public service personnel like police and firefighters, and thought they should protect themselves. There are even many people who are unwilling to leave and want to go back to rescue their property. Some people even ask the wizard to provide services for them, such as protecting the property. Don't disbelieve it, there are many such people. Especially in the United States, many people seem to feel that they are at a loss if they ask for less. Unfortunately, will the wizard take care of them? No. The wizards will not show any expression at all about such things. Huh? Tony looked at his old friend in disbelief. Rhodes shrugged, he was also helpless. Don't worry about those people. At this time, Kai's voice interrupted, others are willing to die, can you control it? But, Tony may look arrogant, but in fact, he is the softest one here. For example, the Bucky incident, if this kind of thing falls on Kai, not to mention that Bucky is just Steve's childhood friend, even if Bucky is Steve's father, he will be dead. Of course, this is also easy to say. But from the fact that Tony gave up revenge after Bucky was arrested, you can see what kind of character this guy is. Even though Tony scolded those people who were courting death, he was actually the most active in saving people. No buts, don't treat yourself as God. You have no obligation to be responsible for their lives and property, and they don't pay taxes to you. Kai was actually annoyed by Tony's saintly mentality. Saving people is of course no problem. But the problem is that they chose to die on their own, so it's not your problem. His mother doesn't care, so why should you care? In addition, the time you waste saving them can save more people in need. The more you save them, the more you will give them the illusion that they are favored. Rhodes felt that Kai was a bit too much. But if they do this, it will put a lot of pressure on the mages in the end. Huh? When did you have this illusion that Camelot was willing to waste time to help them? Kai asked in surprise. Camelot is saving the people of San Francisco as a whole. As for individual suicides, they don't care. So, Tony, learn more from Camelot. or you will be driven to death by yourself one day. Camelot is like this. Isn't it afraid of public opinion? The public will also. Tony was silent, but Rode was very surprised. Fuck, Kai threw a swear word directly. Are you still asleep? The public? What public? Do the public have any influence on Camelot? Can they complain or take Camelot to court? This question is nonsensical. Camelot, does it need to care about the public? They are not the government, and they don't accept donations. Do they have to please the public? Rode also felt that he was crazy. Just as Kai and the others were chatting, new changes occurred on the monster battlefield. The female Muto joined the battlefield. The female Muto has laid eggs. Monsters are not humans. After giving birth, they still need to sit in confinement and rest. It's basically the same as unloading. After the eggs are laid, you can relax. Female Mutos are not males. Female Mutos are almost half the size of male Mutos. Their bodies are very solid. I don't know if it's because of the big difference between male and female, or because of the age difference. Male Mutos have been hiding in Japan for 15 years in the form of larvae, and the female Mutos are unknown how old they are. By the way, because of the appearance of female Mutos, the culprit of the earthquake has also been found. The female Muto. This was confirmed by Professor Lawrence calling Kai this morning. Because when the female Muto woke up in Nevada before, Lawrence detected the same frequency. This was confirmed. As for where Lawrence himself was, Kai asked, but he didn't say, only saying that it was a secret research and needed to be kept confidential. After Kai confirmed that he was fine and not coerced, he didn't investigate further. After all, this is very likely a secret project of the US government. Kai was so active in asking about it. Although it's nothing, it's also a big trouble, so Kai let it go. According to Lawrence's research and the intelligence obtained from the Japanese government before, Kai can almost jump out of a series of things. That is, the Titans in this world are all alive and well, but more than half a year ago, due to unknown reasons, the Titans suddenly began to become restless, and this restlessness also affected the inner world of the earth, and also affected the sleeping female Muto. The female Muto woke up from her slumber, which was nothing. If it was just like this, it is estimated that the female Muto would still go into slumber, because the day of the Titan's awakening has not arrived, but it is unfortunate that the female Muto somehow discovered a male Muto in Japan that has already formed a cocoon. And the male Muto is about to break out of the cocoon, which means that the male has grown up. They can mate. Can't this one male and one female reproduce? The physiological urge to reproduce accelerated the pace of the female Muto's awakening. The female Muto is sleeping in the crust under the Los Angeles waters. After waking up, it will naturally break out of the ground. Then this small change caused a chain reaction, triggering the activity of the crust, and an earthquake occurred. After the earthquake, the female Muto did not go to Japan immediately, but relied on instincts to find food. As luck would have it, the nuclear power plant in Nevada was powerful, like a piece of sweet cake, attracting the weak female Muto all the time. Then the female Muto slowly drilled into the ground along the cracks in the Earth's crust in Nevada, while waiting for the male Muto to mature. Needless to say, what happened next? Although it may not be correct, Kai is not a scientist, so there is no need to go into it. Anyway, this is probably what happened. The sleeping Muto must be very old. It is not impossible to say that it is tens of thousands of years old. It is not surprising that it is so big. Strictly speaking, the male Muto has just reached adulthood. The female Muto does not have the wings of the male. Instead, it has huge forelimbs. There are two very, very thick forelimbs where the wings were originally. There is not much difference from the male in other places, just taller, bigger and more shaped. The males couldn't fight Godzilla head-on, but the females could. Their huge bodies and sturdy shells can withstand Godzilla's claws. It lowered its head and slammed into Godzilla's arms with earth-shaking steps. The huge force forced Godzilla to backpedal. The two particularly thick limbs on its back gave it extra strength. Then its other two forelimbs hugged Godzilla fiercely, and then the slightly smaller forelimbs on its chest began to hit Godzilla's chest and abdomen fiercely. Broken scales and flesh were constantly dug out of Godzilla. Roar. This was the first time Godzilla made such a roar. And his voice was full of howls of severe pain and the anger that followed. Although the size of the female Muto seems to be not much different from that of Godzilla, in fact, Godzilla is much stronger than the female Muto. After retreating a few steps, it stood still with a roar, and then swung its tail to hit the female Muto hard. The female Muto was hit hard again, and Godzilla broke free before it could stand firmly. Next, Godzilla grabbed the female Muto and slammed it into a building next to it. The female Muto tried desperately to break free, but just after breaking free from Godzilla's claws, it was knocked dizzy by Godzilla's next two swings. Godzilla took advantage of the situation and grabbed the female Godzilla again, and then used his huge body to press the female Muto. The female Muto was able to hold on at first. Although it was pushed back continuously, it was still able to stand firm. However, as Godzilla became more and more energetic, it finally couldn't stand it anymore and was crushed between two buildings. Godzilla stepped on the female Muto's forelimb, grabbed the other forelimb with one claw and threw it to the side. Then Godzilla's chest expanded and he took a deep breath. When he was about to lower his head to give the female Muto a hard blow, the female Muto kept roaring and calling for her mate. At the critical moment, the male Muto flew over, and his two forelimbs pierced Godzilla's back fiercely, and he actually lifted Godzilla up. But it was like a child carrying an adult, and it couldn't fly high at all. The male Muto didn't plan to really take Godzilla away. It lifted Godzilla, flew a short distance, and then used all its strength to smash Godzilla into a building. Boom! Godzilla was unlucky and hit the building head first. Then the building collapsed directly, and tens of thousands of tons of the building were not wasted at all and fell on Godzilla. Godzilla was hit so hard that he felt a little dizzy. He finally stood up and shook his head. Before he could see what was happening around him, the male Mutos came up again, using several sharp claws to cut Godzilla's back and head desperately, just to make sure Godzilla didn't have an easy time. The female Muto also stood up at this time, shook her head, and then lowered her head. She started running and accelerating. Godzilla was desperately trying to break free from the male Muto behind him, and he couldn't notice the female Muto rushing towards him at all. Boom! The female Muto hit Godzilla hard, and not only that, it opened its big mouth and bit Godzilla's neck hard. Godzilla was attacked from both sides. He wanted to deal with the female Muto in front of him, but the male Muto behind him desperately attacked his eyes, nose and mouth, which were soft and fatal parts. He fought back against the male Muto, and the female Muto in front of him was not polite. In short, he was blocked from both sides, and his strength could not be exerted at all. Soon, he was at a disadvantage. Under the attack from the front and back of the two Mutos, Godzilla was knocked to the ground. That was not all. The female Muto even lifted Godzilla and slammed him into the surrounding buildings. Amidst the wailing, Godzilla smashed into tall buildings. Then the two Mutos took advantage of the victory and chased the fallen Godzilla, not wanting him to stand up. Seeing that he was defeated, Godzilla also got angry. He raised his head and roared. Kai, who had been watching the excitement, was stunned. Godzilla actually contacted him on his own initiative. Although the meaning was not clear, the general meaning was that he should go quickly. Damn. He looks so brave, but I didn't expect him to be so cunning. This guy is asking for foreign aid. Chapter 1006, Fierce Battle. Of course, Kai would not just rush forward foolishly. He needs to consider the pros and cons. What are the benefits of helping Godzilla? Or what are the benefits of watching the Mutos kill Godzilla? In the end, Kai decided to help Godzilla, not because Godzilla is cuter, but because the Mutos. They laid eggs. Kai couldn't imagine what the world would become after a group of Mutos were hatched. Apart from anything else, the powerful radiation of this monster itself is enough to kill countless people. If these monsters were really allowed to run around, the scene would be no different from a nuclear bomb washing the ground. No, it should be worse. Because scientists knew a long time ago that nuclear bombs are not as terrible as imagined. Although nuclear bombs are very powerful, in fact, the radiation residues left behind are not as terrible as in many film and television works. Now Hiroshima and Nagasaki are not inhabited. In fact, the nuclear radiation will cause nuclear power plant leakage. This is the case with the Mutos. They will not leak radiation when they are young, but once they grow up, they will become a super high-level radiation source. This is equivalent to a group of nuclear power plants running around. The damage caused can be imagined. Godzilla, on the other hand, doesn't have that many troubles. It also feeds on nuclear radiation, but it itself has no radiation pollution. Godzilla is much more environmentally friendly than Muto. After thinking this through, Kai immediately decided to help Godzilla. As for what will happen after Godzilla gets rid of Muto, that can only be considered later. The best result is that Godzilla will honestly go back to his nest and sleep by himself. Otherwise, we can only gather all our strength and kill it. Since we have decided to help, Kai will have to consider what to do next. First of all, Kai gave up the option of rushing up and fighting hard. He couldn't beat it, he really couldn't beat it. Kai had encountered giant beasts in ancient times. Those legendary giant beasts were also very strong. But the titans in front of him were obviously creatures created by the immortals using those ancient giant beasts as templates. They were even more powerful and difficult to deal with than those legendary ones. I really don't know how the immortals controlled these titan creatures in the past. Anyway, Kai had no choice. He really couldn't do anything to the Muto by himself. Then he could only outsmart him. Previously in Hawaii, Kai gave the male Muto an axe. Although it hurt the Muto for a while, that was all. So we can't just act recklessly, we need strategy. Roar. Godzilla was beaten so hard that he couldn't lift his head, so he urged Kai to help again. Hurry up. I'm trying to find a solution. Kai impatiently sent a mental link to Godzilla. Godzilla is probably an honest guy, and he really didn't say anything. Kai observed the Mutos and found that the bodies of these two Mutos were very special, with the strange characteristics of half metal and half bone, and they had strong defense against impact and puncture. In a head-on battle, the male Mutos could adjust their posture instantly with their strong and smooth body surface and high-speed reaction, so that most of the opponent's attack power would be offset. This is also the reason why the male Mutos are not as strong as Godzilla, but can fight with the opponent repeatedly. Even if Kai's wearing the destroyer armor and holding the ultimate storm, he can't fight against a male Muto in terms of absolute strength and tonnage. Therefore, Kai can only target the male Muto's biggest weakness, the bat wings. The male Muto's super high mobility comes from its bat wings, and not far away stands Godzilla, whose power crushes it but whose speed is always at a disadvantage. In other words, as long as the male Muto's speed is restricted, Godzilla can turn defeat into victory. In fact, according to the situation on the scene, the male Muto is the one who really plays an absolute role in the battle. Even if its role is only to contain, it is its containment that can create the output conditions for the female Muto. Otherwise, the female Muto alone is not a match for Godzilla. Do it when you think of it. Kai raised the ultimate storm in his hand and flew high into the sky. As the power of Thor awakened from the ultimate storm, the weather in the sky immediately changed. Countless water vapors gathered and condensed quickly under the power of Thor, turning into dark clouds. Boom! Thunder began to rule the sky. Then everyone saw that the thunder did not flash away, but began to gather on Kai's axe. Boom! A blinding light flashed by, and Kai's incarnation turned into a huge lightning and fiercely struck one of the male Muto's wings. This time Kai used all his strength. If this blow hit the male Muto's body, it would at most leave it with a shallow scar. Although it could hurt it, it would not play a decisive role. Unfortunately, the Muto's wings did not have a carapace. With a piercing sound, a huge hole was cut in the male Muto's left wing, and green blood gushed out, spilling on the ground and buildings, and immediately made a hissing sound. The ground and buildings were corroded and began to smoke, accompanied by high temperatures. It happened that the male Muto was flying in the sky at that time, and suddenly one of its wings was broken, making it impossible for it to keep its balance in the air. It flapped its wings vigorously to maintain its balance, but the broken wings were like a deflated balloon, causing its body to unconsciously lead to the other side. Then it crashed into a building with a bang, just like an airplane whose engine was hit. Kai's sudden attack scared Godzilla. The pair of small eyes on its huge head couldn't help but reveal a look of confusion, but soon turned into excitement. Roar! With a roar, Godzilla grabbed the female Muto who was madly attacking him, and then with a force, he actually lifted the female Muto up and threw it out. Boom! The female Muto fell to the ground and couldn't react for a while. After all, it was fine just now. How could the situation suddenly turn around? It was stunned, but Godzilla was not. It didn't have the rule of not hitting the dog when it was down. After all, it couldn't think of such a complicated thing in its mind. After all, no matter how evil the Titan creature was, it was still an animal. Although this animal was too strong, it was still an animal. Even if it was very smart, it didn't have any face. Things like honor were also thought up by humans themselves. They didn't exist in nature at all. It was a product of human self-satisfaction. Otherwise, Godzilla would not have called for help when he couldn't win. So while the female Muto was still in shock, Godzilla pressed down on her with his short legs. After a moment, the male Muto's shrill roar rang out. Godzilla grabbed the female Muto's neck with his sharp claws and rammed it against the building next to it, slapping her from time to time. The female Muto naturally couldn't admit defeat like this. Feeling the threat of death, she struggled and fought back frantically, calling for her spouse incessantly, hoping that it could come to help. But the male Muto really couldn't come. Kai held it back. One thing must be said, Kai really couldn't do anything to the Muto, but at the same time, the Muto couldn't do anything to him. Sometimes being small is actually an advantage. Although in the eyes of the Muto, Kai is just a small mosquito, the kind that would be ignored if you don't pay attention. But he couldn't catch him. And the bite of this mosquito really hurts. The male Muto thought about ignoring Kai and rushing over to join the female Muto in a doubles match, but Kai was unable to resist the attack on the most vulnerable spots. Mutos have eyes, but interestingly, their eyes are a bit like the compound eyes of insects. From the outside, their eyes are like two lines of red light, constantly flashing on both sides of their heads. But in fact, there are many small eyeballs that make up the compound eyes. Interestingly, each of these things seems to be able to move independently. Kai can see clearly that those small eyeballs will continue to move along their flight trajectory and stare at him intently. Fortunately, the Mutos are large enough, because their bodies are too huge. Every time they move their limbs, the longer the movement trajectory is required, which takes time. After all, with such a large body, no matter how magical a creature is, it cannot completely abandon the laws of physics, right? This gave Kai a chance to dodge. Otherwise, relying on this fatal dynamic visual ability, Kai would not dare to approach at all. It seems that because of this, there are abundant nerves on those small eyes, otherwise they cannot be so flexible. Rich nerves mean that once they are damaged, they will be more painful. So the male Muto was entangled by Kai's despicable means. On the other side, the female Muto was hit hard again. Godzilla grabbed one of its thick limbs on its back at some point, and then, snap! It actually twisted it off alive. And tore it off the female Muto. The severe pain and the despair of impending death made the female Muto completely crazy. It didn't know where the power came from, but it overturned Godzilla in one fell swoop. The two huge monsters rolled in the ruins of San Francisco. A large amount of blood was splashed on the ground, and pieces of black and green viscous slurry mixed with dust and debris in the ruins of the city, turning it into a massive mud containing high heat and high radiation. With the dying screams of the female beast, the male Muto finally abandoned Kai. Kai kept attacking its eyeballs, but the male ignored Kai and rushed towards Godzilla despite the severe pain. Boom! Godzilla was also slow to react. He was obsessed with ravaging other people's wives and completely forgot the threat behind him. So it was knocked away by the male Muto's desperate charge. Of course, this did not defeat Godzilla, but it destroyed San Francisco even more thoroughly. There were no intact buildings left in this area of San Francisco near the bay. The female beast got rid of Godzilla, but it was almost exhausted. It needed to take a break, and had no extra energy to support its spouse for the time being. Seeing that the female Muto did not move, Kai could also take a break. After all, moving at such a high speed was also very stressful. The female Muto's rest was a pitfall for her spouse. The male Muto was not Godzilla's opponent in the first place, and now his wings were injured, which was considered to have lost his biggest advantage. Now facing Godzilla, isn't it just delivering food to others? Godzilla had suffered a lot from the male Muto before, and this time he finally seized the opportunity. It first gave the male Muto a turtle punch, beating it dizzy, and then took the opportunity to roll behind it, locked it in its arms, and inserted a pair of claws into the male Muto's chest and abdomen. The male Muto howled miserably and struggled desperately, but because of his position, he lost most of his resistance. He could only desperately kick his 6 long legs and push Godzilla around, hoping to have a chance to escape. But how could Godzilla give it such a chance? Godzilla picked up the male Muto with his claws, so that none of its 6 long legs could touch the ground. Then the fool lifted the male Muto and ran wildly in one direction. In a tremor, Godzilla crashed into the Pan Am building in San Francisco. This building was once the tallest building west of the Mississippi River in the United States, but was later surpassed by the Aon Center in Los Angeles. The most notable feature of this building is its pyramid shape. It is like a thin and long version of a pyramid, extremely sharp. Perhaps sensing the crisis, the male Muto locked in the arms facing the sky could not help but open his mouth and roar, kicking his 6 legs wildly, but Godzilla was also in a frenzy at this moment. No matter how much the male Muto attacked, it did not relax at all. It used all its strength to lift the male Muto high up. Then it smashed the male Muto's head hard against the tip of the Pan Am building. Boom! The 206-meter Pan Am building collapsed inch by inch from top to bottom under the concerted efforts of the two monsters. Boom! Finally, the whole San Francisco felt a violent vibration. In the dust, a huge and tasteless person suddenly stood up, and the violent wind brought by the movement of his body blew away the smoke and dust. Godzilla lifted the male Muto, whose head was already drooping, and roared to the sky. Roar! The male Muto was not dead, and its two lines were still glowing red. Godzilla obviously noticed it, and he lowered his head, grabbed the two wings behind the male Muto, and stepped on its back with one foot. Roar! With a roar that shook the earth, Godzilla tore the two wings of the male Muto off from its body. The male Muto screamed like a cat stepping on the electric switch, and the sound made even the refugees who had already fled San Francisco cover their ears. Godzilla showed the cruelty of a top predator at this time. He ignored the screams of the male Muto and grabbed the wound where the male Muto's wings were connected with his claws. Snap! The male Muto's back carapace was actually opened like this. A large amount of green blood mixed with internal organs flowed all over the ground. Godzilla looked at this scene, raised his head, and took a deep breath. A blue light started from Godzilla's tail, lit up along its dorsal fin, and then a blue light lit up on Godzilla's chest. Roar! A blue-white beam of light with a diameter of 2 meters shot out from Godzilla's mouth and suddenly shot into the huge wound on the back of the Muto. In an instant, just an instant, the originally messy Muto chest cavity was reduced to ashes. The huge blue beam of light was still burning the Muto's chest armor. Finally, the two red eyeliners of the male Muto dimmed, and the attention also burned through its chest armor, shining out from its chest, and hit the foundation of the Pan Am building. Oh, now there is no trace of the Pan Am building at all. Chapter 1007, No More Descendants. Roar! Godzilla, who was stepping on the male Muto, wanted to put his hands on his waist, but unfortunately, the part called waist was too thick, he couldn't put his hands on his waist. But this still couldn't change his pride. Hunting natural enemies is Godzilla's instinct rooted in his genes. Every time he completes such a hunt, his brain will continue to secrete enough dopamine. This activity will make him addicted. More importantly, this kind of hunting will make Godzilla stronger. Cry. At this time, another Muto suddenly cried shrilly. So Godzilla immediately turned his head to look at the other Muto. His real target has always been the female Muto. After all, only females can reproduce. But when he looked over, he found that the female Muto was gone. Looking again, that guy actually ran away. That's right, the female Muto abandoned the nest and ran away. This is not uncommon in nature. When faced with life-threatening situations, it is in line with the instinct of life for a mother to abandon her cubs. That is why mothers who sacrifice themselves for their cubs deserve admiration. It is not a big deal for a female Muto to do this. After all, one of the thick legs on the back of the female Muto has been broken, and her condition is not as good as before. It is reasonable for her to run away. But the behavior of this Muto is very strange. It seems that it wants to let Godzilla find it, and keeps making provocative calls to Godzilla. Let it chase itself. Godzilla naturally didn't say anything and chased after it without saying a word. He didn't care whether he could catch up or not. With its two short legs, how could it possibly outrun others with 6 legs? The Muto actually has 8 legs, but the 2 legs on the chest are too small to touch the ground at all. Kai is not Godzilla, so he naturally found something wrong. So Kai set his sights on the stadium, which is the Levi's Stadium, the home of the San Francisco 49ers. Interestingly, the stadium will not be delivered for a few months. Levi's Stadium was built in 2014, with 68,500 seats and a construction cost of $1.3 billion, ranking 5th in the world. It is a high-tech stadium led by the government and invested by social forces. The Santa Clara Stadium Authority owns the ownership and operation rights. The NFL team San Francisco 49ers signed a 30-year lease with the stadium as the team's home stadium. At the same time, the San Francisco 49ers Stadium Management Company also obtained the operation rights, realizing the separation of ownership and operation rights. Well, now this stadium has been destroyed before it was used. The 49ers have always been the pride of the Greater Bay Area. Although there are 6 football teams in the Greater Bay Area, including San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose and other major cities, the 49ers are undoubtedly the most popular one, Because the 49ers have won a total of 5 Super Bowls, and won 2 consecutive championships in the 1988 and 1989 seasons, not to mention that it is located in San Francisco. They even won the National League Championship this year. NFL is the Professional Football League. Under the Major League, there are 2 federations, the American League and the National League. Each federation is divided into 4 regions, East, West, South and North. Each region has 4 teams. The schedule is very complicated. It is difficult for people who don't watch football to tell the difference. The National League champion is roughly equivalent to the NBA's East and West champions. But bad luck, just after winning the National League championship, the stadium is gone. The previous stadium has been terminated. They have no home court. But there is no need to worry about them for the time being. After all, it is conceivable that no one in San Francisco will have the heart to watch the game next year. This stadium is really big, and can accommodate more than 60,000 people. How can it be small? Seeing Godzilla chasing the female Muto, Kai came to his senses. Damn. This is a bit fucked up, making me feel like a villain. Kai guessed that this was a self-torture trick by the female Muto to lure Godzilla away and protect her eggs. This kind of emotion of sacrificing oneself for future generations is definitely something worthy of praise. Even if the Muto may not be wise. But Kai can't keep this thing. Especially after the lesson from the Japanese. Are we going to let these things remain and continue to harm people? Fortunately, the unlucky ones today are the Americans. What if the next time? I can't think about it. Keizo made up his mind. He flew to the stadium. The female Muto was running happily. Even if one of its legs was broken, it could run faster than Godzilla. Look, it went into the sea. Although it seems that Godzilla's body shape is more suitable for the marine environment, in fact, the female Muto is not bad, not to mention that it has the ability to dig holes and drill the soil. As long as it goes into the sea, it can take Godzilla far away. The rest of the things can only be dealt with by its children. It has done everything it can. But at this moment, a huge explosion suddenly bloomed from its abandoned nest. The huge flame formed a huge mushroom cloud. This directly broke the female Muto's defense. That's its cub. Then, the female Muto turned around and ran towards the stadium, trying to save her eggs. Because of the angle, the female Muto and Godzilla collided head-on in a sea near the Golden Gate Bridge. Godzilla didn't expect to encounter such a good thing, so he naturally couldn't let it go. The Muto itself was injured, and the severe pain further weakened its reaction speed. This undoubtedly gave Godzilla a great opportunity. The female Muto, who was held down by a black man like Godzilla, suffered losses again and again, and her body was covered with the wounds from being bitten and scratched. It was like a white girl being hit by a robber. How could it be good? But its screams were still full of energy, and it kept trying to get rid of Godzilla, showing that it was very tenacious. It was also because it cared too much about its eggs that most of its attention was not on Godzilla at all, which finally gave Godzilla an opportunity. Godzilla rolled behind it, locked it in his arms, and a pair of claws inserted into the giant's chest and abdomen. The female Muto howled miserably and struggled desperately, but because of her position, she lost the initiative. For a while, the two titan creatures rolled in stalemate. Godzilla is an experienced hunter. He felt the female Muto's eagerness, so he didn't need to be anxious. He took steady steps and wore the Muto out. The two monsters were getting closer and closer to the Golden Gate Bridge while fighting and rolling. In this final frenzy, the female Muto directly took Godzilla and spun around, crashing into the towering south tower of the Golden Gate Bridge. Amid a rumbling sound that shook the earth, the orange-red tower shook violently, creaking and twisting to the limit, until it could no longer withstand the brutal pressure and broke and cracked. The steel cables hanging on the tower were also directly torn off by the huge force. The remaining steel cables were like steel whips, crackling and hiding the female Muto lying on her back, which made it even more panicked and screamed even more shrilly. These steel cables further limited its possibility of breaking free. Locked and held facing the sky, it could not help but open its mouth and roar in a hurry, kicking its long legs and desperately pulling the steel cables. The entire Golden Gate Bridge was immediately in trouble, like a piece of silk hanging in the sky, rising and falling, floating. Large pieces of the bridge deck were thrown out and rumbled into the sea. Suddenly, a series of flames rose from behind the side of the hillside, drawing large parabolas in the air, and accelerated towards the two monsters. The two monsters who were fighting each other did not notice the close attack and continued to roar. Boom boom boom. 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 It was artillery fire. Naval guns. Going around the hill, more than a dozen naval ships appeared on the sea. But the funny thing is that all these ships are down. Their turbines can still run, but the operating systems are all paralyzed. These soldiers are really reckless. They actually drove into the bay along the rising tide. Although the electronic aiming system is paralyzed, the naval guns can be operated manually. From this point of view, the quality of the naval soldiers is very good. At least in manual operation, the shooting accuracy is still online. On the hillside not far away, a group of Marines are measuring the range and providing coordinates to the fleet's artillery. As for how to transmit, naturally, it is flag language. Fortunately, no matter how the times progress, the naval flag language is still retained as a tradition, otherwise communication will become a problem. But, is this really effective? Sure enough, after a burst of artillery bombardment, the two monsters ignored them at all and were still fighting each other. It was the Golden Gate Bridge next to them that was unlucky. There were almost only a few dilapidated bridge piers left. Of course, this did not bring about changes. For example, all the steel cables on the female Mutis were blown off. The female Muto broke free of Godzilla's restraint while Godzilla was still not reacting, and ran towards the shore. She wanted to save her children. So Godzilla, who was on the side of humans to some extent, suddenly got angry. Damn, it was so hard to end the old enemy, but a bunch of villains came up and gave him a blow. Godzilla didn't mean to hide his temper, and just took a breath. Damn. Kai was immediately at a loss. What the hell is this mess? This is not a way to die. Kai immediately sent a mental link to Godzilla, asking it to stop immediately. But Godzilla didn't listen. Boom. A blue-white beam of light with a diameter of several meters suddenly illuminated the sea. Then half of the dozen or so warships were directly reduced to ashes. Kai immediately contacted Tony. Tony, quickly contact those idiots in the White House and the Pentagon. Let those soldiers leave quickly. Godzilla is on our side, maybe. Anyway, don't let them die. Hurry up and go ashore to protect those civilians. Tony, well, although what you said is a bit, that big monster is on our side. Are you sure? It's because I'm not sure that I asked them to leave quickly, Kai shouted helplessly. Although I don't quite understand what you are saying, but, okay, I will tell them. As for whether they will listen or not, I can't help it, Tony also said helplessly. After all, what Kai said was too shocking. Tony didn't go to the White House and the Pentagon? That was too damn slow. If Godzilla came again, the remaining warships would also be lost. The warships didn't matter, but there was no need for those soldiers to die for nothing, right? Tony ran straight to the hillside and asked those soldiers who were signaling to quickly stop the attack on all the warships. The soldiers naturally refused. Damn, that monster killed so many of them. Tony was forced to no avail, so he grabbed the Navy flag and asked Jarvis to signal the other fleet. Why Jarvis? He didn't know how to signal. The other fleet was also confused, but they stopped because of their military instinct. Kai also hurried to Godzilla, who was about to attack again, and stood in front of him, constantly using mental communication to comfort him. Godzilla was a little silly, and was reluctant to let go of those little bugs that disturbed him. So he decided to ignore Kai. Although he recognized that Kai was on the same side as himself, he didn't think that those iron turtles were in the same group as him. After all, he didn't think he needed to listen to his little brother. Yes, that's the little brother. Godzilla is not that scum. He always judges strength from the most conspicuous features, such as size. Kai? This size is about the same as the tip of his fingernail. Of course, he thinks Kai is a juvenile, and naturally a little brother. Thanks to the fact that the monsters don't care about seniority, otherwise Kai would definitely be the godfather. Just when Kai was trying to use his energy absorption ability, the destroyer armor, and some spells to resist, something magical happened. The female Muto is back. This is simply a lifesaver. Kai didn't care what the female Muto was thinking, and quickly said to Godzilla, Hey. Boss, that bitch is back. Godzilla couldn't understand what a bitch was, but he was still very happy that the female Muto came back. There is no door to hell, you broke in. With a sound of thumping footsteps, Godzilla pounced again and hit the female Muto. The Muto was like crazy, almost disregarding his own safety, and attacked Godzilla like a storm. Instead, it stunned the arrogant Godzilla. What's going on? How did this thing become so fierce in the blink of an eye? Actually, This is all thanks to Kai. Kai found something incredible underground in the stadium. Mudo eggs. Densely packed. There was no telling how many there were. All hovering above the nuclear power plant reactor, the little Mudos inside those eggs had already begun to develop. Moving frantically in the egg sheaths, it seemed that the high intensity of radiation made them extremely active, and their development was also very good. At this rate, it was estimated that it would not be long before the young Mudos would hatch. Faced with this situation, Kai directly put away the reactor. Then ran to a nearby gas station and dug out the oil storage tanks under the gas station, directly filled the underground nest with gasoline, and then threw everything that could explode in his own royal treasure house into it, and then threw a lighter in. Then it caused the big explosion. The female Mudo had been rushing there just now, wanting to save her child, but before she could get ashore, all her eggs had lost signs of life. The two Mudos could communicate across the Pacific Ocean, so they naturally had the ability to distinguish the situation of their children, and now, they were all screwed. This made the female Mudo go berserk. Her mate was dead, and now her only hope, the eggs were gone. It was like the saying, a widow's son died, there was no hope at all. This was a complete loss of offspring. She had completely lost the chance to pass on her genes. How could the female Mudo not go berserk? She had only one thought in mind, to seek revenge on the culprit. But the problem was that Godzilla didn't know. She foolishly rushed forward, and became Kai's shield. After that beating, Godzilla couldn't even lift his head. What it didn't know was that it only needed to move a little to the side, and the female Mudo would definitely not bother to pay attention to it. Chapter 1008 End. Godzilla was very confused at first, but the gap in strength was there. It was impossible for a single Mudo to beat Godzilla. So after being confused, Godzilla immediately got angry. Although he could not swear, he still roared. Roar. With Godzilla's roar, his two big thick legs and big tail supported the seabed and stood firm. At this moment, he was very dissatisfied. Damn, he was almost pecked in the eyes by a cooked duck. This is a great shame. After standing firm, Godzilla used all his strength to grab the female Mudo and push back hard. With a sound of thumping footsteps, the female Mudo gradually lost support and was pushed back again and again. Finally, when she reached the coast, the female Mudo finally lost support and was thrown to the ground by Godzilla. Godzilla adhered to the principle of taking advantage of your illness to kill you. He grabbed the struggling female Mudo by the neck and threw it on the reef beach next to the shore. Boom. 1. Boom. 2. Boom. 3. Godzilla was like a drug addict. His eyes were red as he grabbed the female Mudo's head and smashed it hard on the ground. 1, 2, 3 times, smashing continuously. Every time the Mudo was smashed, the ground shook. Such collisions accumulated one after another, and even formed a small earthquake, which made the surrounding areas, which were already in a dilapidated state, even worse. Buildings gradually collapsed in the earthquake. Well, San Francisco is completely finished. Even if the houses did not collapse, they have basically become dangerous buildings. The U.S. government will either abandon San Francisco and choose a new site to build a new San Francisco, or demolish all the houses here and rebuild. The U.S. government will have a hard time in the future. But from a side view, this is also a good thing. Previously, due to the transfer of industries, the U.S. government caused a large number of middle-class jobs, especially workers, to lose their jobs, resulting in a large number of unemployment. Now it's good, plus New York and Los Angeles before, and now New York. In the past 10 to 20 years, the United States is not afraid of having no jobs. A large amount of capital will be invested in the construction, which will undoubtedly bring significant changes to people's lives. The most obvious change is the increase in jobs, which can also significantly ease social conflicts. You know, whether it is New York or Los Angeles, they are not cities with good public security, let alone San Francisco. San Francisco's poor public security is well known. In this way, social conflicts can be well eased. After all, even if it is brotherly, if he has a job, few people will join the gang. Forget about the real bad guys. There is no need to distinguish between black and white. Scumbags are everywhere. Especially San Francisco. This time the whole city was destroyed, and the gang culture rooted in the community was also destroyed. As long as the government does not have problems in the next guidance, the city will definitely have a new look. But think about the politicians in the United States and their best identity politics. This is really possible. There is no shortage of idiots who turn good things into bad things in this world. And there are especially many in the United States. Duong dong. Duong. Duong. It was unknown how many times it was hit, but the reefs on the seashore had been smashed away, and the ground had sunk a lot. Then the seawater backflowed. Godzilla, relying on his own strength, created a small bay on the seashore. The depth was not shallow. I wonder if it could create a harbor. At first, the Mutos would still struggle, but later, except for occasionally shaking his body, the Mutos no longer had the strength to struggle. If it weren't for the slight movement of his chest, I might have thought that the Mutos were dead. Of course, Godzilla was not feeling well either. The Mutos' desperate counterattack also left Godzilla with scars. There were wounds everywhere between his chest and abdomen. But it looked like it was in good condition and very excited. However, it seemed that it was not going to end it. It stretched out its claws again and grabbed the Muto's head. The Mutos struggled weakly for a few times, and it grabbed its mouth and tore it open. Then it opened its mouth wide and took a deep breath. Roar! A blue-white beam of light with a diameter of 2 meters shot out from the mouth of the giant beast and shot into the wide-open mouth of the male Mutos. The female Muto struggled frantically, but could not get rid of the various giant claws stuck in its jaws, and could not even close its mouth. Blue-white light beams continued to blast into its mouth, and soon there were several loud explosions. Bang! Snap! The black-green slurry in the female Muto's throat exploded and shattered. Godzilla lifted his claws and pulled the female Muto's severed head off its body. There was a huge spine under the head. Godzilla lifted the female Muto's head and pushed hard to push away the female giant monster's body that was pressing on him. He used his tail and claws to slowly stand up. Standing in front of the corpse of its old enemy, it snorted fiercely at the head in its hand, and then threw it out. The head hit the land hard, and immediately smashed a big hole in the land. Then it naturally spread its 2 front paws in front of its chest and pointed upwards, looking up and posing a victory posture. Roar! The huge sound wave spread, shaking off the surrounding water mist, revealing Godzilla's figure. Under the rainy sky, the posture of the giant beast looking up to the sky and roaring was seen by many people. Wow, this big monster is so cool, Tony couldn't help shouting in the communication channel. Fuck. I don't think so. The Flash, who has always been of high quality, also appeared in the communication channel at this time. With the death of the 2 Mutos, the electromagnetic pulses emitted from them all the time also disappeared, and now all communications have been restored. Oh my god. Is this still the San Francisco I know? Flashberry looked at the ruins in front of him, and his heart was gloomy. Los Angeles is not far from San Francisco. It only takes 6 hours to drive there. So Barry would go to San Francisco from time to time to conduct business. After all, at his speed, this distance would take less than a minute. Tony obviously didn't think too much. I heard that it is in the same group with us, right? Can you ask if it is willing to go to New York with me? With us? No way. Do you want to keep it? At this time, Jessica's call was also connected. Come on. Can't you see how big it is? It can even eat all the people in New York in one meal. It doesn't eat people, right? I just saw that it is not interested in people, Tony retorted. Is that the point? Jessica was defeated. I'm talking about his appetite. Appetite? Oh. That's fine. I can afford it, but the problem is that Tony doesn't worry about this problem at all. Tony Stark, have money, fuck. I shouldn't talk about this with a rich man like you. Jessica, the poor bastard, retreated directly. Jessica was originally very poor. She always broke things because of her alcoholism, so even if she made some money, she lost it all. Later, after being taught a lesson by Kai, she changed her bad habits and joined the Special Forces, earning a high salary. But it was only $100,000 a year. In New York, it was not much higher. Not to mention compared with Tony. After doing all this, Godzilla took a few deep breaths and relaxed. It was relaxed, but the others were extremely nervous. They were afraid that it would go berserk again. After a while, Godzilla rested well, and then it raised its big thick legs and stepped hard on the female Muto. It completely crushed the female Muto's big belly, but that was not the end. After stepping on its belly, it exhaled again and burned most of its body before it felt relieved. Then it took steps and walked towards the shore step by step. Hey. Where is it going? Tony was joking when he said he would raise Godzilla. Who the hell would dare to raise such a thing? Aren't they afraid that it would spit out more breath at random? The temperature of that thing is too damn high. According to Jarvis detection, that thing is not a ray at all, but pure heat. This is indeed the case. Godzilla's body is like a sophisticated machine. It has a special core biological furnace in its body that is used to store nuclear fuel, and it also has a thermonuclear energy conversion organ. When it needs to eject atomic breath, the body will rapidly fission to generate energy. Some films also said it to generate energy through nuclear fusion. In short, Godzilla's atomic breath ejects neither flames nor lasers, but heat, and the temperature reaches an exaggerated 100,000 degrees Celsius. Well, Tony knew that this was not the real temperature, but the upper limit of the detector on his body was 100,000 degrees. This thing. I'm afraid it would be completely destroyed if it was hit. What kind of existence were those immortals who could actually create such a monster? Thinking of this, Tony couldn't help but feel sentimental. Such powerful immortals also chose to sacrifice themselves to protect the Earth in front of the enemies of the Earth. Then it's their turn. Thinking of this, Tony suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. Well, I have to discuss it with Kai. After all, this matter is very serious. Well, it must cut off the roots. It can't allow the Mutos to have any possibility to continue to reproduce. Kai's call came soon, interrupting Tony's deep thinking. Tisk. How big a grudge is this? Tony was immediately frightened by Godzilla's revenge. Speaking of which, they are natural enemies, right? Kai didn't understand what he wanted to say. What do you mean? If Godzilla kills all the Mutos, then there will be no way to restrict Godzilla in the future, if it reproduces without limit. According to the law of nature, when the natural enemy of a species becomes extinct, then that species will reproduce without limit, just like rabbits and toads in Australia. They are not native species in Australia and have no natural enemies on the Australian land. As a result, they reproduce without limit, causing serious damage to the Australian ecology. If Godzilla has no natural enemies, then, even if there are only 4 or 5 more, it will be enough for humans to bear. Don't worry about it. Godzilla is a natural balancer. This also restricts them. Godzilla reproduces asexually. They will only reproduce the next generation when the conditions are right. Godzilla is not a bisexual creature. It will only reproduce according to needs. For example, it will reproduce when the Earth needs it to reproduce. As of now, Godzilla will still be alone, well, a monster. Let's keep going like this. That's better. As soon as Tony finished speaking, he saw Godzilla's atomic breath burn the Muto's nest to the ground again. Well, the 49ers home stadium is completely gone, leaving only a huge lava lake. The depth is over several hundred meters. San Francisco can consider building the world's deepest artificial lake here in the future. It's quite exciting to think about it, and it will definitely become a tourist attraction. It's just that I don't know how to divide the ownership. This piece of land has an owner, but it seems that it has no other use except to become a lake. Well, it's completely clean now. Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Why do you sound like it's a good thing? Tony asked, puzzled. Of course, if some other boring person finds the Muto's eggs, it will be a troublesome thing at that time. Will anyone really do this? Barry understood what Kai meant, but he thought that no one would be so stupid. Yes, too, Kai and Tony shouted at the same time. There's really no shortage of such idiots in this world, but the interesting thing is that most of these people don't think they are idiots, but think they are very smart. For example, Shield, Kai and Tony shouted in unison without hesitation. That's right. They don't trust Shield that much. After all, their criminal record is there. Whether it's Ares or the Cosmic Cube, these guys have caused a lot of trouble because of this reason. But the key to the matter is, they guessed it right. Prepare to recover the tissue samples of Mutos and Godzilla immediately. Especially the sperm and eggs of the 2 Mutos, Nick Fury ordered his opponents in a secret base. At the same time, Alexander also gave the same order to Hydra in a certain base. They really intend to do this. If these monsters can be tamed, tisk, what can be done? Not only to rule the world, but also to kill their way out of the Earth. Speaking of this, Tony, please take people to collect tissue samples of Godzilla and Mutos immediately and destroy them all. Don't let anything mess up. A megacity at a time. Humans can't stand it. Understood. I have dispatched all the armors, and others will come to help, Tony replied without hesitation. Understood. Although they felt that Kai and Tony were a little too nervous, everyone was still willing to help, just in case. Kai, what about you? Jessica suddenly found that Kai seemed to have nothing to do. Well, I'll go and communicate with Godzilla. It's already like this, so it's better to burn it cleanly. Burn all traces of Mudos. Kai thought it would be safer to use Godzilla's atomic breath to burn San Francisco again. Then Kai really went. Godzilla was happy. But he saw his little brother coming. Godzilla was even happier about this. He kept shouting at Kai, and his roar was full of joy. It's better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. Sharing happiness with someone is double happiness. Kai transmitted his request to Godzilla. Godzilla couldn't understand it. It didn't have the concept at all. After killing them, why burn the bodies? Isn't that a waste of energy? It's tired now and wants to go back to sleep. As a result, Kai saw that it wouldn't work, so he took out the nuclear reactor of the nuclear power plant that he had previously stored in the king's treasure house and handed it to Godzilla. Godzilla took a look. Wow. Little brother can do it. Godzilla didn't know what politeness was, and he swallowed it in one gulp. This thing is a great tonic for Godzilla. Kai also changed his reason this time and told Godzilla that he wanted to see Godzilla spit fire, which would be very interesting. Godzilla, who had eaten, was easier to talk to. Little brother is so young that he definitely can't breathe atomically. As a big boss, it is naturally his responsibility to teach him. So according to Kai's instructions, the male Mudos were burned to ashes, really ashes, the kind in atomic state. Then the blood and tissue residues left by their fight were also burned. When it came to the female Mudo, Godzilla was a little reluctant. It was only after Kai kept asking that the eldest brother reluctantly demonstrated it a few more times. After finally burning the female Mudo, Godzilla said he would not do anything else. He turned his head and ran into the sea. This scene was transmitted to Nick Fury and Alexander in real time, and the two ambitious people felt heartbroken. Enough. Kai? What are you doing? Make that big monster stop it. Nick Fury directly invaded Kai's communication channel. Get lost. Kai gave Nick Fury a single word. That is the heritage of all mankind. It cannot be destroyed. All mankind is not your father, and your mother doesn't have that ability. It's none of your business. Kai immediately sprayed over. Chapter 1009 afterwards. Black people may return to a matriarchal society one day, because most of them don't know who their father is. So generally speaking, as long as a black person is not inhuman, most of them will respect their mothers very much. After all, they have raised themselves with great difficulty. There is no doubt that Nick Fury is such a typical black person. In contrast, in his era, it would be more difficult for a black person to become a talent. After all, the exclusion of black people by higher education institutions was very obvious in that era. And the fact that he was able to get a high position at this time has a lot to do with his academic qualifications. Americans still value this aspect very much. Many people like to advocate that Americans don't look at relationships, but only look at abilities, and imagine the United States as an ideal place. But in fact, the United States is the country that values relationships the most, and universities are a very important relationship among them. If you graduate from Yale University, then you will get a lot of extra points when you enter the official career. Similarly, if you say that you graduated from Yale University, others will look up to you. In this class-divided society, family wealth and official positions can indeed divide classes, but it is too naked, beautiful and treacherous. How can the lighthouse of human cooking be so politically incorrect? But universities can say it, and they don't have to say it verbally. For example, cuffs with logos, badges on the chest of suits, or accessories such as rings can also tell others which university you are from. And which university to go to is itself a division of class. Data shows that in addition to the Ivy League schools, at the University of Chicago, Stanford University, Massachusetts Institute of Technology and Duke University, the number of students whose family income is at the top 1% of the pyramid is more than that of students from the entire lower half of the pyramid. What's more frightening is that this situation is getting worse and worse, and the strictness of internal competition is simply jaw-dropping. For example, in the Ivy League, wealthy families can directly obtain admission or priority by virtue of large donations and the status of alumni children. According to a survey report on the background of the 2022 freshmen released by Harvard University, nearly 40% of the students' families have a Harvard background, and among the students who have at least one parent graduated from Harvard, nearly 50% of them have an annual family income of more than $500,000. The Ivy League opens the door to sports elites, and many sports are very expensive projects, especially some such as ice hockey and sailing, which require huge training expenses. The newly minted class that has emerged in society is also being dragged to death in this kind of internal circulation. For example, if a new high-income family wants their children to make a class leap, they must choose an aristocratic kindergarten for their children from the age of 4. Such kindergartens even have interviews. It's terrifying. After that, the high school must also be a prestigious school, so that their children can enter a prestigious school more easily. It can be imagined that Nick Fury's mother spent a lot of thought and money to raise him and send him to a prestigious school. So Nick Fury would not allow his mother to be insulted. Kai? You. Then Nick Fury's voice disappeared. It was Tony who did it. Hey, man. What you said just now was a bit too much. It was the first time Tony heard Kai say such harsh words. Although Kai was not talkative and rarely chatted with others, his words were indeed sometimes choking, but there was one thing Kai grasped very well, that is, to maintain the most basic bottom line, such as greeting other people's families. Of course, the American national curse does not count. It was the first time Tony heard words like the one just now that were directly directed at Nick Fury's mother. HMPH. I just thought of something. What is it? Tony was very curious. What could make Kai so angry? Just now Nick Fury suddenly called me and told me not to touch the biological tissue of the Mudos. I suddenly thought that with the nature of S.H.I.E.L.D., they really didn't know the existence of the Mudos. Kai also thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't know the existence of the Mudos at first. But Nick Fury's attitude suddenly made Kai understand that with the shit and nature of S.H.I.E.L.D., they really didn't know anything about the Japanese hiding such a big thing as the Mudos. That's Japan. From top to bottom, it has been infiltrated by the United States. The United States will definitely not be indifferent to such a big thing as an accident at a nuclear power plant. Even if it seems to be Japan's internal affairs, the United States will still care. Well, a Mudo larva broke into a nuclear power plant, such a big thing, why didn't any news come out? You know, the nuclear power plant itself was built by an American company, and the daily operation and maintenance are also done by American personnel. This is equivalent to something happening under the noses of the Americans. There is actually no news from the United States. Is this possible? The only possibility is that someone cut off the source of the news and controlled the spread of the news. So who has such great ability and will not arouse suspicion from the United States itself? The answer is self-evident. S.H.I.E.L.D. Who has such courage and ability? It's S.H.I.E.L.D. The cosmic cube and the Ares statue, aren't they hidden very well? It wasn't until the crisis broke out that it was discovered that it was all S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fault. But this time, S.H.I.E.L.D. was able to stay out of it, which was beyond Kai's expectations. This is also the reason why Kai didn't suspect them at the first time. Of course, this is also thanks to Kai's mind full of lawsuits at the time and no time to think about it. Nick Fury knew that his phone call actually made Kai come back to his senses and suspect S.H.I.E.L.D. He would probably slap himself twice. Besides, how do you know Nick Fury is really angry? Kai said at last. Tony was stunned and immediately became unconfident. Yes, would an old silver coin like Nick Fury really be so angry that he lost his mind? It's unlikely. In fact, Nick Fury was really angry, but why was it worth discussing? He was calling the President of the United States to complain. He found that he had very few means to deal with Kai. Force? Don't be ridiculous. Kai's own strength aside, he still has a lot of friends. Kai's connections are something that S.H.I.E.L.D. has always envied. Whether it's Asgard or Atlantis, he knows them all, and not only does he know them, he can also call on some resources. For example, in front of the president, he mobilized the Queen's flagship to help the president. That's right. It's just very arrogant. But it's also the same reason that makes Nick Fury extremely angry. You have so many resources, why can't you contribute to all mankind? Even though Kai has prevented several world-destroying disasters, Nick Fury still thinks that Kai is unqualified. Because S.H.I.E.L.D. has not been able to get anything useful from it. Intelligence? No. Technology? No. Military support? Still no. Then what's the point of holding these connections? Give them to me. I can better safeguard the interests of mankind and better protect the world. This is Nick Fury's true thought. Smart people like him only trust themselves. In fact, most heroes in history are like this. Stubbornness is by no means a derogatory term. History has taught too many lessons. Sometimes a group of people get together to quarrel, and they don't let one person lead the problem in a strong way. Only when they are in trouble in the end will stubbornness become a crime. Nick Fury is the kind of hero who has never experienced failure. Well, He failed several times, but he has a strong character and doesn't think that is a problem. So he is still convinced that he is the best person to protect the world. Others, just listen to him. Nick Fury knows that it is meaningless to complain to the president. But he has to do this, otherwise he will be suffocated to death. In addition, he also noticed that the president's disgust with SHIELD has reached a threshold, and he must repair the relationship between them. Reporting more is definitely an important means to get closer to the leader. Kai didn't bother about the problem of SHIELD anymore. What's there to say without evidence? The best way to deal with SHIELD is to find out the Hydra inside SHIELD, and then put the entire SHIELD on the side of Hydra, and completely define it as a terrorist organization. That is the most fatal killer move. As for whether there are innocent people in SHIELD, of course there are, but it has nothing to do with Kai. SHIELD is already hopeless. They have been deeply influenced by Hydra. From their style, it can be seen that this is a replica of Hydra. This kind of organization is a disaster if it stays, and it is the best choice to simply put them all in a separate book. Moreover, even Kai can't tell who is innocent and who is not innocent. If it weren't for the fact that Mrs. Viper betrayed, Kai would not have thought that Hydra was so seriously infiltrated in SHIELD. Thinking about these things, Kai flew to Godzilla, who walked into the sea. I'll deal with Godzilla first, and the subsequent events will be handed over to you, Kai said to Tony before leaving. Don't worry, we have experience, Tony said. So. Indeed. This kind of thing has happened for the 4th time, how can I not have experience? Speaking of which, America is really unlucky. As the electromagnetic pulse disappeared, the whole United States was immediately in an uproar. There was no way. Millions of people witnessed this monster war, and even witnessed the complete disappearance of San Francisco. This kind of thing, there is no need to wash it off, it can't be washed off. So the US government simply lay down and let the people discuss it themselves. Anyway, things have come to this, think about the aftermath. The government is still full of lawsuits. The most urgent task is how to resettle these millions of refugees. This is no joke. Although the United States is not a people's government, it doesn't care much about the victims. After all, the federal government does not need to be responsible for the lives and property of the people, because the Constitution has decentralized the right to self-defense. People holding guns means that they are responsible for their own lives and property. But the problem is that these are millions of people. No food, no drink, no place to live, and no money. Once a commotion. Oh. Affect your career. So the enthusiasm is up. Well, anyway, it's not their money. Of course, at this moment, everyone is still more concerned about the last monster. If it comes back again, well, then the federal government can save a lot of money. At most, they will spend some money to hold a large memorial service and then build a monument or something. How great. People in other cities don't have this worry, they are more concerned about the monster. In the next few days, the internet was once again in turmoil. Even the well-informed American people were shocked by the monster attack in San Francisco. In recent years, they have seen the ancient war gods in Los Angeles, the vampires hidden in the city, the alien fleet invading New York, the ancient witches in Tahiti, and various superheroes and villains. But it is the first time that a big monster, or big monster with a height of 200 or 300 meters, has appeared. This kind of big monster is not just one, but three. The three are not in a group, but fighting each other. It's like the special effects film has been moved directly to the real world, which has caused the click rate of those old special effects films on the internet to soar. If it weren't for the wrong time, major film and television companies would jump out to remake movies. Among the three monsters, Godzilla is undoubtedly the most popular. Especially the domineering scene of killing the female Muto and holding its head and howling to the sky, which was captured by the army. The army did not keep it secret this time and released it directly. Even according to the data revealed by various parties, although Godzilla also caused terrible losses to San Francisco, it only came to kill two bat-headed monsters. Whether from an objective or subjective perspective, it is considered to help the human side. After all, Muto attacked humans at the beginning. Coupled with the short, fat, thick legs and big belly, Godzilla has become the new favorite of human society. Who doesn't like big monsters? This is just like big robots and big guns, they are all men's romance. As for Godzilla's final act of burning the body, it is considered to be Godzilla's heartwarming act. Because according to the news released by the government, the body and blood of Muto are extremely strong sources of radiation, which may permanently change the environment of San Francisco. On the contrary, Godzilla's act of burning the body eliminated this hidden danger. This made countless bored people sing praises for Godzilla's actions. No one wants the city where they live, work and travel to become a radiation city, even if there are not many places left to live in that city. Of course, those who really know why Godzilla did this will not tell the truth. After all, in the eyes of many people who really know the truth, Kai is the one who committed the crime. Radiation is radiation. What does it have to do with him? Anyway, he doesn't live in San Francisco. For example, Nick Fury. He never considered the impact of the Muto's body left in San Francisco on the local people and the local environment. Because in his opinion, it is an acceptable loss. Death? There will be no death in this world every day. Is it strange? As long as the death is valuable, he doesn't care how many people die. By the way, the federal government's move this time has won the government a lot of praise. Although the attack seemed a bit reckless. But daring to fight the enemy is worthy of praise. If you don't even have the courage to fight the enemy, what's the use of the army? It's better to save some money and give more benefits. I don't know whether the military has stepped in to guide public opinion. Chapter 1010 Ventilation. Where did Godzilla, who the whole world is concerned about, go? There was a group of people in the White House who wanted to get this answer. So Kai, who had just returned to New York, was called to the White House by the president one call after another before he could say hello to Raven at home. But when Kai just sat down and the president didn't speak, Nick Fury immediately asked first, "Where's Godzilla now?" If possible, Nick Fury didn't want to talk to Kai like this, but Kai didn't even think about getting along with him, and he didn't even bother to talk to him about the face of being polite. In this case, there was no need for him to pretend that everyone was very polite. As for speaking first, it was impolite to the president. Believe it or not, even though Benjamin's face was very angry at the moment, he actually still gave Nick Fury a thumbs up in his heart. As Kai's connections continued to be exposed, fewer and fewer people dared to ask questions in such an impolite way. There was no way, not being able to work for the public but getting into personal grudges for yourself, right? As far as the president is concerned, Kai's support is very important. Only by holding Kai, it is equivalent to holding the diplomatic channel with the Atlanteans. Even if it is only for this reason, the president will never offend Kai. Well then, who will play the role of offending people? Who of the people present is not a big boss? They don't need to offend Kai for this matter, it is not on their own interests. So, Nick Fury is not ignorant of politics, but most of the time he doesn't need it. Sure enough, Kai glanced at Nick Fury and ignored him, but said to Benjamin, "There is no need to worry about Godzilla for the time being. The wizards of Camelot have monitored and guarded Godzilla. It is no longer a problem for us, well, at least not for the time being. I don't trust Camelot. Godzilla must be taken care of by us." "Must?" Nick Fury immediately interrupted. Unfortunately, Kai still ignored him and said directly to Benjamin, "Until this problem, no one should explore the whereabouts of Godzilla. It is not something that humans can provoke, unless you want it to come to the United States again." Benjamin himself actually tends to agree with Nick Fury. Such a terrible thing should naturally be supervised by the United States. They are the world's police. Nick Fury obviously thinks so too, but he just replaces the United States with their shield. Kai Wayne, you have to understand that this is related to the safety of the entire human race. It is not something you can decide alone. Nick Fury still plays an annoying role. Tisk. Why do you have to make it so clear? Kai finally couldn't stand it. "I'm worried that it's your shield." "Our shield?" Nick Fury immediately showed indignation. But Kai didn't intend to give him any chance. "Your criminal record is bad enough. So, shut up and get out. What I'm going to say next is the real secret. Except for the president and a few cabinet members, no one else can hear it." He looked at Benjamin. "You?" Benjamin raised his hand and interrupted Nick Fury. "Is it necessary? I believe everyone here." "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't believe it," Kai said insincerely. "This is related to the security of the entire world, especially the United States. So what to do, you decide. If you insist on saying so, then I won't tell this news." Kai knew that Benjamin was trying to win people's hearts, although it was useless and more of a political show. But Kai obviously didn't intend to cooperate with him. Benjamin's expression froze, and he was a little too pretentious. "Ahem, the others go out first. Ruth, female Secretary of Defense; Ray, Director of the National Security Agency; and Kariki, military representative." General, stay. Benjamin was not really stupid. Kai's attitude showed that the situation was extremely serious, otherwise Kai would eat too much and drive people away. Nick Fury wanted to stay, but he couldn't force him to stay here. But it doesn't matter, he always has a way. After everyone left, Kai took out an instrument and placed it in the middle of the presidential office. After clicking a few times, the instrument suddenly popped out a shield, covering all the people. The other 4 people were shocked. Kai, what are you doing? Benjamin was relatively calm, and he had seen a lot. I specially asked Tony to design something to prevent eavesdropping and surveillance. Kai's words stunned several people. This is the White House presidential office. If this place is monitored, then where else in the entire United States is safe? They think Kai's overreacting a bit. But this also makes them more curious about what Kai is going to say. What can make Kai so careful? One bad news, one good news, which one do you want to hear first? The 4 people looked at each other, and in the end Benjamin chose. Bad news, there is more than one monster. For some reason, there are still several Titan creatures on the surface, and they are all in an uneasy state. If they are stimulated, they may revive at any time. Kai's news is really bad. Benjamin sat down on the chair. Damn, it took less than an hour for the 3 monsters to turn the whole San Francisco into ruins. If they come a few more times. It's not that they think too much. Think about the bad things that happened recently. Which one of them didn't happen on American soil? The United States didn't have any problems in the world wars, but now it's all back. Now count the disasters. Hundreds of thousands of people died in the United States. This doesn't count the injured. So they don't expect those monsters won't come to America to make trouble. Because according to previous experience, the unlucky one must be the United States. This is very annoying. There are few more. If they come to the United States again, fuck. Needless to say, the United States is ready to be the first country on the verge of destruction because of monsters. That's good news, isn't it? As long as you don't disturb them, they will never wake up. Benjamin has made up his mind. No one should ask where Godzilla is going. It can go wherever it wants. No one is allowed to ask. No one is allowed to go to find it. Unfortunately, no. Kai shrugged and threw Benjamin's beautiful idea aside. Why is that? Didn't you say that as long as we don't disturb them? The problem is that we don't have the upper hands in this matter, Kai explained helplessly. Let's put it this way, the resurrection of the monster this time is not the result of nature, not naturally occurring. Defense Secretary Ruth McMillan chewed twice, then said in panic, you said, this is man-made? The Japanese, no wonder she would think so. After all, it has been 15 years, and the Japanese have deceived the world for 15 years. No, you think too highly of the Japanese. In fact, if the female Muto had not been awakened, the Japanese Muto might have remained dormant. It was because of the resurrection of the female Muto that the male Muto accelerated its development and reached adulthood earlier. Kai followed Godzilla before, not just to monitor it, but also to communicate with it. Although Godzilla is not as social phobic, he is not very talkative either. What's more important is that although his intelligence is high, it is only equivalent to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. What's more important is that his way of communication is obviously not suitable for Kai. Kai finally extracted the useful parts from the information sent back by Godzilla, and then got some things by guessing. Some information is only known by the Titan creatures themselves. Don't get the cause and effect wrong, it was the female Muto that woke up first, and then found the male Muto that was still cocooning. In fact, if there were no female Mutos, the male Muto would probably stay in the cocoon until he died. After all, without the female, it would be useless even if it developed. This is the correct cause and effect. You mean someone deliberately woke up those sleeping Titan creatures? Oh, no, this is amazing. Lei felt that it would be great if it was an illusion now. Someone actually tried to wake up those terrible monsters. In fact, I asked Godzilla, and it was indeed someone who woke them up. Now you understand what I mean? The initiative is not in our hands at all. Who knows what those people will do? We can only accept it passively. When something is as bad as it can be, some people can calm down. Benjamin happens to have such a rare quality. You drove everyone else away, that is, you suspect. This kind of thing does not need to be concealed from the top government officials. Even if it is indeed extremely confidential, but Kai obviously wants to think that there is a problem with those people. Think about it yourself. If there was a problem with a Japanese nuclear power plant 15 years ago, would you investigate the cause? After all, it is managed and maintained by Americans. Kai did not answer first, but asked instead. Benjamin nodded as a matter of course I will investigate. Wait, Mr. President also found the blind spot. Yes, how could the US government just let this go? Then since they went to investigate, why was there no report on the Mudos? Not even a little problem was found. Is this possible? Now you understand, Kai said to several people. The others looked at each other and finally realized the seriousness of the matter. You mean, those people are inside the federal government? Koriki, who had been silent, finally spoke. Otherwise, there's no way to explain this matter at all. Benjamin immediately asked, you must have a suspect, right? There was no reason, just pure trust. He believed that Kai definitely had a suspect. Yes, SHIELD, Kai did not hide it. SHIELD. Several people looked at each other again. After all, Kai's answer was a bit too shocking. They still subconsciously felt that SHIELD would not. Kai knew what they were thinking by looking at their expressions, so he asked directly, do you know about the Ares statue? Do you know about the cosmic cube? Do you know about dropping a nuclear bomb on New York? These few people were awakened from their stereotyped thinking. Yes, SHIELD seems to have been out of control for a long time. They even created the Shadow Bureau to decentralize SHIELD. God knows how many secrets SHIELD has. Anyway, the government really doesn't know. Thinking about it this way, it seems, nothing is impossible. It's just that they didn't expect SHIELD to really dare to do this. Why would they do this? Before they even thought about it, they got the answer. After all, this is a traditional American craft. Create panic and gain power. In order to participate in World War II, the Americans even sacrificed Pearl Harbor. In fact, many data show that Americans already knew that the Japanese would launch a surprise attack. So all the aircraft carriers were not in the port at that time. This is not even the first time the United States has done this. The explosion of the USS Maine during the Spanish-American War is the best example. The explosion of the USS Maine in 1898 shocked the whole United States and immediately became the headlines of many newspapers. What is more noteworthy is that the U.S. officials concluded that it was done by the Spanish. They said that the Spanish attacked the USS Maine with mines. As soon as the news spread, slogans such as "Revenge for the USS Maine" and "Fight to the death with the Spanish" were immediately heard in the United States, and the U.S. military did indeed begin to prepare for war. The person who led the incident at that time was Theodore Roosevelt, the uncle of the famous President Franklin Roosevelt. Later, after the victory of the Spanish-American War, Theodore Roosevelt also became the 26th president. The uncle and nephew played the same routine. Later American politicians also enjoyed this routine. For example, the famous United Nations General Assembly laundry detergent incident was a typical way to manipulate public opinion with fear and gain power. In fact, the U.S. federal government also relied on fanning fear again and again to gain greater power. You know, the original idea of the American federal government was a small government with no power. But look at it now. Can the U.S. federal government be called a small government? The same political logic works for SHIELD. They need this kind of fear so that the U.S. government will give them more resources and power. Look, Benjamin, who used to hate SHIELD so much, is now starting to loosen up on SHIELD. This is SHIELD's logic. As for evidence, haha, politics is not about saving cases. What kind of evidence is needed? Is SHIELD out of U.S. control? Yes. Does SHIELD have the ability to do all this? Yes. Does SHIELD have a reason to do this? Yes. Does SHIELD have the guts to do it? It's fucking right. Otherwise, where did all the shit come from before? Okay. All the conditions have been met. Now even if Kai says SHIELD is not a mastermind, they won't believe it. Now, do you still think I'm making a fuss? Kai looked at a few people with interest. A group of people were silent. As for SHIELD, it seems that there is nothing they dare not do when it comes to monitoring the president. They have done even more extreme things, so why are they afraid of this? After a long silence, Benjamin regained his composure. Kai did not ask them how they would deal with SHIELD, and they did not tell Kai. Some things can be kept tacitly. At least for now, Benjamin and the federal government have no intention of completely turning against SHIELD. Many things are closely related and need to be done slowly. Kai does not understand this, but these old men are all experts. So what's the good news? The good news is that Godzilla will stand on our side. This is indeed good news. After all, we have a powerful thug. This was exchanged by Kai for a nuclear bomb. The last nuclear bomb in New York was given to Godzilla as a snack. Well, if possible, I hope you can prepare some radioactive metals or nuclear bombs for me, preferably some nuclear reactors. Huh? This stuff can't be given to others blindly. Godzilla eats this stuff. Kai had no intention of hiding it, and this thing has no effect on most titans. Anyway, Mutos and Godzilla are definitely not afraid of nuclear bomb explosions. The more you bomb them, the more excited they will be. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1011 Government Response. Kai did not tell these people about the infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. by Hydra. After all, judging from the current situation, Hydra has been integrated with S.H.I.E.L.D. It does not make much sense to say it or not. Fighting Hydra is to fight S.H.I.E.L.D., and fighting S.H.I.E.L.D. is also to eliminate Hydra. In addition, in order not to alert the enemy, it is better to fight Hydra in secret. Just after Kai left the White House President's office, Miss Carter and Captain America at the Shadow Bureau were summoned to the office by the President himself. Ms. Carter, Captain Steve Rogers. Are you still willing to serve the United States? Can we still trust you? Benjamin used a very high tone at the beginning, which made Carter and Steve a little overwhelmed. Of course. Although I am not very adaptable to this world, there is no doubt that I am still willing to dedicate everything to this country, but the premise is that our cause is right and just. Steve was the first to lose his temper. To be honest, he actually didn't like the current government. He didn't like the government before he fell asleep. But at least, everyone is really fighting for the future of mankind. After all, no matter how you look at it, the future after the Nazis take over the world will be extremely bad. But the current government, he would watch the news, and he could also learn some government secrets from Carter, and know the truth of some things. He had to admit that the current United States had become the country he had once worked hard to fight against. History was cyclical. But he was an American himself, and that could not be changed. So even if he was powerless to change it, he still did not want to become the executioner of politicians. So he would make some things clear first. Benjamin nodded, and he did not make any comments on this. How could he not know what kind of moral character his family was? It can only be said that Steve was too naive. The United States could have what it is today by relying on stealing, cheating, and stealing food to grow. But what can I say? This kind of person can make people feel at ease. After all, he is stupid. Carter was also a little speechless about Steve's speech. Can you not tell the truth? Of course, this is exactly why Carter likes Steve. Men are cuter when they are naive. I have been fighting for this country all my life. I never thought that I would be questioned about my loyalty by you, the President of the United States. This bothers me. Carter said this confidently. Benjamin in front of him was only 50 years old, and he was in his prime. But the problem was, in front of Carter, Benjamin was just a junior. Questioning my loyalty to the country? What are you doing? When I was fighting the Nazis on the battlefield, your father didn't know what he was doing. This was a reversal of the guest and the host. Benjamin didn't feel angry about this. After all, the other party was qualified. Even if the other party looked much younger than himself, his age was there. Not only that, the other party really knew a lot of political bigwigs. Many of the young people of the two parties in the past have now become bigwigs of the two parties. Anyway, the people she knew who were still alive have basically become bigwigs. However, Benjamin still didn't relax and stared at Carter. Carter frowned and found that something was wrong. At first, she thought that the president had some difficult things for them to do. And most of them were not very fair. Carter was certainly not happy. She founded SHIELD for a great vision, but when she left, SHIELD went astray. Now that it was finally restarted, the president asked her to come. Isn't this a fuss? She was not happy to let the Shadow Bureau become the white glove of the rich and powerful, just like that dead ghost Amanda. That's why she showed off her seniority right from the start. Otherwise, how could she do such an offensive thing so nakedly? But now Benjamin's expression didn't look like that. I can guarantee my loyalty to this country. There's no need to doubt my determination. In the end, Carter chose to compromise. Anyway, let's make it clear that I'm loyal to the country, not to the president personally. Benjamin nodded. He didn't have to make this promise. After all, people lie with their mouths. It's just nice words. Who can't say it? He just used this to express his attitude. This matter is extremely serious. He still believed in the couple in front of him. Carter, as she said, had served the United States since before World War II until retirement. There was no need to doubt her position. Steve, well, there was even less doubt about it. It's hard for this seemingly smart guy to betray. What do you think about the Titan creatures? Benjamin got down to business. The two looked at each other. What do you think? Of course they decided to watch. Although they were still quite confident in themselves, the Titan creatures, that really can't be solved by confidence. We received intelligence that the revival of the Titan creatures is not a coincidence. Benjamin didn't keep it a secret. After all, the Shadow Bureau needed to do something. Carter's face changed. Could it be man-made? Unfortunately, you guessed it right, Benjamin said with a sullen face. Who would do such a thing? Carter quickly reacted to Benjamin's attitude just now. You don't suspect. S.H.I.E.L.D. This scared Steve. He just didn't like S.H.I.E.L.D.'s way of doing things before. Later, he learned that Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., so he was particularly hostile to S.H.I.E.L.D., but he never thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. would dare to do this. Steve has heard Carter talk about Titan creatures. That thing is really a super weapon that can destroy the human world. Hydra really dares. But on second thought, what can't these lunatics do? They are not afraid of getting themselves killed. This is also the reason why I came to you. You know S.H.I.E.L.D. best. I hope you can tell me in the most objective manner whether this is possible. Benjamin stared at Carter. If she denied it, he would immediately change someone. But there is no doubt that she is the best candidate. Although it is a bit strange to say this, but the current S.H.I.E.L.D. has completely deviated from the original intention when Howard and I founded S.H.I.E.L.D. Well, this is absolutely true. Howard died because of this. If you ask me if S.H.I.E.L.D. today has this possibility and does these things, my answer is that it is completely possible. Carter said this not because of the previous cosmic cube and other things. In fact, even if Carter himself is still in the position of S.H.I.E.L.D., he will still study this kind of thing. In fact, in 1945, Howard Stark handed it over to S.H.I.E.L.D. after preparing to salvage it from the Arctic Ocean, which was in Carter's hands at the time. After that, in 1980, S.H.I.E.L.D. launched the Pegasus project. At that time, Peggy Carter was still the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., but because of some accidents, the Cosmic Cube was lost, which involved another story, which I will not talk about here. It was not until 1989 that Carter resigned from the position of director of S.H.I.E.L.D. because of the Ant-Man incident. As for Ares, the same is true. With such a great power, who can resist not studying it if they have a little ambition? Well, Kai won't. That's because he doesn't have a big pattern. After all, he is just a small policeman. What's the use of having such a big pattern? So there is no right or wrong in this kind of thing. There are only issues of stance. If you S.H.I.E.L.D. are really for the future of mankind, Carter might even help you a little, but your mother, you are Hydra. That's it. Even if you do good things, it's a conspiracy. And to be honest, if Hydra really knows about the Titan creatures, Carter doesn't believe that they don't have ideas. Well, now you probably know your mission, Benjamin said quickly. S.H.I.E.L.D. has lost control and has begun to threaten the United States. No, the safety of all mankind. I hope you can prepare to fight S.H.I.E.L.D. from now on. We must eliminate S.H.I.E.L.D. Well, S.H.I.E.L.D. has now become a terrorist organization. Carter and Steve's eyes lit up. This is possible. With the extent to which S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated by Hydra, it is basically hopeless. They have been planning how to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. But no matter from their own strength or political influence, they can't really take action against S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, the U.S. government is directly on their side and defines S.H.I.E.L.D. as a terrorist organization. Then many things will be easy to say. No one knows what the President and Carter talked about afterwards. It is only known that the Shadow Bureau was approved for a secret fund, a very large fund. This fund was not allocated by the government, but was secretly allocated through commercial means, which was very covert. But what the Shadow Bureau didn't know was that shortly after Carter and Steve left, the leader of Team X, or the contact person, a dwarf in a suit walked in. This dwarf looked ridiculous, but in fact, he was an out-and-out big shot. His name was Bolivar Trask, full name Bolivar Trask. He was the founder of Trask Industries and a visionary scientist. When he was studying the secrets of human DNA, he discovered the reason why mutants can mutate, the X gene. At least that's what he thought. He was even the mentor and sponsor of Stryker, the Major General of the U.S. Army, who conducted secret experiments on mutants and was killed by Kai and his team in Canada. Although he was a dwarf, he had feelings that many normal people didn't have. He discovered the existence of a new race of mutants, and thus began to worry about the future of the entire human race. He didn't hate mutants himself. On the contrary, as a scientist, he admired their abilities very much, but he wanted to eliminate wars between humans and achieve human peace by creating mutants as a common enemy for humans. Because he felt that mutants had too much advantage, just like Homo sapiens to Neanderthals. If mutants were allowed to multiply and spread, one day, humans would disappear like Neanderthals. Founded in 1987, SK Industries claims to care about the fate of mankind and has always been at the forefront of human progress. Bolivar is also a very smooth businessman with considerable political skills and ambitions. He has reached cooperation with domestic and international organizations since the Nixon administration. He can be said to have always been at the forefront of anti-mutant. But the world is changing too fast, so fast that Trask has to change his mind. As various monsters and aliens take turns to fight, Trask also reacted that the little fact between mutants and humans is really insignificant. In fact, mutants and humans must unite with each other to keep their own fire in this great era and continue to multiply and survive. So this man behind the scenes, who should be called the mutant killer, changed his position very smoothly and became the vanguard of changing the status quo of mutants. The establishment of Team X was his handiwork. Mr. President, I hope you are not looking for me for disaster relief funds. You know, I have tried my best. Stryker is very rich. Although he is not as rich as Tony Stark, he is still one of the richest people in the United States. But he is very low-key. Few people in the United States know him, and he has a very deep relationship with the government. He is also the richest man who is most generous to the government. The government always likes to cooperate with him and beg for alms. In fact, the president plans to start with Stryker to help allocate the funds for the Shadow Bureau mentioned earlier. As for the disaster relief funds mentioned by Stryker, well, this is also one of the most troublesome things for the federal government in recent times. The disaster relief in Hawaii has just begun, and San Francisco is here again. Even the U.S. government can't come up with so much money at once. In addition, there are funds for subsequent reconstruction. In short, there are so many things to worry about, just for one thing: money. Although the major consortiums are generous for their own reputation, such as the Wayne Group and the Stark Group, they jointly donated $5 billion at one time. But it is a free donation. But it is not enough. Not every consortium is as rich as the Wayne Group and the Stark Group, and not every group's helmsman has such great determination. That's real money. But what they don't know is that the Wayne Group and the Stark Group have done this, and the masters above have to make some responses. In fact, the two major groups have received a notice from the government that they will get a part of the contract for the construction of the new city. Well, a large part. There is no way. The two major groups have money, reputation, connections, and qualifications. The key is that there are two superheroes. In addition, if the reputation of spending billions of dollars is revealed, it would be too much if the above does not respond. Some people will come out to criticize them. So in fact, let alone they donated $5 billion, they can actually make it back soon, and they can make it back with another $5 billion. The funds involved in urban reconstruction are too huge. You can make money casually. The most feared thing is those bastards who are unwilling to pay the cost and want to get something for nothing. Now the federal government and Congress have been forced to hang themselves by the huge funding gap. At this time, everyone is desperately trying to raise funds. Not to mention power for money transactions, even their own fathers don't have time to open the back door. After all, this is related to official careers. With official careers, it's all about making money. So whoever donates more money will naturally get more rewards. But those bastard capitalists are very indifferent. Facing the government and Congress's requests for help, each one seems to donate a lot. Some donate tens of millions, some donate 1 or 200 million, but in fact, for them, that's just a drop in the bucket. What's the use? Do you want to say that those people have no vision? That's not true. It's just the nature of capitalists. They make the biggest profit at the lowest cost. Tens of millions can make a good reputation. Why spend billions? Many people hate Kyan Stark. Is there anyone who does this? Driving up prices is a thing. But there is nothing we can do. Trask is undoubtedly a smart man. He also donated. Not a small amount, at least much better than those pretenders. But the problem is that he can't be compared with Kyan Stark. He also needs to advance his Sentinel project, and he really doesn't have extra funds. Vote more. Try to get 100,000 votes as soon as possible. It doesn't make much sense, but it's cool to watch. Chapter 1012 Unknowingly Becoming a Substitute. No, Doctor, although it would be a good thing if you could provide more funds, I didn't invite you here for this. Benjamin was also worried about the money, but Trask did donate a lot, and Benjamin was not at the point of grabbing a big donor. I have more important things for you to do, and this matter is even related to the survival of the entire human race. Hearing the president's serious words, Trask also restrained his expression and looked at President Benjamin seriously. At present, Trask is the leader of Team X, and he is also the person in charge of the government-invested Sentinel project. The Sentinel project is a weapon that uses intelligent machines to fight mutants. But for now, Trask has adjusted the purpose of the Sentinel project, changing the target from mutants to enemies of mankind. After learning about the vastness of the universe and the weakness of mankind, Trask realized how ridiculous and insignificant his previous views were. After jumping out of the shackles of the past, he saw another prospect of the Sentinel project from the mutants, that is, combining the characteristics of mutants to develop super sentinels to fight against those threats that threaten the survival of all mankind. Of course, due to the change of the plan's goals, many of the previous plans and achievements need to be overturned and restarted. This is also the reason why Trask has little money. After all, it takes a lot of money to overturn those achievements and research them. Even if this project is a government investment. Benjamin's attitude towards Trask is completely different from that towards Steve and Carter. Although Trask is just a businessman, he has a lot of cooperation with the government, and anyone who has come into contact with Trask will know that this dwarf has a giant's vision and a pattern that ordinary people cannot reach. This is a dwarf in body and a giant in thought. In a word, Benjamin trusts Trask. At least compared to Carter and Steve, Trask is more trustworthy. So Benjamin did not play any tricks to fight for the initiative, but directly stated his requirements. You mean SHIELD? How is that possible? Trask was well informed, but he didn't expect the president to tell him that SHIELD was conducting a secret research that could destroy the world, and even the monster siege a few days ago was the result of this research. What the hell? SHIELD, Trask had really come into contact with it. It was just that the concepts between the two were too different, and he even did some things to recruit SHIELD, which got Trask into some trouble. If it weren't for his good relationship with the government, he might have been caught, so he had a very bad impression of SHIELD, but there was one thing he admitted, that was SHIELD was indeed committed to protecting the world. Even if their methods were not so fair and above board. But so what? Was Trask's approach fair and above board? As long as the purpose was good, he didn't care about the process and means. Now the president told him that SHIELD was likely to destroy the world. How could Trask not be shocked? However, he didn't suspect that the president had framed him. After all, for such a big thing, how could it be framed? Nothing is impossible. S.H.I.E.L.D. has long been out of the control of the federal government. They are out of control. They want to bring the whole world under their control. Speaking of which, the federal government also has an unshirkable responsibility in this matter. They actually allowed such an organization to expand disorderly without hindrance. They are no longer satisfied with the current power. They want more. Benjamin actually understands S.H.I.E.L.D.'s approach. For any large organization, no matter what its purposes, its own survival and development is the most basic and original desire of this organization. This has nothing to do with who presides over this organization. When the FBI was first established, it was just a small organization that no one cared about. But after decades of development, it has long been out of the scope of the so-called police at the beginning and has become a super organization with a series of responsibilities such as intelligence collection, law enforcement, and violence. Does the FBI need to monitor domestic politicians? Does the FBI need to manipulate politics? Does the FBI need to suppress other intelligence organizations? The FBI and the CIA are not things on the same line at all, but the two have generated a lot of disputes and competition. This is the logic of the existence of superorganizations. Constant expansion, constant grabbing of power, never ending. Fortunately, Hoover is dead, otherwise, who knows what the FBI will become. But understanding is understanding. Benjamin still wants to prevent such a thing from happening. Just like the ecology of nature, once the development of one side is unbalanced, the entire ecology will be in crisis. If SHIELD continues to develop, it will inevitably threaten the federal government, not to mention that they have done such a thing, which is simply a joke with the life and death of all mankind. So it must be curbed, or even, destroyed. Is that so? Trask didn't expect SHIELD to have developed to this point. A secret agency originally derived from the federal government has threatened the survival of the federal government and even the survival of the entire human race. It really needs to be curbed. I understand, Mr. President. What do you want me to do? Team X, I need them to be prepared. This time the target is SHIELD. So, I now authorize Team X to leave the Pentagon and become a federal agency, tentatively named Agent X, and be directly responsible to me. Your mission is to recruit personnel and start investigating SHIELD. When necessary, destroy it by force. In fact, on this day, Benjamin not only met with Carter and Trask, but also the FBI and CIA, but they were only for a very small number of groups, and all of these groups were screened. As a mature politician, Benjamin never intended to put all his eggs in one basket. He would not allow the Shadow Bureau or Agent X to develop into a second SHIELD. Benjamin has planned to completely split the assets of SHIELD and divide them among several agencies at the same time to achieve a balance. This is also the usual method of the old Americans, not to allow power to be concentrated. Create more checks and balances. It turns out that this is very effective, but it's just a bit bloated. But it doesn't matter, the United States can handle it. And SHIELD knows nothing about it. No, they are not completely ignorant. At least they know that the federal government has been doing nothing recently, but the relevant intelligence is very scarce. There is no way to know what the federal government is doing. But combined with the current situation, the intelligence analysis of SHIELD has concluded that the federal government is taking some major actions for post-disaster reconstruction. Nick Fury instinctively felt that there was something wrong with this conclusion, but he couldn't say where the problem was. After all, he couldn't have imagined that in just one day, SHIELD would suddenly turn from the role of the world protector to the world destroyer. This span is too big. Even if Nick Fury's imagination is big, he couldn't think of this step. After all, he has always believed that his and SHIELD's cause is correct. Just like Hitler has always believed that his cause is just. Paranoid people are easy to succeed. But at the same time, they will turn a blind eye to many things because of paranoia. For example, he doesn't know that his role has changed. Nick Fury felt that something was wrong because of the lack of intelligence, especially the lack of intelligence against the White House, which made him feel very irritated. That's right, SHIELD has been monitoring the White House. In Nick Fury's SHIELD, the White House president, the most powerful position in the world, is a target that must be strictly guarded. If the White House does not make a decision, it will cause shocks in the world. For the sake of world peace, the president must be monitored to prevent some unnecessary crises. This is reasonable, right? After all, SHIELD is the guardian of the world. It needs to be responsible for the world. In the eyes of SHIELD and Nick Fury, no one in the world does not need supervision, except themselves. But soon, the president's speech in Congress dispelled some of Nick Fury's doubts. The president is going to levy taxes. The United States has always advocated liberalism, likes to tout the free market, and throws everything to the market. For example, the first reaction of the U.S. government to the big school shooting incident was not to ban robbery or strengthen the school security level, but to introduce the free market and let insurance companies enter. Touting liberalism, then the big government will naturally become an obstacle, and the free market does not need government intervention. Those capitalists wish that the government would not care about anything, and it would be best if the head of government played poker in the White House every day like a long time ago. The 29th President of the United States, Warren G. Harding, and his famous poker cabinet, were notorious for not caring about anything but corruption and bribery. As for raising taxes? Basically, any tax increase in the United States will receive extremely fierce opposition, except for tax increases on the rich. Of course, this kind of thing is nothing to the rich. Because American rich people always have ways to avoid taxes, legal ones. Many people like to talk about American rich people doing charity, saying that Americans will do charity when they have money. As a result, they despise their own country's people who are rich but unkind, and even if they do charity, it is a show, and their double standards are flying. Such people are either stupid or bad. In the United States, charity is a business, because it can avoid taxes. Many people say that American rich people will not leave money to their children, but will only leave their life experiences and wisdom to future generations. This is pure nonsense. If this is true, how did those rich families come from? The real situation is that in the United States, inheritance and property gifts are subject to heavy taxes. Direct inheritance means that you need to pay a large sum of money to the government, the famous Rockefeller family, in order to let his son inherit the property, gifted all his property to his son before the property gift tax was officially levied, so he didn't pay a penny of tax. In addition, there was already an inheritance tax at that time, and it was getting higher and higher. Nowadays, the inheritance tax is about half of all assets, including real estate, artworks, etc., all are appraised and half is levied, so family funds and charitable funds have become the best inheritance. Because there is no tax to pay, no inheritance tax and property gift tax, but the fund generates income and still has to pay tax, so many parents of the second generation of rich people will say that I will not leave a penny to my descendants, and all the money will be donated to the charitable foundation I established, so that they can become free and hard-working people, etc. But it is hard to say what professions those second generations of rich people will do in the future. They must be the actual controllers of the charitable foundation. So it is actually very difficult to tax the rich, because it is impossible to collect it at all. So why did Benjamin do this? Raise taxes on the middle class? That will affect his career. Raising taxes on the rich will not only not bring much money, but will also be targeted by the rich class, which is not worth a loss. The answer was soon announced. Tax traditional energy. And increase the tax heavily. The petrochemical industry will be taxed at a rate of 25%. This is a simple increase. This was unimaginable before. After all, the energy industry is related to national security, and any tax increase will cause turmoil. But a magical thing happened. Except for the major traditional energy companies that reacted violently, everyone else was emotionally stable and even cheered for the president loudly. When Nick Fury saw this, he immediately understood that the president was planning to take action against the traditional energy interest groups. This is not a trivial matter. At the same time, Nick Fury also admitted that this action seemed dangerous, but in fact it was not as difficult as imagined. First of all, the president talked about environmental protection. This is politically correct, especially after the Atlanteans went to war with the land people because of environmental protection. Secondly, traditional energy is outdated. After China announced that the microcontrolled reactor had been successfully tested and intended to promote it at the fastest speed, the importance of traditional energy such as oil has further declined. The structure of the petrodollar no longer has a foundation. After all, some major countries have begun to get rid of their dependence on oil. After the intervention of the Stark Group, the new energy industry in the United States has made great progress. At this stage, more than half of the power grids in the United States have begun to connect to new energy and no longer rely on fossil energy for power generation. After that, the Stark Group launched new energy vehicles, new energy aircraft and other projects. This has once again exacerbated the decline of the status of traditional energy. Therefore, national energy security does not need to rely on fossil energy. Secondly, domestic political forces also support this matter. Not to mention the new energy interest groups, they wish all traditional energy would die. Secondly, other interest groups, because of the difficult times faced by the country, must also pull out a fat pig to slaughter and recover blood. At this stage, the United States is crying for money everywhere. It seems that Congress is even afraid that these traditional energy groups will not die fast enough. It also proposed to launch an environmental investigation. It is basically self-evident who this is aimed at. In this way, a large fine will be issued, and it will be another large sum of money. Benjamin did not use this to confuse SHIELD specifically. Although SHIELD is important, it has not reached this point. Taxation is the focus, and SHIELD is incidental. But the effect was surprisingly good. Although Nick Fury had some doubts, he was relieved. As for the collapse of the White House intelligence network, even if he was unhappy, what could he do? Would he go and argue with the president? He could only think of a solution slowly, and at the same time he had to be careful to prevent the White House from linking the matter to S.H.I.E.L.D. This was bad. Nick Fury found that nothing had been going well recently. So, he was even more eager for the Inside Project. He needed to take concrete actions to dispel other people's doubts about S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, after several consecutive crises, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s performance was really unsatisfactory. As for the controversy surrounding the Inside Project, Nick Fury believed that as long as the Inside Project was launched, all the arguments would be just arguments. Chapter 1013 This organization has no future. Hydra is also concerned about the Inside Project, but there has been considerable debate within Hydra about the development of the Inside Project. The so-called Inside Project is to predict whether a person will pose a threat to the stable order in the future by analyzing each person's experience and information. Those who are threatening will be eliminated by the aerospace mothership before the threat occurs. In detail, it is to predict a person's future through his past behavior, including what he has said, the books he has read, the music he has listened to, the movies he has watched, the clubs he has participated in, the microblogs he has posted, liked, and forwarded, the emails he has sent, every phone call, every text message every day, the circle of activities, the professional attributes, the educational experience, the medical situation, the blood type and the constellation, etc. If the predicted result is not what the designer expects, then these people will be cleaned to ensure that the designer's will is implemented. Before every behavior that is unfavorable to the designer occurs, the person who acts will be eliminated. It's just that Hydra has changed the core algorithm of the Inside Project, and anyone who threatens Hydra's rule will be marked by the Inside algorithm and then humanely destroyed. This is nothing. Hydra has always been so simple and crude in its ruling style, as if this group of people likes to be villains by nature, and always likes to do such exciting and unhuman things. Let's not talk about how many people will be marked as dangerous elements by the Inside Plan if it really succeeds. Just say that if this thing is really implemented, there will definitely be a lot of people who dislike Hydra's rule, and the more people are killed, the more people will hate Hydra. Isn't this a dead end? Of course, the people of Hydra have always been clear-minded. They think this is just right. Kill all the people with a rebellious spirit, and the rest will be obedient people, right? Don't laugh. These grandsons really think so. It's just that now, there are little disagreements within Hydra. For example, what about those monsters? This includes superheroes, other powers, Atlanteans, Titan creatures, ancient gods and so on. The world is changing too fast, and Hydra didn't expect that the world would become like this in just a few years. The world used to be so simple, everyone was about the same, the most powerful was only Captain America, a little bit stronger, but at least he could handle it. But now, look at Kai, Batman, Hannibal, Flash, the 3 Chicago women, and those inexplicable superheroes, such as Venom, who has been hiding in Los Angeles and rarely has any activity records, and Ghost Rider, who never shows up in front of people. None of these messed up guys is easy to deal with. Can the Inside Project really deal with them? If not, is the Inside Project really necessary? Would that expose themselves in advance? At that time, their best hiding place, S.H.I.E.L.D., will inevitably be abandoned. Become the target of joint attack by all forces. Many Hydras don't think they can withstand the attack of those people. So the Inside Project should be postponed. But some Hydras can't wait. The top leaders of Hydra are a group of ambitious people, and they are a group of very old ambitious people. Yes, this is why they are so stubborn. Many of them grew up during World War II. And now the youngest is already in his 70s, and they are all old and weak. Although there are ways to prolong life within Hydra, most of the leaders of Hydra are selfish, and many of the ways to prolong life are kept to themselves and will not benefit others at all. Therefore, many of the core leaders of Hydra are very old, and no one knows how long they can live. They have been fighting for it all their lives. Isn't it just to realize their ambitions? Now that the opportunity is in front of them, how can they give up? Giving up means that there will be no better opportunity before they close their eyes. This is just like many ancient emperors pursuing immortality. Do they really believe in immortality? Not necessarily. How many wise and capable lords, who have been smart all their lives, how could they be deceived by such a small trick? But they are old and have no choice, so they can only gamble on such a low probability event. Don't they know that their pursuit of immortality will cause turmoil in the court? They know it better than anyone else, but they don't care. Anyway, he's going to die, So who cares about the flood after his death? If it really succeeds, it will be simple. They are confident that they can clean up the mess. Those Hydras who support the Inside Project also think so. If it succeeds, everything will be fine. As for failure, they won't live long anyway, so what does it have to do with them? Resurrect them and punish them if you have the guts. Of course, the entire Hydra is not such a short-sighted and selfish person. At least Alexander Pierce is very clear-headed. As the top leader of Hydra in North America, if he is so short-sighted, Hydra will not develop to its current level. Of course, the reason why he can be so detached is also related to his own means of prolonging life. Mrs. Viper just handed him a large amount of blood orchid extract, which will extend his life for decades. The Inside Project can no longer go on. Our plan must be changed. Alexander's right-hand man, John Garrett, codenamed Clairvoyant, fiercely opposed the decision of those immortals. John Garrett is in a very bad state now. His project, the Death Warrior Project, a derivative of the Super Soldier Project, has reached the experimental stage. John Garrett was diagnosed with cancer not long ago. In order to save his life, he became the first test subject of the Death Warrior Project, which led to organ failure and dying. If it weren't for the Hydra scientists who installed mechanical organs on him, he would have died by now. So he began to seek ways to prolong his life. The alien serum hidden inside S.H.I.E.L.D. is his last chance. If the Inside Project is launched now, apart from anything else, his serum is likely to be ruined, which Garrett absolutely cannot accept. If the Inside Project is not exposed, he is still an 8th-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he is also a veteran of S.H.I.E.L.D. He and Nick Fury are of the same period. With his connections and Alexander's help, it is not difficult to get the serum to prolong his life. Now that the Inside Project has come out, it's hanging. You know, he has always supported the Inside Project in the past. But plans can't keep up with changes. The world is changing too fast. In the current situation, he thinks the success rate of the Inside Project is not high. If it succeeds, everything will be fine. But what if it fails? Isn't that really the end? This is what he can't accept. Ruling the world or something like that, he can wait until he solves his own problems before doing it. Alexander is also having a headache. Things are not that simple. If we stop the plan now, those people won't give up. Alexander is a little helpless now. Because those guys are almost dead of old age. Even if Alexander is the boss, he can't suppress them. They are almost dead, so why should he be afraid of a leader? This is also the first time that Alexander has faced such a situation of forcing the palace. The key is that those people are still die-hard Hydra, and they are doing the cause that Hydra has always pursued. As a leader, he can't destroy himself, right? This is like the Renaissance, when the church was very conservative and targeted and persecuted those progressive scholars everywhere, but what many people don't know is that the Pope at that time was actually quite open-minded, pretending not to see some progressive cultures, and even secretly supported them. After all, in any organization or any religion, as long as a person reaches the top, they can't be devout believers. The higher you go, the less devout your faith becomes. The pinnacle of any organization or industry is basically equal to a politician. Alexander is one of them. Hydra did develop a lot of members with their principles, but Alexander actually didn't believe in them at all. The reason why he still held on to this banner was because it was beneficial to him. This is the thinking of a politician. Maybe, Garrett suddenly thought of something and looked at his old leader. Alexander looked at him. This matter was pushed forward by Nick Fury. If there's a problem on his side, then, those old guys won't blame us for it, right? Garrett said to Alexander meaningfully. Alexander frowned, but is this possible? Nick won't let anyone catch him? Yes, he won't. But we will, Garrett said with a smile. This time we are exposed? No, it won't. Leave it to me, I will let those nosy superheroes find out for themselves. Anyway, even if it is a normal inside plan, it is impossible for those superheroes to accept it. Garrett said confidently. Indeed, even a normal version of the Inside Project would not be accepted by a normal society. So S.H.I.E.L.D.'s initial plan was to do it first and talk about it later. As long as Social Security is greatly improved, then all this is worth it. The logic of those politicians above and those ordinary people below is completely different. They can understand the benefits of doing this. At that time, the debate is always a debate. S.H.I.E.L.D. has got the benefits anyway. But what if the incident was exposed before it happened? That would be a lot of fun. Even if those politicians want to pretend not to see it, it won't work. Thinking about it this way, this is the opposite. But in this way, Dr. Zola is very likely to be sacrificed. Alexander was still a little hesitant. After all, the core algorithm involves Dr. Zola. Once Dr. Zola is found out, it will be a huge loss for Hydra. After all, Zola's current state is one of Hydra's most important assets. No, on the contrary, I think Dr. Zola is Hydra's most terrible negative asset. I don't think anyone would want Dr. Zola to come out, right? Unlike Alexander, Garrett's words were full of fear and disgust for Zola. He didn't even hide it. We have sealed it for so many years, isn't it because his condition may destroy us? Alexander was silent. After a long time. What are you going to do? Garrett was overjoyed and blurted out immediately, I remember that Black Widow seems to be no longer determined, right? Clairvoyance is not just a code name. As Garrett, who possesses the underlying algorithm of the Insight Plan, has a special ability, that is, prediction. This prediction is not based on metaphysics, but on big data calculations. According to extremely complex algorithms, large-scale calculations of individual behaviors are performed to draw conclusions. It may not be completely correct, but it does give people a feeling that the future can be predicted. Then do it beautifully, don't leave any handles. Alexander tacitly agreed with Garrett's idea. Understood. Garrett promised immediately. So, a group of evil villains gathering together is actually the stupidest thing. Please, we are all bad guys. Why do you think that a bad guy will selflessly dedicate himself to another bad guy? It is normal for these people to gather together, calculate each other, and pull each other's legs. This warns us one thing, never join some weird organizations casually. Those organizations can either make you cry with stupidity, or they will kill you. New York at night is brightly lit, with singing and dancing, full of the fireworks of the prosperous world. Kai rarely changed his daily work clothes and casual clothes and put on a formal gray suit. This is a gift that Raven bought for Kai 2 days ago. By the way, she also bought Kai a pair of sapphire cufflinks from a charity auction. It is said to be an antique. Although New York has experienced an alien invasion, New Yorkers do not seem to be greatly affected. On the contrary, New Yorkers are very proud of it. After all, compared with Los Angeles and San Francisco, New York's losses are really nothing. New Yorkers believe that the Big Apple is a place favored by God. Otherwise, why is it that New York has the most superheroes? No matter what happens, there will be superheroes to help them. No one can do it. The tragedy in San Francisco, Hawaii and Los Angeles first affected New York's housing prices. It went up again. Many American magazines even ranked New York at the top of the latest city safety rankings. To be honest, Kai suspected that the real estate developers paid for it. The crime rate in New York has indeed dropped recently. After all, the whole city is recruiting a large number of workers. Even if you don't know anything, you can make a living by working as a handyman on the construction site. Now New York has already seen a difficult situation in recruiting workers. First, the living standard in New York is high, so the labor is naturally more expensive. Second, many people don't think much of these jobs. The whole city is in ruins, and there are many job opportunities. Why do you have to go to the construction site? Being a waiter is also fine. In this case, various construction companies can only increase their salaries or hire illegal immigrants. This undoubtedly absorbs many social instability factors. With jobs, not many people will take risks. How can the public security be bad? This makes New Yorkers think that they are the strongest city in the entire United States, and they are proud of it. Once a person becomes confident, he will naturally want to express it. As the saying goes, it is called showing off. So recently, various fundraising activities have been launched in New York to raise money for the sister city. This trend has even caused all kinds of celebrities in Los Angeles to run to New York, because Los Angeles does not have the ability to prepare large-scale events at this stage. The looting movement in Los Angeles has made Los Angeles lose face. In addition, many buildings need to be evaluated before they can be used, especially public buildings. Therefore, if celebrities in Los Angeles want to be on the front page, they have to go to New York. This makes New York really star-studded during this period. Kai received an invitation today. Kai usually does not participate in such cocktail parties, because it is boring. But this time is different. The mayor personally invited him, and this is a charity gala jointly held by the city government and the Wayne Group and Stark, two major consortiums. Kai has to give some face. So Kai can only pinch his nose and rush over. Originally, Kai was going to let Raven be his female companion, but because the three little ones at home are at the important moment of choosing a school, she needs to supervise them to review. The real good schools in the United States require written tests and interviews. A strict batch. So Kai had no choice but to let Natalie be his female companion. Chapter 1014. Sorry it's late. How have you been lately? Natasha held his arm, and the two of them walked forward, whispering to each other. Flashlights would occasionally light up around them, capturing the two of them in one photo after another. Kai and Natasha were both very calm about it, and this was considered a small scene. Recently, New York has almost become a city of parties. According to incomplete statistics from the media, in the first 10 days of this month, there have been more than 300 charity receptions held throughout New York City. An average of 30 a day. Although these charity parties are large and small, this has also caused the city's celebrities to become very busy, rushing to banquets all day long. At this juncture, of course, it's not that no one criticized New York's approach, but it can't stop others from waving the banner of charity. 300 charity receptions have raised a total of more than $1 billion in donations. Isn't this more practical than those moralists who stand on the moral high ground and despise New Yorkers for having fun? We are not having fun, we are doing practical things. Not bad. Just a little tired, Natasha said a little weakly, but when she saw the camera lens pointed at her, her face immediately changed, and she looked energetic. Kai was shocked to see her face change 3 times in this short time of speaking. This skill is simply amazing. As a senior executive of Stark Group, Natasha naturally has no shortage of invitations to this type of cocktail parties, and she is also in charge of the public relations department, so she has to attend many times. So now even if she accompanies Kai to the cocktail party, she still can't get interested, and she has become a little tired of it. Of course, she hasn't really done nothing recently. She is still tirelessly investigating that Riven. Unfortunately, there is nothing to gain. This is very abnormal. No matter what, a person will always leave a mark in the world. But that Riven, there is no trace at all. This makes Natasha feel that this woman is more and more suspicious. If it was just a dispute of will before, now the nature has changed. Natasha has always had an illusion that Riven has a familiar feeling. But she can't remember where this familiarity came from. It was not until she investigated for so long and found nothing that she remembered where this familiarity came from. Red House. The Red House, a secret organization affiliated with the former Soviet Union, is responsible for training female agents, also known as Black Widows. This organization has collected many war orphans, and Natasha is one of them. The Red House will teach them etiquette, culture, dance and other skills from an early age. Of course, the use of firearms and close combat skills required by spies are also indispensable. The learning process is very difficult. The Red House completely treats them as killing machines and does not have the care that ordinary people need. Women who come out of there have no past. Including Natasha, she also has no past. Her family and memories were destroyed in the flames of Stalingrad during World War II. It was also from then on that her future was changed. She was sent to the Red House for training. Natasha is unwilling to recall that memory. She was trained as an agent by agents in the Red House. After her body was transformed by the former Soviet government, her aging speed was greatly slowed down. And her immune system and ability to resist blows were enhanced. In addition to her own years of physical and mental training, she has become a deadly poisonous spider Black Widow. At the same time, she is also the only Black Widow in her class. The Red House's training of trainees is extremely cruel. They first let all the young girls who were trained live together and train intensively. They also focus on training their ability to cooperate with each other, so that they can become friends and relatives. But when graduation is approaching, the Red House throws these girls into the wilderness and limits them to return within 2 weeks, but gives them only enough supplies for one person to survive. Natasha successfully survived the graduation ceremony and became the only Black Widow of that class. This is also the purpose of the Red House. They want to completely destroy people's free views and make people a real killing tool. This is the origin of the Black Widow. Only one student in each class of the Red House will graduate and become a Black Widow without humanity. Before the collapse of the Soviet Union, Natasha launched a rebellion, destroyed the Red House, and even killed the whole family of Drekov, the leader of the Red House at that time. She set fire to Drekhov's daughter and wife with her own hands. She watched the little girl being engulfed by flames. After that, she came to the United States and joined SHIELD. She thought that the Red House had been destroyed by herself, and the Red House would never appear in her life again. But she didn't expect to meet Raven. The woman gave her a feeling, very familiar. Just like the colleague she got along with in the Red House. This made Natasha instantly intend to kill Raven. The remaining poison of the Red House must not be allowed to harm the world. But the problem is that Raven is not an ordinary person. She is Kai's sister. This is a bit tricky. Should I kill his sister in front of Kai? Although this sister has problems. So recently, Natasha has been worrying about how to explain this to Kai, and at the same time, she also needs to know clearly what the relationship between Kai and the sister is. Are they really siblings? Impossible. Natasha knows that Kai does have two blood brothers, but they are not familiar with each other and don't interact much with each other. Is it another illegitimate child? The two walked across the red carpet and entered the venue. This is a more formal private charity fundraiser. It's just a bit large in scale. Not only will the mayor of New York attend, but also the senior executives of Stark Group and Wayne Group will participate, and even Kai and Tony Stark will attend. So the specifications are a bit too high. In this way, it also brings a lot of attention. It is also this attention that makes more people flock to this charity gala. As a result, the participants are basically big and small figures in the entertainment industry, including singers, movie stars, philanthropists, critics, producers, etc. Even some small stars and internet celebrities are trying their best to mix in. The reporters shooting around are basically the poor social animals who are ordered to take pictures. They have to squat outside the venue in the cold wind at night, wait for people to enter, and then go home to rush out rainbow fart articles to publish tomorrow to promote their bosses and friendly stars. This kind of miserable treatment. Most netizens who look at those reports and scold the editor for being stupid, will not think about it. Fortunately, Kai's timely appearance is a hot spot. Kai has been very outstanding recently. Kai has participated in 3 major crises. Although in the 3 major crises, people thought that Batman was the key to one crisis, and Godzilla was the key to the other 2 crises. He was just a supporting role with more scenes. But it was barely a hot topic, which made those working people a little more excited. What? There are so many stars. Isn't that enough? Now the pursuit of stars in the United States is obviously much weaker, and people prefer to pursue those supernatural phenomena and strange superheroes. This has even led to a significant decline in the attention of many stars. However, this does not affect the competition among many female stars. High cut deep V, side exposed back exposed, low top and short bottom are all basic elements, and you can see a good view at any time. After all, this is the ultimate weapon for blogging. Who can resist female stars selling their bodies? Anyway, if there are few magazines in front of Kai, those magazines selling bodies will also attract his attention at the first time. Of course, Kai looks at them with a purely appreciative eye. As the saying goes, the greatest temptation for women is when they wear clothes, because there is a sense of expectation to uncover the mystery. On the contrary, being naked is not interesting. People are just the thing. Who can grow flowers? Kai has no interest in socializing. Although many people wanted to chat with this superhero at the beginning, even if it was just to take some photos, they would not be able to brag or fool people in the future. But people who are familiar with Kai know that he doesn't like taking photos. He doesn't like taking photos with people. So after Kai made a gesture of no strangers allowed, most people present knew what was good for him and stopped bothering him. Those who can enter this occasion, no matter what, are people with some status and will not do things that deliberately offend others. Besides, there must be benefits to being annoying. If you really offend Kai, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. It is completely unnecessary to offend Kai for that little bit of profit. On the contrary, Natasha is much busier. As the leader of the public relations department of Stark Group, her image outside not only represents herself, but also represents the entire Stark. Even if she is not willing, she needs to make a corresponding gesture. The recent large donations from the Stark Group and the Wayne Group have made the 2 major financial groups very popular. Everyone knows that the 2 financial groups are rich. But now they know that the 2 financial groups are willing to spend money. Many people saw that the 2 financial groups could actually donate so much money, and naturally thought, since you are so rich and can throw out billions without blinking an eye, it's okay to give me some, right? So many people set their sights on the two major financial groups. Naturally, Natasha became a popular figure. Kai just stayed in the corner, holding a glass of ice water, aimlessly watching those people of all kinds performing the various aspects of the world there. Although Kai didn't participate in such circles, he also knew what these circles were like. After all, he had also been in Los Angeles. Let's put it this way. In that broken place of Hollywood, even the dogs of those stars may not be clean. This is not Kai's prejudice, but that circle is really as dirty as it can be. When Kai was in Los Angeles, he saw a lot of information that was not convenient to be made public. Many of the information there did not even need to be polished before being published as pornographic articles, and the relationships between those people were very chaotic. So although Kai admired them, he didn't dare to drive the bus. Just as Kai was bored and waiting for the mayor and Stark to come, so that he could show up and then leave, he unexpectedly ran into acquaintances. Charlize Theron and Harley Quinn. Kai was stunned. He hadn't seen them for a while. Kai was still very happy to meet good friends here. At least Kai knew that Charlize was a self-disciplined person. Of course, this was relative. After all, living in such a circle, there were always some scumbags. Kai couldn't ask for more. Who wouldn't do one or two bad things in this world? If Kai really wanted to be a clean freak, he wouldn't have any friends. The people around him quickly noticed the situation here. In this kind of cocktail party, charity is actually not very important. Who'll donate how much money? Everyone already knows it before the cocktail party starts. Those who really come to this kind of cocktail party are not here for donations. If they really want to donate, they can donate online. There is no need to go through so much trouble to come here. What everyone values is the social atmosphere here, the charm of the circle. So most people who come here have their own social goals, such as meeting a few people who can help their careers, or simply expanding their network of contacts. In this case, listening to all directions and keeping an eye on all directions become basic qualities. As a first-line actress in Hollywood, although she is a little old. Well, 30-something is indeed a big age for a female star. Many female stars are popular but disappear after the age of 30. It is rare for a female star like Charlize Theron who entered the industry at the age of 19 and has been in a prosperous state until now. You should know that actresses of this age are the most embarrassing. Playing a little girl, the age is there. It is a bit embarrassing to pretend to be young. It is absolutely a small probability that a grandmother in her 50s or 60s will play a 16-year-old girl in the entertainment industry. Grandma Liu is awesome. And men's aesthetics have always been very specific. They like young, beautiful and good-looking women. 30-somethings approaching 40 can basically only play some mother-level roles, but these roles are not mainstream roles. It is difficult to stand out. It is very rare for Charlize Theron to still enjoy the treatment of a top star at this age. But it has basically reached the top. She will either develop in the direction of an artist, such as making art films specifically for awards, and playing some important supporting roles in some big productions to maintain her popularity, and finally become an industry benchmark, and then wait to receive the Lifetime Achievement Award. Or get married and become a rich wife. This is the favorite way out for many female stars. After all, you don't have to be so tired and you can enjoy it to the fullest. It is definitely a good way out. At most, it is easy to divorce, but divorce is not that bad. After all, you can get a lot of property after a divorce, which is not a loss. When you get old, you can just keep a young man and live a romantic life. Charlize Theron is facing such an embarrassment. But looking at her recent movements, it seems that she is planning to move towards the direction of an artist. But when seeing her and Kai talking happily, many people have an idea in their hearts. Charlize Theron is going to live again. At this stage, Hollywood and the mainland entertainment industry are actually no different. Traffic is king, but it is not so naked. Charlize Theron once had a scandal with Kai, but at that time Kai's attention was very low. He was just a small policeman in Los Angeles, and he could not attract much attention no matter what. But it is different now. Because the two have not been in the same frame for a long time, everyone has gradually forgotten about it. But now it seems that the original scandal was not groundless. Then things are different. It is calculated that Charlize Theron herself can't think of it, and her agency will not let go of this hot spot. Those agencies are simply too skilled in gossip hype. This kind of hype is the most economical and affordable hype. Anyway, it's just a picture at the beginning, and then it's all up to editing. The key is that this kind of hype has been tried and tested. Gossip, all mankind loves it. As long as the title is explosive enough, there is no need to worry about no one reading it. In this way, Charlize Theron's attention will naturally go to a higher level. With such attention, it will be much easier to take on some big productions next. She has acting skills. After all, she has to be a performing artist. She has good looks. Although many European and American women in their 30s are not good looking, Charlize Theron's looks are really good. She doesn't look old at all. Now add the attention. Why don't those big productions invite her? Young and handsome actors do have their advantages, but which director doesn't like this kind of old gun who is outstanding in all aspects? High attention plus the fan effect can bring more attention to the film. How much publicity fee is needed to achieve this publicity effect? Look at those big productions. Which one's publicity fee is not astronomical? Isn't it for that little attention? Harley, don't you work in New York? Why can't I see you in New York? After chatting with Charlize Theron for a few words, Kate turned the topic to Harley. Harley was transferred to a psychiatric research institute in New York. But later, Kay hardly heard from her. I changed my job a long time ago and now I work in a government department. Government department? Kay looked at Harley curiously. What department needs a psychiatrist? Chapter 1015, Sexy Operation. Harley hesitated and said directly, it's the confidentiality department. Huh? A psychiatrist joins a department that needs to be kept confidential? However, Kai did not continue to ask. Although he could not care about the trouble of leaking secrets, the problem was that Harley could not. She still had to work. What about your research? Harley really loves those mental illnesses. Now that she joins the confidentiality department, won't her research be interrupted? No. I still do my previous job, but there are many things that cannot be told to the public. Harley was quite happy to talk about this. She originally worked in a department that could not speak. The department was very mysterious. Even her work permit said that she was a psychological profiler of the FBI, and there was no department name at all, but she didn't care. After all, she could study the famous Bucky Barnes. This was a rare opportunity. She was very interested in that kind of brainwashing. But soon, she changed jobs. It was not that she changed jobs, but that she was sent to SHIELD as a whole package. Harley was a little uncomfortable with this, but fortunately, there was not much change from before, except that the work permit was changed to SHIELD. Since becoming a researcher at SHIELD, she has also made a special effort to understand the nature of SHIELD's work, and found that she has become a member of the world's protectors. It feels quite strange, but it is undeniable that the feeling of being able to protect the world is quite good. So now Miss Harley, looking at the prosperity in front of her, is still a little proud in her heart. After all, her job is to ensure that such scenes are not disturbed. So whenever she sees people being able to live their lives freely, she always feels relieved in her heart. It's very strange. But she also understands the mentality of those superheroes. Just as the three were chatting, the protagonist finally came. Tony still drove his mecha down from the sky in a show-off manner. Although this is definitely a serious violation of traffic regulations, there is no way, no one cares. Then it was the mayor. Looking at the mayor's face that was about to burst with laughter, you can tell that he has been doing well recently. Of course, the mayor of New York recently appeared on Time magazine and was named the most capable mayor in the United States. Of course, he is qualified to be happy, and what makes him even happier is that if he continues as he is now, re-election is not a problem at all. The mayor has a very clear plan for his career. He plans to continue to be re-elected. After all, he is still young. If he leaves the position of mayor now, he can either run for the Senate or directly run for president. Although running for the Senate is good, the next step is more difficult. First of all, he does not have enough qualifications and connections in the party to make further progress. If he wants to get a greater promotion in the Senate, he needs to wait for seniority. It will be very difficult to achieve results in the Senate. Another problem is exposure. There are many senators, but there is only one mayor of New York. As for running for president, to be honest, it is not a good idea. At this stage, President Benjamin is far ahead in the polls. And even many people from both parties have begun to propose amending the Constitution to relax the restrictions on re-election so that President Benjamin can continue to sit. There is no point for him to run for election except to accompany the runner-up. It is better to stay in the position of mayor of New York, work hard, and lay a solid political foundation. Moreover, New York is a place with high exposure. As long as the qualifications are improved, there will be more options in the future. Kai chatted with Tony for a few words, and then he found a corner and waited for the auction. After the auction, he could go home. At this time, Natasha also returned to Kai's side. Kai took the opportunity to introduce Sheraz and Harley to her. What Kai didn't notice was that when Kai introduced them, Sheraz's expression was a little unnatural, but it soon passed. Kai, a grown man, naturally didn't care about these details, but Natasha was very sensitive to it. By the way, after chatting for a while, Sheraz and Harley left on the pretext of something. After walking a few steps away, Harley suddenly said to Sheraz, "What's wrong? Are you giving up?" The unnaturalness on Sheraz's face became more obvious. "How could I? Don't talk nonsense." A person in her 30s actually showed a full sense of girlishness, and it didn't seem abrupt at all. It was very natural, as if she was born to be like this. From this, it can be seen that there is a reason why she has been popular for so long. If you like it, you like it, why deny it? Harley didn't care about this and directly pointed out the core of the problem. Moreover, in Harley's opinion, Kai is indeed a good candidate for a boyfriend. He is handsome, rich, successful in his career, and the key is that he is strong. After all, she is a young woman. It is impossible for her to only look at her face like a little girl. Many male stars look handsome, but they don't have much flesh when they take off their clothes. They are good looking but useless. Anyway, Kai is the best choice for a boyfriend no matter how you look at it. And they have a foundation of love. When they were with Freddy, the evil killer, they faced danger together. They can be regarded as sharing hardships. Sheraz likes Kai, and this was already evident in Los Angeles. When there was a scandal between them, Sheraz did not resist, but the other party did not react. When Sheraz wanted to take the initiative, Kai was transferred. What? Kai had already made his girlfriend public at that time? Huh? This thing, is it important? Great America doesn't care about this. It's freedom. Why care so much? In fact, at Sheraz's stage, the issue of love is indeed a bit of a headache. First of all, no matter what, she is old enough. Don't say that Americans don't care about this. This is pure nonsense. Women all over the world feel the same about age. They are just as anxious when they reach that age. Doesn't Sheraz want to get married? At her stage, marriage is a natural thing. Both the public and fans can accept it. There is no impact on her career. Moreover, at her stage, she is not as busy as before. After all, she has a certain status, so she does not need to show up frequently. Even if she takes a job, it must be a big production and a big brand. There are not too many such opportunities, twice a year is enough. In terms of material, she has basically everything. After all, when a star reaches a certain level, it is actually not necessary to rely on his job to make money. The star effect can give them more opportunities to make money. For example, Sheraz has her own production company, which specializes in making independent films and small productions. It looks inconspicuous, but it is actually very profitable. In addition, there are stocks, investments, etc., which make more money than she makes from acting. With money and free time, what's wrong with wanting to find a man? Forget it, if you miss it, you miss it. Sheraz did not continue to discuss this issue with Harley. At first glance, Sheraz's conditions are very good. If Kai is really just a policeman, even if he is a superhero, this condition is definitely Kai's advantage. But the problem is that Kai's background is more complicated than imagined. In this way, it would be a bit strange to try to steal the love from Kai's girlfriend. More importantly, the woman around him was no worse than Sheraz. For example, Natasha. Others might have various speculations about their relationship, but Sheraz could see that their relationship was definitely not ordinary. When they just met, Natasha immediately took Kai's arm, and Kai did not feel uncomfortable with it. Women can often observe things through some small details. She immediately understood that this was the woman claiming sovereignty. The other party looked more menopausal than herself, and was also a senior executive of Stark Group. Sheraz was not a person who would easily give up, but it also depended on what the matter was. Seeing the relationship between the two, Sheraz did not want to make herself look indecent, and did not want to leave a bad impression on Kai, so she decisively made an excuse to leave. As for that little bit of goodwill, before it turned into feelings, it would always be just goodwill. Kai was unaware of this little contest. He was still waiting for the auction to be over so that he could go home early. He did not like the atmosphere here. It was so damn fake. You didn't even need to look carefully to see that everyone here was insincere. Sometimes Kai was puzzled. What on earth were these people trying to achieve? They knew that everyone present, including themselves, was acting with the masks on, but they were all very excited and enjoyed this atmosphere. What was the goal? Tony and the mayor both gave speeches, but it was obvious that neither of them intended to treat it as a speech, so they were very concise. Next, the host came on stage. The host was a Los Angeles celebrity and a first-line female movie star. The celebrity made the point, and the female star served as a supporting role in a vase. The purpose of the fundraising was to help the disaster-stricken residents in cities such as San Francisco. The two stepped down, and a professional auctioneer came on stage to start the auction. Kai felt that the simple and efficient process was not bad. It would be annoying if there were too many inexplicable things. After more than 10 minutes, his idea changed. The debut commemorative records signed by celebrities, famous jewelry and special props from a certain movie were reasonable. Kai even bought a set of signed jerseys and a championship ring from the Sharks. Because of Yao Ming, Kai followed the NBA in his previous life, but he was not a fan. He just watched the fun, but now he is not short of money, so buying some souvenirs is a way to remember his past life. Well, there is no Yao Ming in this world. It's a bit regrettable. Otherwise, Yao Ming would leave the Rockets. Well, the pattern is small. Wouldn't it be better to just buy the Rockets and drive away all those bastards who do nothing but save money? After that, the auction items became a bit strange. Dinner invitations to beautiful or handsome stars, VIP concert tickets, etc. have a bit of funeral oatmeal meaning. But it can be barely justified, at least it is a contribution. This is a charity reception, there will not be any real precious antiques or artworks, and people are not here for the real auction. It's just a fancy sedan to carry people. Donate money for a name, and by the way, it can also increase the popularity of those stars and celebrities, which is also a happy ending. But the later part is really a bit unreasonable. For example, a narrow costume worn by a famous female star who has passed away in a famous movie, and it is specially marked as unwashed, which is outrageous. This thing, what is the use? When Kai and Tony went to the Victoria's Secret show together, there was also such a link. The exhibits on the models would be auctioned. They were all just taken off. But that thing was originally intended to sell flesh, to put it bluntly, it was just to satisfy the perverted desires of LSP. But this is a charity gala. And the clothes of the fucking dead. He couldn't help but lower his voice and ask Natasha, is there really anyone who buys this thing? Natasha rolled her eyes at Kai. Yes, there are quite a few. Sure enough, there were quite a few older people bidding, and the competition was quite fierce. Kai saw it. How does the saying go? Your youth is youth, but others' youth is not. Those old guys also have youth. What can that thing be used for? Natasha rolled her eyes to the sky at this time. What do you think? Ugh. I should have known better, but I have already seen the scene. The party is private, so except for a few people who really have this hobby, most people will not overbid. Some items are even donated by the owner and then bought back, so the auction is very fast. After all, there is a small performance to be held after the auction. Many celebrities will go up to perform, and the proceeds from the production and sale will also be donated to the victims of San Francisco, which is a way to kill two birds with one stone and make the best use of everything. Of course, Kai didn't have time to watch this thing, so he planned to run away, but Tony stopped him unexpectedly. On the top floor of the newly built Stark Tower in New York, Kai held a wine glass and looked at the PPT on the virtual screen, with a blank look on his face. So, what's the matter with this Avengers alliance? Well, I found that the initials of the Avengers match my building very well, so I took the lead in registering this trademark, Tony said with a smirk. This is true, the Stark Tower does look a bit like a slightly tilted A. That's right, Tony, this bastard, actually used the name of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Avengers Project, and even registered the trademark. That means S.H.I.E.L.D., if they use the name Avengers to issue a press release in the future, Tony will sue them for infringement. This operation is very coquettish. No, I don't care about this. What I mean is, are you going to set up a superhero league? Kai really didn't have any special ideas about this name. Tony wanted to call it the Shit-Taking Alliance. And Kai didn't bother to care. That's right, Tony put away his cynical attitude and said seriously, the world is completely different now. You have seen the previous crises. There is absolutely no future for fighting alone. Only by uniting with each other can we play a greater advantage. We could have done better. Instead of getting together temporarily and being like a mob, Tony did see how much a group of superheroes could do when they gathered together. But at the same time, he also saw that they could have done better. Kai looked down at the PPT, which had Tony's complete set of ideas. There were even special supporting facilities, headquarters, bases, support personnel, intelligence collection and other preparations. Very formal. Obviously, Tony was not acting on a whim. Unfortunately, Kai shook his head. This plan won't work. Chapter 1016. It's enough to be responsible for yourself. Why? Tony was hurt. He really planned the Avengers seriously. This plan took him more than half a month. During this period, he even gave up all his research and invested all his time in it. It can be said that this is his masterpiece. He swore that this was the first time he made a plan so seriously. In the eyes of the outside world, Tony Stark is not only a scientific genius, but also a business genius, otherwise he would not have developed the Stark Group into what it is now. But the fact is that the outside world's views are often not comprehensive. Is Tony a genius? Of course, there is no doubt about it. But in business, it is not necessarily the case. Why did the Stark Group become the first financial group in the United States under his leadership? Isn't it because of his business talent? Haha. People who say so don't understand the operation of the company at all. With Stark's willful and mean personality, he doesn't know a thing about business. Of course, this is a bit arbitrary. After all, he was born in a wealthy family. Under the influence of what he saw and heard, his sensitivity to business is indeed stronger than many people. In addition, he is smart and can understand many things at a glance. But compared with those business tycoons, he is far behind. There are two reasons why Stark Group can develop so quickly. First, the foundation left by Howard Stark is too strong. Warren Buffett, the stock god, said that the fastest time for him to accumulate wealth in his life was after he was 60 years old. Why? It's not because of those messy things said in those chicken soup articles. The real reason is that he was accumulating capital before he was 60. The capital game is the most unfair game. The rich can make more money, and the poor have a harder time making money. Howard Stark left Tony an unimaginable wealth, and this wealth itself is the biggest reason. Capital market resources are not distributed equally, but converted into wealth distribution. In other words, the richer people are now, the more resources they have under the current situation. These resources include social resources, public resources, policy resources, network resources, financial resources, natural resources, etc. Money is a symbol of wealth, and wealth is the realization of resources. For the poor in the current society, because they do not own resources, do not control resources, and have no resources available, it is more difficult than climbing to the sky to turn over and counterattack in the short term. Rich people are different. They control or use resources through various channels, so it is easier for them to make money. It is a very simple truth. Because Tony is very rich, it is very easy for him to make money. Having a good father is very important no matter where you are. Second, do you know what a professional manager is? Does Tony need to manage the company himself? No. There are a large number of workers to help him create wealth. Why did Obadiah Stane kill Tony? Because he felt it was unfair. The Stark Group was indeed founded by Howard, but Obadiah also participated in it throughout the process. If you really want to talk about his contribution, he is actually not small at all. The soul of the Stark Group is indeed the amazing creativity and IQ of the two fathers and sons of the Stark family, but in business, no matter who it is, no one can deny the contribution of Obadiah Stane. Without his business operations, the Stark Group would not have developed to this point. After decades of hard work for this company, he still had to stay in Stark's shadow. Others only paid attention to Howard and Tony, as if anyone who got involved with them could achieve the same success as Obadiah Stane. Who could stand it after a long time? Obadiah Stane felt that he deserved more. So he took a risk in the end. But there was one thing Obadiah Stane did well, that is, he knew who his enemy was. No matter how Obadiah Stane dealt with Tony, he was very concerned about Stark Group, so Stark Group always had a top-notch business operation team. Up to now, Pepper has done quite well. The reason why she became the president of Stark Group was not only because she was Tony's girlfriend, but also because she had real skills. In short, although the outside world has always believed that Tony is a cross-border genius in science and business, In fact, his talent in business cannot be compared with his talent in science. Naturally, he has never made any PPT or plan. Obadiah did those jobs before, and then Pepper did them. He himself doesn't need to worry about these things at all. But now, the plan he spent so much time to make for the Avengers was rejected by Kai so quickly. It would be strange if Tony could accept it. Kai looked at Tony helplessly. It was hard to believe that Tony was the helmsman of a large consortium and had no political sensitivity at all. Are lone gangsters and mafia organizations the same thing? Kai doesn't understand politics, but he is a policeman. When he was in China, he knew very well the difference between being organized and not organized. A poor and tyrannical gangster, no matter how powerful he is just like that and cannot destroy social order. But organized crime is different. It actually affects social order. The gang is actually a kind of grassroots power institution. When grassroots power is missing, society naturally has substitutes. And the gang is often this substitute. The best example is Brazil. This country has no grassroots governance institutions at all, so gangs control slums of all sizes. In the end, the government and the police lost control of those gang-controlled areas. Gangs collected taxes and made laws there, which was completely like a country within a country. It is a bit insulting to say that superheroes are gangs. But for the government, it is not much different. They all replace certain powers of the government. Although superheroes fighting alone are annoying, the government may accept it under the circumstances and public opinion. But when superheroes unite, they have everything. What are they trying to do? Armed forces, public support, and no shortage of resources. How can they rebel at any minute? Even if superheroes have a high moral level and will not rebel. But the question is, what will the public think of you doing this? Oh, if you have something to do, find a superhero league, then why do you need the government? Just to collect taxes from them? In short, the nature is different. Have you ever thought about what the government's attitude will be? Kai directly pointed out the crux of the problem. What attitude? They might be a little unhappy. But I will convince them. You know, I'm good at this. Tony still didn't care. After all, he has always been a privileged class. He can get whatever he wants. In this regard, the government can get almost anything as long as the benefits are in place. Hey, don't you have a qualified consultant around you? Kai said bluntly. What do you mean? It means that the government was tolerant of you before because the things you wanted were all insignificant things. They naturally wouldn't care. But what are you going to do now? You plan to organize an organization that is completely independent of the government and has huge financial resources and huge military power. And strictly speaking, all the people you organized are criminals. What's more terrifying is that these criminals still have a high level of popular support. What? You plan to set up another government? Kai said helplessly. You are planning to dig out their roots and directly compete with them for power. It would be strange if they can tolerate it. Tony widened his eyes and defended. I didn't. No, Tony, don't say such stupid things. This is not a question of whether you want to or not, but a question of whether you can. You can go into politics. Although you are still fighting for power, it is within the rules. But what you are doing now is to start a new business and dig out the rules to play by yourself. This is not a question of whether you want to or not. The moment you decide to form such an alliance, it means that you and the government are on opposite sides. Tony is very smart and quickly understood the key. But he still didn't give up. We can cooperate with the government, huh? Don't be funny, then you should play by yourself. Others will never pay attention to you. Kai laughed and said directly, will Batman agree to accept government supervision? Do you think the government will let Hannibal go? Or let the Night King obey the government's arrangements? As for others, except for a few people, I guess no one wants to be supervised by the government and become a running dog. Even I don't like this situation. If there is no government supervision, there will definitely be a conflict with the government. But this will conflict with the original intention of the Avengers. After all, the goal of the establishment of the Avengers is to deal with crises that ordinary people cannot deal with, not to compete with the government for power and profit. In other words, if the relationship with the government is strained, there will be no benefit except making things twice as effective. Never underestimate the government's ability to drag its feet and play dirty tricks. Tony and Kai can live so comfortably, and there are people coaxing them wherever they go. When it comes to cooperation, the government is also unambiguous. Isn't it because they stand with the government on the surface? Why don't you try to change your position? Tony simply took this preferential treatment for granted. That's why he had such thoughts. He was used to being self-centered and thought this way. In this world, no one except your parents will unconditionally accommodate you. Even if your name is Tony Stark. But if you accept government supervision, that's even more ridiculous. Why do superheroes have to wear masks? Is it really because it's cool? Don't be funny, their attributes are naturally incompatible with the government. This is a natural contradiction. In fact, most wild superheroes don't trust the government. So Tony's idea is not valid at all. Tony sat down on the sofa, frowning. He didn't understand why it was obviously a good thing. Why was it so difficult? Besides, is it really so important to establish this project? Kai asked. Is this alliance good? Of course it's good. Sharing what we have can make many things simpler. But is it necessary? That's not necessarily the case. I just think that this will allow us to do more and better, right? I admit it, but you can't deny that this is not necessary, right? Kai can understand this approach, but he doesn't agree. Superheroes have the advantages of superheroes, but we can't become the government, let alone replace the government. I can understand your damn perfectionism, but the problem is that there is no perfect thing in this world. You are not God. Kai is actually very annoyed by Tony's hopeless arrogance. Yes, it is arrogance. He thinks he can do everything perfectly. But is it possible? Doing this will only drive yourself crazy, and there is no benefit. This society is not your laboratory, where everything can be reflected by data, everything is clear at a glance, and you can control everything there, but the real society is made up of one person, and you can never control everyone. Kai always felt that there was something wrong with this guy's idea, and he said it more than once. But he always unconsciously fell into such emotions again. How many things did Tony do because of this emotion? Because of his psychological shadow, he created Ultron. Because of his self-righteous ideas, he caused the Civil War. Of course, Steve's protection of the Winter Soldier is not much better. Tony looked at Kai and found that Kai still had that expression. He was immediately disappointed and leaned on the sofa, looking very unhappy. Kai persuaded him at this time, "Isn't it good now? But we are a mess," Tony shouted unhappily. So what? Normally, everyone does their own thing. If you really encounter something you can't handle, you can ask for help and everyone can still help. What's the problem? But this efficiency. Do you need us to come up with a KPI for someone? Do you have to go public to be a superhero? Almost everyone who comes out to be a vigilante is out of their own choice. We never intend to be responsible for anyone. To put it bluntly, we are a group of people who talk to ourselves. To put it in a utilitarian way, we help others to get psychological satisfaction, not to complete the tasks given to us by others. Kai's words are a bit naked, but this is the essence of the problem. I help others simply because I can help others, and I also get psychological satisfaction from it. What's the problem with this? Did Tony become a superhero because someone gave him a mission? He had to complete it? No, right? It's because he wanted to. The only person we need to be responsible for is ourselves. Some people are willing to keep their identities so that they can enjoy life as normal people, instead of being supervised by others, like going to work, and having to do this and that. If that's really the case, then what's the point of being a vigilante? Kai is the same. The reason why he does that is not because someone asked him to do that, but because he simply wants to do that. He likes being a policeman. He saves people because he wants to save people. It's not because someone requires him to do that. This is very important. Besides, if you really want to make everyone better, there are other ways. Why do you have to bear such a ridiculous name? The Avengers. The aesthetics of those people in S.H.I.E.L.D. are really problematic, making it seem like a bunch of losers seeking revenge. And they have to advertise it widely, causing so much trouble for no reason. Tony is just asking for trouble by doing this. Take Hannibal for example. If Tony's idea is really successful, and the government wants Hannibal to hand over the secret of rejuvenation, what will Tony do? Help the government? Haha, Hannibal is taking the blame for you. Help Hannibal? Then you have to go against the government. Is it necessary? It's so good now. Hannibal and the government have solved their own problems. What does it have to do with Tony? Who would bother Tony for this? Everyone can share what they have, keep it secret, and keep it a secret. If you want to help others, you can do it. Just do it secretly. Even if the government finds out, they will turn a blind eye. Just like me, everyone knows that I have a good relationship with many people. But have you ever seen anyone trouble me because of this? I still have to do the same thing? You have to trouble yourself for a name. Isn't this crazy? Some things, if you do them secretly, no one cares. But if you put it on the table, it will be bad. Why bother? Chapter 1017 The Last Day. Secretly, that's right, Kai nodded. But we are obviously doing good things. Why do we have to do this? Tony didn't quite understand. Just like his style of doing things, many superheroes would hide their identities, but Tony didn't. He directly admitted his identity and enjoyed it. Since admitting his identity, his favorite way to travel is to drive a mecha from the sky. Cool. People like him don't like to hide, and with his identity, there is no need to do so. If others do things like him, they will definitely be criticized, but for him, it is called personality. This world is so unfair. The problem is that everyone is not pursuing fame and fortune. Tony obviously didn't understand what others were thinking at all. He just looked at this matter from his own perspective. Typical arrogance, he thinks that what he thinks is good, so he thinks that others should be the same as him. If they want to be famous, they won't wear a hood. Okay. I'll think about it carefully. Tony nodded, temporarily convinced. By the way, have you secretly checked other people's information? Kai suddenly thought of something. Oh, Tony was a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. He originally planned to form the Avengers. He thought that since everyone would become colleagues, so, he didn't expect that the plan would fail before it even started. Delete those things. Just know them yourself. Don't leave any records. Although Kai didn't think that anyone would be able to break through Jarvis's firewall and steal Tony's confidential information, this matter couldn't be viewed that way. You know, it's not polite to investigate other people's privacy, so it's better to delete it. Besides, what if? There are also some at SHIELD. What's the impact? SHIELD. Kai shook his head. I forgot. I thought of a way to get rid of all the information. Do you have a way? SHIELD is always a trouble. Who knows what these guys will do, so just let Tony think of a way. It's not impossible. But is it really useful? Since Tony knew that SHIELD had been infiltrated by Hydra, he had no hope for SHIELD's integrity. This was also one of his original intentions to form the Avengers. Why is it useless? America is about law, and law is about evidence, Kai said with a smile. This was a joke, of course, but having evidence and not having evidence are two different things. As long as there is no evidence, it can work. Okay, I roughly understand what you mean. Tony curled his lips. We are all capitalists, so we naturally know what the law is like. The laws of the United States are naturally used to protect capitalists, so, don't take some things seriously. Just take a look. Then Tony couldn't help but discuss with Kai the idea of secret alliance that Kai mentioned. According to Kai's idea, let Tony prepare some high-security communicators and distribute them to everyone. Usually, this communicator remains silent, and only when you need help, you can use this communicator to ask for help. In addition, Tony and Kingsman can provide equipment support to others. By the way, they can also provide some intelligence support. This way it is concealed enough and can also communicate with each other. How great is that? Tony followed this line of thought and felt that this was not safe, so he decided to launch a dedicated satellite. The thinking of the rich is bullshit. Equipment support is possible. But there is no guarantee that others will not find out more about him. He doesn't care, but the concealment effect will be lost. Kai thinks that this is not unsolvable. Hannibal can fulfill the role of the middleman. Everyone knows that Tony owes Hannibal. It is too easy for Hannibal to get some equipment from Tony. And in this way, even if others suspect that someone is forming a small group, they will only put the main body on Hannibal. Anyway, too many lice don't bite people. He doesn't care. Well, Kai said. Do you think we should add a reward mechanism? Tony suddenly said after about 2 hours of discussion. Huh? Why do you think so? Kai stopped holding the wine glass. He was surprised at Tony's imagination and reward mechanism. Look, I'm rich, right? Yes, Kai is also rich. It's just that most of the time he doesn't have this self-awareness. But not everyone is as rich as me, right? For example, the blind lawyer, and those guys in downtown. What do you want to say? Kai didn't think Tony was showing off his wealth. He had long surpassed that level. The name Tony Stark itself represents wealth. You said before that they are used to living a double life. They live an ordinary life while helping others and fighting criminals. But the problem is that these two things don't seem to bring them a lot of income. You see, while they are helping others, they still have to worry about their own lives. Isn't this a bit strange? At least it's too hard, isn't it? Is this fair or not? Kai really didn't think about this question. After all, it was a personal choice. Any problems that arise in the process should be borne by oneself. But adjusting the angle, Kai suddenly realized, this is indeed a bit unfair. In the previous life, it was also said that the people's soldiers should not shed blood and tears, right? Well, this is a mistake. Especially Daredevil Mark Murdock. This guy is so poor that it's shocking. He is a very good lawyer, and in the United States, lawyers of his level are not poor, or lawyers of this level cannot fall into the middle class, but Mark can't even make up the rent. You can imagine where this guy puts his main energy. Mark can be said to be a saint who has no personal life at all. When he was a lawyer, he helped people with lawsuits for free, and basically only for the poor. Becoming a superhero, he is still helping others. Isn't it terrible? Anyway, Kai even suspected that if he joined the church, he would definitely be canonized as a saint when he died. This is his choice, and outsiders have no doubt about it. But from the perspective of a friend, or a person with a conscience, it doesn't seem good to let the hero live such a tight life, especially when they have this ability. Indeed. This is something I didn't expect. Not bad, Tony, you can finally consider things from the perspective of others. It's worth celebrating. Tony's problem is that he is too self-centered, so much so that he even feels that the world revolves around him. A very fatal problem. Tisk. Tony didn't like Kai's words, feeling like his father. But I have to say, I am still a little happy in my heart. After all, Kai has always looked down on his self-righteousness. Although he doesn't care much, being dissed too many times will make him feel inexplicably uncomfortable. But have you considered another problem? Kai quickly saw a problem. What? That is, will they accept it? Kai asked. Why not accept it? Tony thought this was a good thing, and they had no reason to refuse. Tisk, here we go again. Kai looked like he had a headache. I just praised you. If it was you, would you accept charity from others? Why should I accept it? I don't need. Oh, Tony seemed to understand something. See, this is the problem. You are not the only one who is arrogant. Who among those who can stand up doesn't have some special skills? They all have their own arrogance. In fact, after having power, those who still choose to remain unknown, not for personal gain, and selflessly help innocent people are much stronger in their hearts than others. Do you think such people are not arrogant? In fact, those who can make such a choice are all arrogant. They regard helping others as their responsibility, take protecting others for granted, and put themselves above others. Isn't this called arrogance? But this kind of arrogance is great. Oh, I didn't consider this. Tony rubbed his hair in distress. He found it difficult to understand others. There are actually people who don't even accept money. But he knew very well that this was very likely to happen. What should we do? In fact, there is one more thing that Kai didn't say. That is, if other people accept Tony's money, how will the relationship between them be calculated? Become Tony's employee? This will change the relationship between each other. This change will not happen immediately, but it will subtly affect everyone. Others will think, I accepted Tony's money, so I have to be polite to Tony. Tony would think, I paid, is there anything wrong with them listening to me? Maybe they really don't think so, but in their subconscious, it will still have an impact. This is not a bad thing, but why bother? After thinking for a while, Kai suddenly said, how about a points system? Points system? Kai remembered that he had seen a movie of Jackie Chan, the one where Jackie Chan was everywhere outside of a zoo. Those second-generation rich people counted points according to the number of police officers, and then calculated money based on the points. Since you don't want to benefit for nothing, it doesn't seem too much to make money with your own abilities. Yes, it counts as many points for hitting a criminal, and as many points for solving a crisis. Then accumulate them, and the points can be exchanged for cash. No, it doesn't have to be limited to money, such as weapons and equipment, and you can even consume points to ask for help. Isn't it much better this way? Moreover, the money and equipment you give can also be exchanged for points, so it doesn't count as them taking advantage. Tony's eyes lit up. Yes, it can be operated this way. Although he didn't think that his family had any use for those points, he originally just wanted to help them. Speaking of this, Kai thought of the high table again. It seemed that their killers played like this. And they played it in a variety of ways, even forming a small economic system independent of the world. This thing is very meaningful for reference. So Kai told Tony about the operation of the high table. Tony got excited when he heard it. He felt like he was going to become a godfather like Marlon Brando. I will give you an offer that you can't refuse. It's so cool. Because no matter how you look at it, he won't have a lack of points. After that, the two of them improved the point system. This is very troublesome. But fortunately there is a high table system there to learn from, so there is no need to start from scratch. For example, how much is the point value? This is something that needs to be taken seriously. After all, two local tyrants are in it. It is easy to crash this small system. Finally, it was determined that if you donate money to this system to count points, 10 million can only count as 1 point. If other people convert points into US dollars, it is only 500,000. And there is an upper limit for buying points from the system with money, which is currently set at 20 points. Of course, this is still a startup and will be slowly changed later. The two men are very proud of the system they created, causing them to forget the time. Pepper has called them to eat 3 times. But the two are still enjoying it. Pepper is also helpless. She can only interrupt them forcibly, but unexpectedly, when she heard Tony and Kai's ideas, she found it very interesting, so she also joined in. It must be said that Pepper is much better than them in this regard. Just when the three were chatting happily, Natasha on the other side was not so good. She discovered a secret of S.H.I.E.L.D. Originally, as a spy, she would not return to the headquarters casually. After all, the risk of exposure must be considered. By the way, I have to say that Natasha will not show her true face inside S.H.I.E.L.D. She has her own identity, which was forged by Nick Fury himself. It can be said that except for a very small number of people, others do not know the true identity of Natasha, the Black Widow. After all, there is no reason for an agent of this level to be known to everyone, right? The more mysterious the agent's identity is, the better. Anyway, Natasha returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. No one else noticed her return. Nick Fury was not at the headquarters. Natasha came back for only one thing, that is, to find out Raven's true identity. After smelling the scent of the Red Room from her, Natasha's vigilance against Raven reached its peak. After her own investigation was completely fruitless, Natasha decided to borrow the intelligence from S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. This thing can naturally be reported to the higher authorities to give her intelligence. But this involves Kai, and Natasha instinctively concealed her suspicion. She planned to investigate it herself and then see how to solve it. When the United States and the Soviet Union were competing for hegemony, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Red Room had always been tit for tat. If the world knows the Red Room best, then S.H.I.E.L.D. is undoubtedly ranked first. Even better than today's Russia. S.H.I.E.L.D. definitely has detailed information about the Red Room. In addition, according to S.H.I.E.L.D., the Red Room has been destroyed. Natasha killed the leader of the Red Room herself, and S.H.I.E.L.D. destroyed the main body of the Red Room. But the appearance of Raven made Natasha doubt S.H.I.E.L.D.'s statement. She needed to check the intelligence herself to know all these. But when she sneaked into S.H.I.E.L.D. to investigate, she accidentally discovered a secret. Inside project. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1018 Betrayal. To put it bluntly, the American values were used by Americans to deceive people after World War II. After all, they were the hegemon. In order to match the great vision of the Soviet Union, they had to come up with a set of beautiful and correct ideas to deceive people, otherwise they would be crushed by the Soviet Union in ideology. But the problem is that lies become true after being told 10,000 times. This set of deception not only deceived others, but also deceived themselves. As a result, political correctness has become a priority. So black people are shaking, and many people say that there is systematic discrimination in the United States. This is true. But to say that it is only against black people, this is more or less flattering black people. In fact, mainstream Americans even discriminate against Hispanics. The reason why there are so many black guys in prison is more because black guys are really not very particular. But I didn't expect it to backfire now. Black people always talk about discrimination, and those politicians have to give in on the issue of black people again and again in order to win the votes of those deceived voters. Then black people found that this set of things actually worked, so they became even worse. This is like shooting oneself in the foot. But one thing that cannot be denied is that the American values are indeed very deceptive. I don't know how many people in the world have been fooled by the set of values, and really believe that the United States represents the future of mankind. For example, Natasha. The reason why Natasha chose to betray the Soviet Union and join SHIELD may be this reason. When she was completely disappointed with the Soviet Union, the American propaganda became her new pillar. At least she hoped that all her efforts were not a joke. But when she saw the Inside Project, everything she had thought of became a complete joke. They always say that the Soviet Union imprisoned people's thoughts and freedom, but compared with the Inside Project, the Soviet Union's little thing is simply not worth mentioning. What does the Inside Project plan to do? They plan to use a computer to predict a person's future, and then determine how to deal with that person based on the future. In the process, it has already involved snooping into privacy, harming human rights, and even directly making the most presumption, and then imprisoning or killing people. What is this? Completely overthrowing the American set? In this plan, Natasha can't see the so-called freedom, democracy or equality, there's only naked control. If the Soviet Union is an evil empire, then what is this? At least the Soviets would not convict a person for something he had not done. At this moment, Natasha's already wavering heart completely left SHIELD. And this plan must not be allowed to succeed. Natasha wiped out traces of her computer at the fastest speed, and entered the depths of SHIELD headquarters in a very natural manner. Along the way, she also greeted people she met with a smile, and no one doubted that this colleague was really beautiful. I haven't seen it before. SHIELD is very big, with more than 100,000 employees and more than 1,000 people. There are more than 100,000 employees, and there are no less than 1,000 people working in the SHIELD headquarters alone. Who has the ability to know everyone? No one doubted it at all. In fact, SHIELD has no such concept at all. Who would have thought that someone would steal intelligence in SHIELD? But what Natasha didn't know was that in a local official she didn't know, a man was excitedly staring at her back. It wasn't that he was spying on Natasha's beauty, but that his goal had finally been achieved. Mr. Pierce, the plan is complete. Black Widow has taken the bait. This man is Garrett. Natasha's undercover plan is confidential to others, but it is not a secret to Garrett, a high-ranking official of both SHIELD and Hydra. As for attracting Natasha to discover this plan, it was also predicted by the profiling ability of the Inside Project. The position of this Black Widow seems to have been shaken. Originally, for such a person, Hydra has only two ways to deal with her. One is to absorb her into Hydra, but unfortunately this is difficult, and Hydra cannot trust a person who betrayed for the second time. The second is to kill her. But killing her will cause unnecessary trouble. Her relationship with Kai. So it is better to kick her out of SHIELD, and let her break with SHIELD herself. This can not only save a trouble, but also hit Nick Fury and blow up the Inside Project. 3 birds with 1 stone. Winning is the truth. That's good. Pierce's voice was a little tired. I don't know what the old man is doing. Eliminate our traces, don't leave any traces. Whether it's Nick Fury or those old foxes, they are not easy to fool. Understood, Garrett said softly. This time, he completed the plan himself, without going through anyone. This is the only way to ensure concealment. After all, those old guys are also deeply involved in SHIELD, and even he himself can't tell who might be a ghost. What about you? If the Inside Project is exposed, Nick Fury will definitely step down. Are you ready? Garrett remembered something and asked. Don't worry about this. Nick Fury has always believed that the Inside Project is his work. So this plan is operated by him throughout the process, and I, as usual, am the one who persuades him to calm down. Even in Nick Fury's view, I am firmly opposed to the Inside Project. At least I don't agree with the part about the flying aircraft carrier. Nick Fury is an old silver coin. He doesn't trust anyone. Even his old boss is the same. But Nick Fury never doubted Alexander. Even if Alexander made some small moves, Nick Fury regarded it as a necessary political means. No one wants to be marginalized, at least in Nick Fury's opinion. Alexander has always been very good at this kind of thing. This is Alexander's ability. He can influence Nick Fury to achieve his goals in various ways, but Alexander always pretends to be a good person and constantly persuades Nick Fury to take a little. You see, this person has done the work and gained the benefits, But Nick Fury still thinks he is a good person. And what about Nick Fury? He thinks he is very smart, but in fact he was sold out, and he still said thank you to others. Pure idiot. Alexander has always opposed the Insight plan, even though he has been promoting this plan, but there is no way. Nick Fury is determined to do it. Alexander is like a scumbag, not taking the initiative, not refusing, and not taking responsibility. Let's see how far our Black Widow can go. Natasha quickly left SHIELD, but the trouble is that she alarmed SHIELD. She went underground at the SHIELD headquarters. There she found a huge factory where 3 flying carriers were being built. Nick Fury really intended to implement the Insight plan. As soon as Natasha escaped, Nick Fury received the news that the underground factory had been invaded. Nick Fury immediately mobilized the factory's surveillance. He found a familiar figure escaping from the factory. Natasha. Then he picked up the phone. Soon the other side answered. Natasha. Why are you there? You don't have the authority. Nick Fury's voice was very calm. He was waiting for Natasha's choice. You deceived me, Nick Fury? Natasha's voice became even colder. I did this for my reasons. And there is no need to explain to you, Natasha. Stand right where you are and accept the review. Nick Fury obviously didn't want to answer this question. I used to think you were different from Drakov. You kept saying something about doing it for the world. But now, you are worse and more terrible than Drakov, Natasha, Nick Fury scolded. He would not admit that there was anything wrong with his approach. Everything he did was for this world. Beep, beep, beep. Natasha hung up the phone. Nick Fury closed his eyes, and she made a choice. Then, the choice has to pay a price. Clint. Natasha has betrayed. After Nick opened his eyes, he picked up the communicator. You recruited her. Now it's up to you to solve it. Hawkeye was stunned on the other side. Why? Don't ask such a naive question. Clint. You are a SHIELD agent. Go to work. Nick Fury can't allow betrayal. If Natasha is willing to accept the investigation just now, he is actually willing to give her a chance. But now. As for Hawkeye, agents don't need reasons. Just knowing the mission is enough. Yes, Clint is obviously a qualified agent. Just when SHIELD began to hunt down Natasha. The next day, Natasha went to work normally. As if nothing had happened. Neither Kai nor Tony noticed it at all. As if nothing had happened that night. Kai and Tony are still obsessed with their own point system. And all of this needs them to build slowly. But before that, Kai needs to do another thing. Punk girl Teresa is going to school. At the age of 15, she was finally admitted to Midtown High School. Although Teresa is rebellious, it doesn't mean she is really stupid. On the contrary, she is very smart. Of course, this is not comparable to the little devil Emma. This girl has a terrifying IQ. A few days ago, Kai went to her room to call the girl for dinner and found that she was holding a calculus book. Kai doesn't even understand calculus. By the way, would a normal girl be interested in calculus? Kai dares to swear that if it weren't for the exam, 99% of the girls in college would not touch calculus. Back to Teresa. Although Teresa is very smart, she was delayed for a long time before. Although Raven has been teaching them, she still can't be compared with school education. She has a serious imbalance in subjects. In literature class, Teresa is very talented, but in mathematics. In short, according to normal grades, Teresa would never be able to enter Midtown High School. But their guardians are rich. This is how American colleges and universities are. Everything can be related to money. After donating $3 million, the admission was naturally granted. Why can't Bernadette go to school with Teresa? I don't want to be separated from Teresa. The little Bernadette was still wearing overalls. She seemed to have a special liking for such an outfit, but considering her girlish characteristics, Kai still forced her to wear more cute clothes. Kai didn't want this little girl to grow up with any strange sexual orientation. Parents in this world always hope that their children can grow up normally, get married and have children normally. As for those parents who encourage their children to pursue their true orientation, they either have no choice but to accept it, or they are not responsible at all. As a result, I don't know if Afu was inspired by some inexplicable things. He actually dressed Bernadette up like Ariel. Although it's cute, but isn't it a little too cartoony? Bernadette, you are still too young, you have to grow up before you can go to high school. Influenced by Afu, Bernadette also fell in love with Ariel. Maybe you will think Ariel is cute when you read comics, but to be honest, There are really such children in this world, who can drive people to death. Bernadette has such a tendency now. Looking at Ariel, no, Bernadette, who was running around at his feet, Kai had a headache. Children, being too lively is really not a worry. No. I want to go to high school. I want to go to high school. Kai squatted down helplessly and picked up Bernadette. Well, since our Bernard really wants to go to high school, then I will ask a question. If you can answer it, I will agree to it. The brave Ariel was never afraid of challenges, and Bernadette was naturally not afraid either. Great. Bernadette is so smart. Kai looked at the confident face and slandered in his heart, "You are the dumbest of the three girls. Emma is a monster. Teresa is a smart person among ordinary people. And Bernadette is stupid and cute. Listen carefully. There are 30 legs in the cage of chickens and rabbits, and there are 5 little rabbits. How many chickens are there?" Kai asked maliciously. This is a question that first graders can know. If you can't answer it, then you can only study in the first grade. Bernadette was confident at first, but soon she found out, her fingers were not enough. But Bernadette was silly and cute, and she would not give up until she could answer it. So the world was quiet. She counted on her fingers, but she couldn't figure it out. Looking at Bernadette's cute little appearance, Kai showed a smile from the bottom of his heart. Everyone likes cute things. This is an instinct rooted in human genes. It is also one of the reasons why humans have developed to this day. Strong instinct to protect cubs. It is precisely because of the emphasis on cubs that humans reproduce faster and more efficiently than other species. Kai actually has a girlish heart. For example, he will be very happy when he sees small animals such as cats and dogs. But he never raises them. Because he is afraid of killing them. Since he can't take good care of them, it is best not to raise them. Raven watched the interaction between Kai and Bernadette, and her face also showed a maternal smile. She pinched Kai. This guy actually lied to the children. Which first grader can solve this problem? Mr. Wayne. Just as the family was walking on the campus of Midtown High School, suddenly an unpleasant Drake sound interrupted this rare warmth. Chapter 1019, Guaranteed Monthly Ticket. Kai turned his head and saw that it was Peter. Children grow fast. Peter is now 17 years old, and he is growing the fastest. He changes almost every day. After not seeing him for a while, Kai found that Peter has grown a lot taller. Although he is still short according to the average height of American men, he is much stronger than before. And more importantly, Kai found muscles on his arms. "Peter, how are you doing recently? What's wrong with your voice?" Kai greeted him. Because Kai is too busy now, he simply resigned from the position of director of the 15th Bureau and let George become a regular. Originally, this position also belonged to George, but Kai parachuted in and took his position. Although George's rank was promoted, he was still a deputy director. This time, Kai resigned from the position of director and George just took over. However, since Kai is the symbol of the New York Police, the New York Police Department still strongly requested that he retain the position of Deputy Director of the General Bureau. Perhaps considering that Kai may go to save the world at any time and cannot really sit in the office of the New York Police Department, the New York Police Department simply did not let Kai be in charge of any department, and regarded him as an idle person. Kai was usually too lazy to hang around there. His colleagues in the New York Police Department were very happy about this. After all, Kai's background determined that if he really went to work at the headquarters, his power and influence would make his colleagues and leaders feel pressured. Although Kai now had a position, he was not in charge of any affairs, which meant that he did not need to snatch power from others. At the same time, his absence from work naturally relieved the pressure on others. So a strange situation appeared. Kai had not worked a single day, but the people at the headquarters had a very high opinion of him. It seemed that if the chief stepped down, Kai would immediately take over. For the same reason, Kai had not seen the Parkers for many days, and naturally saw Peter even less often. He is in the voice change period. At this time, Gwen appeared from behind Peter. Gwen Stacy, George's daughter. A very outstanding girl, and George's pride. Kai remembered that the two children had a very good relationship, which was less than lovers, but more than friends. The kind of relationship that could break the window paper at any time. Voice change period. Kai looked at Peter in surprise. This boy is really slow in development. He's already 17 years old and his voice is only changing? Kai's eyes made Peter feel a little embarrassed, especially when Aunt May helped him pack his clothes this morning, and saw his meaningful eyes. Slow development. What's wrong? Is it embarrassing? Oh, it's really embarrassing. With the openness of American society to sex, if you haven't graduated from virginity at the age of 17, you will be laughed at, not to mention that he is only starting to have those conditions now. If you tell others about it, you will definitely be socially dead. And no girl will like him. In fact, what this silly boy didn't know was that Gwen not only didn't mean to laugh at this, but was very happy. After all, Peter always hangs out with Ned, the fat guy, and she was really afraid that Peter would be led astray by the fat guy who liked porn movies. Facts have proved that Peter is not only not polluted, but a pure little virgin. After all, before, even if he had lustful thoughts, he didn't have the ability, right? At this time, Peter's eyes were attracted by a girl next to Kai. Teresa, still dressed like a punk, with purple hair tied in a bun with a few thorns sticking out, black eyeshadow, purple lipstick, a tattered denim vest and tattered denim shorts, plaid stockings and high-heeled shoes. She looks like a rebellious girl. If Kai hadn't strongly opposed her getting nose and lip rings, she would have been even wilder. Teresa is very beautiful, but her aesthetic taste has gone astray. This fancy look can scare people to death when she goes out at night, but she just likes it. The things she likes are not acceptable to ordinary people, such as collecting bones, raising spiders and lizards, and listening to heavy metal rock music. Kai feels a headache every time he listens to that stuff, and can't even hear what it sings. Don't say that the United States is open and has a high acceptance of this hobby, haha, dream on. Even in the minds of Americans, her hobby is a freak. But I have to say that there are really people who like this. For example, Peter. When Peter saw Teresa, there was only one word in his mind. Cool. What are you looking at? Be careful or I'll poke your eyes out. Teresa and her friends had lived an unstable life since childhood, so they were very defensive. Even Kai, they didn't trust him very much. If it weren't for Raven, they wouldn't have been able to talk to Kai properly. It was also because of this that Kai never dared to be too strict in disciplining them. Otherwise, he would have to teach Teresa a lesson. Yes, sorry, Peter apologized immediately. Teresa, Kai frowned and looked at Teresa. She was a little too rude. Raven also patted Teresa. Humph, Teresa also knew that Kai had spent a lot of money to get her into school. Although money can't buy everything, from Kai's willingness to spend money on her, it can be seen that Kai's attitude towards them, so Teresa also gave him face. Sorry, Peter. Teresa, just a little uncomfortable in a new environment, Kai didn't dwell on this matter. After all, children of this age care about face the most. If he taught her a lesson here, she would feel embarrassed, and it would be even worse at that time. So he simply skipped the introduction and introduced them to a few people. These are my 3 nieces. This is Teresa, who will be your classmate soon, but she is a freshman in high school. This is Emma, and our Bernadette. Compared with the intelligent Emma and the rebellious Teresa, Bernadette is undoubtedly the one who is closest to Kai. There is no other way. As a child, she will get close to whoever treats her well, and she is not so vigilant. Bernadette had no time to pay attention to Peter and Gwen at this time. She was still counting the number of rabbits on her fingers. Ah, so cute. Gwen was very unhappy with Teresa, but the girl's upbringing did not allow her to be rude in front of other parents, so she simply turned a blind eye. Instead, she screamed at Bernadette in a girl's unique way. When Bernadette heard someone praising her, she raised her head to look at Gwen, and then lowered her head to count her fingers. Little Bernadette, Gwen is greeting you. What should a good child do? Kai rarely spoke in such a gentle tone, mainly because he felt it was embarrassing to do so, but if the target was a cute little girl, then there would be no problem. Bernadette was indeed a good child. After being reminded by Kai, she had to put down her fingers and said to Gwen, "Hello, I am Bernadette," then she hurriedly counted her fingers again. As a result, she forgot how many she had counted just now because of this interruption. Woo. Kai, you are a rascal. I was about to count it just now. Kai was actually not used to children calling their elders by their names directly, but the problem was that this was the practice in the United States, and he had no choice. Then count it again. Anyway, there is plenty of time. If you can count it before dinner today, I will count it as you win. Kai pinched the child's chubby cheeks, looking generous. After that, everyone took the children to the principal's office. The admission was settled. After that, Teresa was entrusted to Peter and Gwen. Before leaving, Kai sealed Teresa's ability. Of course, Teresa was very dissatisfied. But the objection was ineffective. He didn't expect Teresa to become a good student when he sent her here. This place was a social place, and Kai hoped that she could make more friends. As for the sealing ability, it was to prevent others from seeing her as a freak. Although mutants are much more tolerant at this stage, don't expect this trend to change quickly. Black equality has been achieved for decades, but they are still discriminated against. Just as a group of people were about to leave, Kai grabbed Peter's neck. "Don't wander around at night. That's not suitable for you," Kai whispered in Peter's ear. Spider-Man is very famous in New York now, how could Kai not know? In fact, when Spider-Man appeared, Kai thought of Peter. It's just that he didn't have time to warn Peter. It's normal for children to have the dream of being chivalrous. But you have to know what your situation is. Wayne. Mr. Wayne. I don't know what you are talking about. Peter was shocked when his secret was discovered. You know, Kai said to Peter with a smile. So don't let me catch you, okay? Kai said as he hugged Bernadette and left the school. Peter looked at Kai as he left stupidly. Bernadette, don't be sad. You are too young to go to high school. Did the principal just say that there is an age limit for high school? When you grow up, I will send you to high school, Kai comforted little Bernadette as he walked. When the principal signed up for Teresa, the little girl wanted to sign up. She really couldn't figure out how many rabbits there were. But the principal refused. But Bernadette was still unhappy. Will Teresa still be here? Oh, Teresa is just studying here, not going home. She has to go home every night. Kai didn't want to break the child's fantasy. What if she heard that Teresa would have finished college by then and couldn't wait for her in high school? What if she cried? Really? Of course, Kai promised quickly. How about we go for ice cream, okay? Just when Kai was enjoying the rare warmth, Natasha on the other side was not doing well. She suddenly discovered that another Natasha appeared in the Stark group. This is really a hell. Has S.H.I.E.L.D. been on guard against her? Otherwise, where did they find such a person? Plastic surgery is not so fast now. And it has not been discovered yet. This is not a matter of one day or one night, and the replacement must be familiar with everything about her. This is not a problem. And it is not difficult to expose her. The rare thing is that she can't get close to Stark and Kai now. Hawkeye is hunting her. If there is someone in the world who knows you best, it is undoubtedly Clint. The relationship between Natasha and Hawkeye is very special. There is no ambiguity between the two of them. Although this is inconsistent with Natasha's Black Widow character, it is true. They are that kind of rare friendship. A beautiful woman and a man are actually a simple friendship. Is this not rare? But this is the fact. Hawkeye has a wife and children, and a happy family. But few people know. Natasha is one of the few people who know. But she has never seen his family, and she doesn't even know what they look like, let alone where they are. Just like Natasha has many secrets that Hawkeye doesn't know, everyone will keep some secrets even if they have a good relationship. In the entire S.H.I.E.L.D., except for the agent protection team led by Nick Fury and Nick Fury himself, no one knows where Hawkeye's wife and children are. Hawkeye also has a long vacation for each mission to accompany his wife and children. During this period, no one can contact him except Nick Fury. Well, Natasha has a secret passage to contact Hawkeye. This is Hawkeye's greatest trust. But now, Natasha, come back with me, this is the last chance. Hawkeye's voice came from the darkness around him. Hawkeye's ability has been greatly improved after being strengthened by nanomachines. Originally, if it was true, Natasha might be able to barely cope with it, but the problem is that Hawkeye has a new partner. Winter Soldier. You. Winter Soldier was actually recruited by you. Natasha hid in the corner of an alley with her hands on her body, holding a gun in her hand. She knew that she was in danger this time. Unless. If Stark and Kai hear this news, they will go crazy. At this moment, an arrow flew silently from the darkness. Natasha rolled to avoid the arrow, but at this moment, the arrow hit the wall behind Natasha and bounced back. After bouncing, the arrowhead suddenly opened and turned into a claw shape, piercing Natasha's back fiercely. Zizzy. Then the other party grabbed Natasha's neck, unloaded her gun, and then hit her in the abdomen with a knee. Stop! Hawkeye's timely appearance prevented Natasha from being strangled to death. The Winter Soldier immediately let go of Natasha like a robot. Natasha also fell to the ground due to her serious injuries. Hawkeye and the Winter Soldier were both equipped with weapons specifically used to deal with nanomachine bugs. The nanomachine bugs in Natasha's body did not help her at all. Ahem. You are still brainwashing the Winter Soldier. I wonder what Steve will do when he finds out about this, Natasha. You should know that Barnes can't be restored. He is just a weapon. In this case, why is this weapon not in the hands of our shield? Hawkeye looked at Natasha with complicated eyes. Come back with me, at least you can save your life. You know the plan, right? Natasha looked at Hawkeye coldly. You saved me from the Red Room. I am grateful. But you threw me into another hell. I hate you, Clint. It's not what you thought. It's a great plan. As long as the plan is implemented, then we can. So you monitor people all over the world and convict them in advance. You told me that the Soviet Union is a devil. But I found that you are worse than the Nazis. Compared with you, the former Soviet Union is simply an angel. Please give me your monthly vote. Chapter 1022 Old Men. Does Clint really support the Insight Project? Not necessarily, but the problem is that he is attracted by the vision Nick Fury talked about. A world without crime, without war, and full of beauty. He knows that this will sacrifice some people, and even sacrifice the freedom of some people, but compared to that beautiful world, everything is worth it. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s duty is to protect the world. But this job, to be honest, it is not as glorious as imagined. This goal is indeed very big, but after a long time, you will gradually feel powerless and even disgusted. Because you will find that no matter how hard you try, it seems to be useless. The world is still the same, and wars and conflicts are happening every day. People hate each other and fight each other. When dreams are out of reach, people will naturally feel numb or even disgusted. In fact, Hawkeye's mood is no different from that of ordinary office workers. Go on a mission, kill, and go on a mission. Then the world is still the same, and it will not change because of your efforts. This is the greatest despair. Hawkeye deeply agrees with the philosophy of S.H.I.E.L.D. and has been committed to practicing this philosophy. Otherwise, he would not help S.H.I.E.L.D. recruit Black Widow. What is this called? This is called subjective initiative. Otherwise, why would he, a person on the field, take care of personnel matters? He sincerely hopes to make S.H.I.E.L.D. grow and develop. So he is really very sad about Black Widow's betrayal. But even so, he is willing to give Black Widow a chance to go back. He can ask Director Fury to spare Natasha's life. Natasha sneered and did not answer. She violated her principles and killed the Dreykov family. She saw Dreykov's daughter engulfed in flames with her own eyes. It was because she believed in Hawkeye and Nick Fury, but now she found that she was really stupid. She thought they would be different, but she didn't expect. She became a joke. Her faith collapsed. And she didn't believe that Nick Fury would leave her as an unstable factor. She knew Nick Fury too well. Hawkeye's eyes dimmed, and he saw Natasha's eyes clearly. It was impossible to give in to such a resolute look. Hawkeye turned around. The only thing he could do now was not to watch his friend die in front of him. Winter Soldier. Kill her. A tear slid down Hawkeye's cheek. Winter Soldier walked forward like a robot, reaching out to break Natasha's neck. But at this moment, a hoarse voice suddenly came. Oh my! Look what I see! Hawkeye and Winter Soldier immediately looked up and found a black thing clinging to the wall not far from them. It looked like a big gecko. Venom. Hawkeye was so impressed with his grandson. It was because of him that he was caught by Kai and had to fake his death to escape. Now he dares not show his true face to others, for fear that Kai will know. Haha. I remember you. You are the one who chased me. I want to eat you. After saying that, his body suddenly surged, and a human head emerged from his body that was as black asphalt. It was Eddie Brock. Eddie. I want to eat him. Venom was also very impressed by Hawkeye. This guy had brought people to chase him to the sky and the earth. It happened that Venom was hungry. The relationship between Eddie Brock and Venom was very harmonious. In fact, Venom was not evil, but it was too different from humans in terms of three views, so it seemed evil. Venom was even a bit like a child. As long as you know the way and method, it is easy to get along with it. Eddie Brock was pretty good to Venom. The only requirement was that it was not allowed to eat people. Of course, Venom was also very resistant to this, because humans were indeed a very rare feast for Venom, especially the human brain, which contained considerable nutrition. After a long struggle, Eddie Brock and Venom reached an agreement that it was okay to eat people, but Venom had to listen to Eddie Brock about who to eat. Although the two rarely reach a consensus, this time, they are surprisingly consistent. Don't make it too ugly. Remember not to leave any clues, it will be very troublesome. Eddie stared at Hawkeye coldly. although this guy's appearance is completely different. But parasites don't look at people by appearance. After all, for amorphous creatures like parasites, appearance is meaningless. To them, humans look exactly the same. They distinguish who is who based on human life fluctuations. So no matter how Hawkeye changes, they can recognize him at a glance. Eddie remembered that Hawkeye blew up an entire street in order to hunt him down. Thousands of people died. Eddie had nightmares for a whole year because of this. The reason why he came out to do justice was largely to make up for his inner regret. He believed that he was related to the disaster and it was his own fault that killed so many people. Otherwise, with Eddie's selfish character before, it would be impossible for such a big change to become a superhero who is not for money or fame. As for Hawkeye, Eddie hated him even more. Because everything was caused by the man in front of him. He remembered that this man was arrested by Kai and later died in prison. He always thought that was the truth. But he didn't expect that he would appear again. There must be a conspiracy. But out of trust in Kai, he didn't believe that Kai would allow this to happen. It must be S.H.I.E.L.D. But there is no need to be so troublesome today, just make him disappear. He didn't believe that S.H.I.E.L.D. dared to make it public. After saying that, Eddie Brock's face disappeared in Venom's body. Oh no. Eddie agreed. You deserve to die. After saying that, Venom pounced on Hawkeye and Winter Soldier. Faced with a sudden troublemaker, Hawkeye could only deal with it. Strictly speaking, Venom is a natural enemy against physical heroes like Hawkeye and Winter Soldier. It is not afraid of physical attacks at all. Winter Soldier, no matter how powerful you are, can you beat a group of soft creatures in trash with one punch? No, I'm sorry. Natasha, who is Natasha? This is a woman with extremely tenacious vitality, because if she is not tenacious, she would have died at her own graduation ceremony. Now Venom is here to mess things up. Why doesn't she run away quickly? Hawkeye immediately planned to chase him. But Venom immediately turned his hand into a whip and lashed over, knocking Hawkeye down. Venom might not think of a way to attack Hawkeye, which is to destroy Hawkeye's mission, but the problem is that Eddie thought of it. This is the benefit of the combination of parasites and humans. Venom has no brains, but Eddie does. Natasha ran while feeling lucky that Venom appeared inexplicably, otherwise she would be in great danger. As for why Venom appeared, this is something that we need to ask Hawkeye's colleagues. Garrett was on the roof of a building, quietly watching everything below. Black Widow has escaped the pursuit. That's good, don't worry about her next. We have done enough. Everything that happens next has nothing to do with us. Alexander's voice appeared in Garrett's headset. The Black Widow who appeared in the Stark group. Why don't we have any news about it? Garrett suddenly asked. Garrett and Alexander were shocked by Natasha's reappearance in Stark group. After all, they have been monitoring Natasha. How could she appear in two places at the same time? This Natasha's appearance was very abrupt, and they had no information about her before. This was enough to rouse Garrett's vigilance. I don't know. This should be Nick Fury's private power. Alexander was also shocked. It seems that we made the right move. Who would have thought that Nick Fury has such a force under his command? Why did Alexander say it was a force when there was only a fake Natasha? The reason is simple, because one person can't complete such a task at all. According to the intelligence from there, the fake Natasha didn't reveal any flaws. Even the people who monitored Natasha didn't notice that Natasha was replaced. To achieve this, it is not enough to just look like her. The fake must know everything about Natasha, including very small habits, the tone and intonation of her speech, etc. As for physical characteristics such as fingerprints, it is easier to fake. It is not possible for one person to collect this information. It must be analyzed by an efficient intelligence department, and the imposters must be professionally trained to achieve this effect. More importantly, Hydra knew nothing about this matter. So even if there is only one imposter, it is enough to prove that there is a considerable force behind it. And this force belongs directly to Nick Fury and is no longer in the S.H.I.E.L.D. sequence. This is undoubtedly a very clear warning to Hydra. They are not as omniscient as imagined. I didn't find any relevant traces in the internal information of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick did a very good job and covered it up very well, although Alexander's tone was calm, he even praised Nick Fury. But what was contained in it was completely opposite to what he said. This really gave them a reminder. If it weren't for the unintentional drag this time, if they fell out with Nick Fury, this force would come unexpectedly. I dare not think about it. Do you need us to do anything? No, Alexander said firmly, we should not move. The news of Natasha's rebellion is still under blockade, and other people don't know about it at all. We can't pretend to know about it. That's the business of those idiots and Nick Fury. Don't do anything else, just keep an eye on the fake Natasha as usual. Alexander was walking a tightrope. He was dragging the feet of both sides. If he was discovered, that would be really fun. Got it? Although Garrett was very interested in the fake and the forces behind him, it was indeed not appropriate to do anything at the moment. Can your body still bear it? No problem for the time being. Garrett covered his abdomen, where there was a life support system to replace his increasingly exhausted organs. However, for now, there will be no problems within half a year. After this time, it's hard to say. Well, I have found the code name of the thing you want. Garrett was refreshed. GH325, this was the only thing Alexander found. Where is it? I don't know. Alexander's words made Garrett feel like he was on a roller coaster. That thing was sealed by Nick Fury himself, and all its information was deleted by Nick Fury. No one knows the exact location of that thing except himself. Alexander knows more. It was Nick Fury who brought back the alien. The then director, Ms. Carter, personally authorized Nick Fury to be in charge of the project. Later, Ms. Carter resigned and personally ordered the project to be sealed and all clues to be destroyed. So Alexander didn't know where the thing was. Well, that's enough. I'll check it myself, okay. I can't do too much now. Alexander's original intention was the same. Anyway, although it's troublesome to check this thing, it's not without trace. Natasha fled for a long time and finally came to her safe house. A boxing gym in Brooklyn. This place is a safe house that Natasha secretly built for herself with the funds of SHIELD. There is a reason why she chose this place. After arriving at the safe house, Natasha couldn't hold on and fainted. When she woke up again, her wound had been applied with medicine and bandaged. Awake, Natasha turned her head and looked at the sofa chair beside the bed. I thought you wouldn't come, Steve. I received your signal. I didn't expect you to come to me. As the bedside lamp lit up, it also illuminated Steve Rogers' face. SHIELD and the Shadow Bureau are not friends. Never have been. Now they are enemies. Although SHIELD does not know this for the time being, in fact, only a very few people in the entire Shadow Bureau know about this. Natasha is the ace agent of SHIELD, and she is naturally Steve Rogers' enemy. In fact, if Kai and Tony hadn't guaranteed that Natasha was not a member of Hydra, Steve would not have come to see him at all. When Steve Rogers woke up, Natasha was among the people he contacted. After all, strictly speaking, he and Natasha are contemporaries. Natasha was born in 1928. She is 10 years younger than Steve Rogers. I'm surprised that you know the code words of the Howling Commandos. I used to work for the Soviet Union, and your deeds and battle examples are our required courses, Natasha said. Oh, no wonder, Steve nodded. That's not surprising. After Natasha defected, the first thing she thought of was to find Kai and Tony. But she quickly overturned this idea, because what she could think of, SHIELD could also think of. That was too dangerous, not to mention that the next morning she found that another Natasha had replaced her. That would be even more impossible to get through. So she needed to find someone who could stop SHIELD. So she thought of Steve. Chapter 1021 Mysterious Base. How Natasha contacted Steve is actually not important. After all, with Natasha's ability, it is not difficult to do this. After Natasha contacted Steve, Steve immediately contacted Carter, and the Shadow Bureau secretly transferred Natasha to a secret base in New York. Because of Natasha's rebellion, Miss Carter did not believe her right away, but imprisoned her. Then she immediately began to track the dynamics of SHIELD. It turned out that SHIELD was calm and peaceful. Only then did Miss Carter believe that Natasha's rebellion was not directed and acted by SHIELD. Don't underestimate the bottom line of those intelligence agencies. Even for brother units in the same camp, they will not be brothers and sisters to each other. The most obvious is the dispute between the CIA and the FBI for many years. The Shadow Bureau and SHIELD are destined not to be friends, especially after SHIELD was infiltrated by Hydra. According to this relationship, it is not impossible for SHIELD to make a painful plan. But if that were the case, SHIELD would never be so calm. Even if they were pretending, they would make some noise. But now it's calm, it can actually explain something. Of course, Carter still won't trust Natasha completely. This is the quality of a qualified intelligence officer. Doubt everything. This is also what Carter taught Nick Fury. Soon after the necessary preliminary intelligence collection, Carter brought Steve to Natasha. They need to ask clearly why Natasha suddenly betrayed. Inside Project, Carter looked at Natasha in confusion. Unexpectedly, Natasha looked at Carter even more puzzled. You don't know, according to the information, Zola was diagnosed with a terminal illness in 1972. Since then, Zora planned S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Inside Project, also known as Operation Paperclip, as a way to identify and determine potential threats to the interests of the world. This is the underlying logical algorithm of the Inside Project. It is also the starting point of everything. And all of this was carried out during Miss Carter's tenure. After Natasha said this, Miss Carter's face was extremely ugly. She really didn't know. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. at the time, she and Howard Stark, who was still alive at the time, actually knew nothing about such an important invention. What does this mean? This means that the infiltration had already begun at that time. And when they were still smug about their defeat of Hydra, Hydra had already been reborn through the shell of S.H.I.E.L.D. So, they are the real accomplices. Steve also looked at his girlfriend in surprise. He never expected it to unfold like this. It's the Paperclip project. Combining all the intelligence, it is not difficult for Carter to find out which link has gone wrong. Steve has also heard of this plan. According to the confidential disclosure of the United States, before the end of World War II, the United States absorbed a plan of German Nazi scientists. At that time, the United States transferred a large number of German rocket technology experts and high-level researchers to the United States by competing for Nazi German technical experts. The most notable of these scientists is Werner von Braun, the planner of the Nazi V-2 missile. At the same time, he was also a senior member of the SS. His original information file described him as a security risk. The U.S. planning agency received Werner von Braun and more than 700 other scientists who had escaped from Germany under the noses of the United States allies. Later, he became the father of the Saturn V rocket. Also, Arthur L. Rudolph, a Nazi scientist who had managed an arsenal. Relying on his expertise in rocket manufacturing, he was brought to the United States in Operation Paperclip in 1945 to recruit scientists who had served Nazi Germany. Later, NASA awarded Rudolph a medal. According to the regulations at the time, it was forbidden to deal directly with war criminals. The U.S. Military Intelligence Department found that almost all the Nazi scientists and engineers and other technicians who needed to be brought back to the United States had ties to the Nazi Party and were even suspected of committing war crimes. For its own strategic interests, the U.S. military decided to bypass those rules and act secretly. President Truman was convinced that German scientists would be able to assist the United States in its post-war plans, and agreed to approve the Operation Paperclip plan in September 1946. This plan commission carefully selected German scientists to work for the United States during World War II. As the results of the war expanded, the number of technical intelligence personnel sent by the U.S. military to Germany for collection activities increased from 100 to more than 700. More than 700 people were divided into several small teams, and the small teams were divided into several intelligence groups, responsible for the collection of advanced weapons and equipment such as fighter jets, missiles and rockets and their personnel. Even the government is like this, and SHIELD, with great autonomy, will only go too far. A large number of Hydra internal scientists were absorbed by SHIELD in this way. And the information of these scientists did not appear in any official information. This was a joint decision made by the top management of SHIELD at that time. But now it seems that from that time on, Hydra began to spread within SHIELD. Alexander Carter also quickly thought of the note of all this. Alexander, a group of scientists, even Hydra scientists, want to develop their power secretly under the heavy surveillance of SHIELD. It is simply a pipe dream, unless someone helps them and covers everything they do. At that time, Alexander had been promoted to senior executive of SHIELD, just in time. The Paperclip project was supervised by Alexander at that time. This is like throwing a rat into a rice jar. They created the current S.H.I.E.L.D. with their own hands. When Natasha heard Carter whisper Alexander's name, she immediately felt something unusual, but she didn't really think about it that way. Go on. The so-called Inside Project is to analyze each person's experience and information to predict whether he will pose a threat to the stable order in the future. If there is a threat, the aerospace carrier will be used to eliminate it before the threat occurs. To be more specific, It is to predict a person's future through his past behavior, including what he said, the books he read, the music he listened to, the movies he watched, the clubs he joined, the microblogs he posted, liked, and forwarded, the emails he sent, every phone call, every text message every day, the circle of activities, professional attributes, educational experience, medical conditions, blood type and constellation, etc. If the predicted result is not what the designer expected, then these people will be cleansed to ensure that the designer's will is implemented. Before every behavior that is unfavorable to the designer occurs, the perpetrator will be eliminated. Steve and Carter immediately took a breath when they heard this. There are 3 aerospace carriers in the factory under the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., and these aerospace carriers are an important part of the Insight Plan. What does S.H.I.E.L.D. want to do with the Insight Plan that is equipped with the aerospace carrier? Since the aerospace carrier made no progress in the last war, S.H.I.E.L.D. has carried out a comprehensive modification on it. Especially Tony also participated in this plan at that time. He not only improved the power system and flight system of the aerospace carrier, but also loaded some Chitauri technology on the aerospace carrier, which made this big toy in Kai's eyes before transformed into a destructive weapon. S.H.I.E.L.D. actually built 3 without anyone knowing. What do they want to do? Is it to completely destroy the D.C. Special District? Or let Philadelphia, New York, Boston and other major cities on the East Coast be buried together? As for really fighting criminals and terrorists, Carter and Steve don't believe it anyway. After all, it's Hydra. It's impossible to deal with aliens and protect world peace. What they don't know is that there are many people in Hydra who are very opposed to this plan. These people have been regarded as cannon fodder by Alexander. They are going to sacrifice these people. Is that why you betrayed me? Carter signaled Steve to calm down, and she continued to ask Natasha. Isn't that enough? They are putting the whole world under their control, and everything is up to them. How can there be equality and freedom? Everyone needs to live under the control of S.H.I.E.L.D., and they can't speak casually or express dissatisfaction. They even need to die for something they didn't do. Just because S.H.I.E.L.D. thinks they are guilty. What is this? S.H.I.E.L.D. intends to maintain this kind of world. Why should I help them? I joined S.H.I.E.L.D. just to escape from hell, but I didn't expect to enter another hell. Natasha's words made Carter nod his head mentally. This makes sense. Agents of Natasha's level will no longer betray for money or status, because with their abilities, they can almost easily get everything they want. The only thing that can make them work wholeheartedly is the pursuit deep in their hearts. Steve finally couldn't help it. We must stop S.H.I.E.L.D. We can't let the Insight Plan unfold. Otherwise, no, Carter flatly refused. Why? Because this is only a temporary solution. Our goal should be the underlying algorithm of the Insight Project. Carter was very calm. It would be useless even if they gathered a large army to attack S.H.I.E.L.D. at this time. As long as the foundation of the Insight Project exists, Hydra can carry out the second Insight Project and the third Insight Project. Hydra has infiltrated and developed inside S.H.I.E.L.D. for so many years. Who knows how powerful they are? As the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., she knows too well the organization she founded. S.H.I.E.L.D. is too huge. Who knows how much blood Hydra has sucked from S.H.I.E.L.D. over the years? The best way is to get the underlying algorithm and directly destroy the foundation of the Insight Project. Only in this way can the delusion of Hydra be completely destroyed. At this time, Natasha suddenly said, maybe I know something. Carter and Steve looked over immediately. When I was peeking at the information, I found a marked location. But all the information about that location has been deleted. Natasha didn't say anything else, and Carter judged that there was something wrong with this place. After all, the sudden appearance of such an address in such confidential information itself symbolizes a problem. Where? Camp Wetton-Lehigh in New Jersey. Camp Wetton-Lehigh in New Jersey is very close to the Special Administrative Region, only a little over 200 kilometers away. Carter acted quickly, and she immediately sent Natasha and Steve to lead an elite team there. Even though they didn't know what was hidden there, Carter believed that there must be important clues there. Long before they set out, the Shadow Bureau also learned the details of this base through some secret channels. This underground base belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D., but it has been abandoned for more than 20 years in the archives. What's more interesting is that this base has never been used for other purposes since it was abandoned. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the United States do have money, but they are not so rich that they completely abandon a base with complete facilities. From the preliminary inspection just now, it is true that no one has been here for many years, and even basic guards have not been set up, but Natasha and the others got clues related to this place. What's even more bizarre is that the underground base is obviously abandoned, but the power supply and ventilation systems of the base are completely normal, and not only that, the power consumption is not small. Although this power supply line is connected to a nearby farm, any experienced police officer can see that something is wrong. Does a farm need such a large amount of electricity? Many American police officers catch suspects who grow weeds indoors, and they often check the electricity meter first. Modern life and work are inseparable from electricity. Once the work you are doing consumes a lot of electricity, it is easy to arouse suspicion. This kind of concealment is even more hidden from the Shadow Bureau. In an empty base, it has been powered on and running at high speed, and the power consumption is extremely terrifying. It would be strange if there is no problem. Before entering the base, everyone conducted a very detailed investigation around the base and found that there was really no one here. With this understanding, Natasha and Steve and others quickly found the entrance to the base. It is hidden very well, and ordinary people really can't find it. After clearing the weeds and bushes at the entrance, everyone worked together to push open the camouflage door. There is a very old elevator inside, but it is still powered. Steve and Natasha took the lead as pioneers and went down first. If there is no problem, the backup personnel can go down. The elevator was password controlled, which certainly did not bother Natasha. This old password lock had been eliminated many years ago. Natasha directly dismantled the outer shell, took out the wires from it and fiddled with them for a while, and soon the elevator started. The elevator ran for about 3 minutes. According to the speed of the elevator, Natasha and Steve quickly guessed that the main body of the base was at least 70 meters underground. With the technology of more than 20 years ago, the cost of building such a base without alarming anyone would be an astronomical figure, but such a base was not abandoned. If there is no trick, even an idiot would not believe it. Soon the two entered the base. The base was very large, but it was covered with a thick layer of dust. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. Chapter 1022 Help. Soon they found the core of the base, which was a huge circular room filled with a bunch of antique computer processors. Rows of processor cabinets were neatly placed behind dozens of huge display screens, which looked amazing. Supercomputer, anyone who knew a little about computers could tell what it was. But they still couldn't be sure what it was. And what was its use? So a group of people began to disperse and search the entire computer room. Natasha first noticed the eye-catching USB interface. Compared with other dusty old computers and storage devices, this USB interface was obviously a product of recent years, and it was connected to the antique computer with a separate wire. It was very conspicuous. Natasha looked at the USB interface, thought about it, pulled out a data cable from the smartwatch on her wrist, and connected it to the interface. She planned to crack it by force. But at this moment, her smartwatch suddenly began to heat up, and a large amount of data began to appear on the screen of the watch. Finally, with a sound of BIU, the watch crashed. At the same time, it seemed that the cracking of the watch triggered some program on the supercomputer. Suddenly, those huge screens composed of many display screens lit up at once. A prompt appeared on the antique monitor. "Do you want to start the system?" Natasha hesitated for a moment, then typed yes on the keyboard and pressed enter. The machine accelerated, and the antique monitor flashed green light, piecing together a blurry face. This antique monitor can only display green on a black screen, so the face looked like a ghost. Arnon Zola. Steve was the first to call out the name of the face. Steve Rogers. The face had a calm expression, and after seeing Steve, he actually said Steve's name very calmly. Not only that, he also accurately said the names and birth dates of Steve and Natalie, and even some secrets. Natasha was a little confused. She looked at Steve. "Is this a video?" "I'm not a video. I may not be the Arnon Zola who was captured by Steve Rogers in 1945, but I am still me, Arnon Zola." "No. You can't be Zola, he's dead." Steve has seen Zola, and he even personally said he was Zola. When the Red Skull ran away, he left Zola there, and then he was arrested by the Allies. Even if he was healthy, he couldn't live to this day. Zola was almost 60 years old at that time. "Do you recognize this thing?" Natasha asked. "I am Zola." This Zola seemed to lack some necessary emotions. He was not angry at Steve's revelation of his past, but calmly recounted his past. Arnon Zola. He was a German scientist under the Red Skull during World War II, and also a core member of Hydra. He should have been dead for many years. "You have two mistakes. First, I am not German, I am Swedish. Second, I am not dead. Look around, I am more perfect than ever. The green ghost face claimed that it was Dr. Zola, who had been diagnosed with lung cancer in 1972. The technology at that time could not save his body, so before he died, he saved his thoughts or something else into the computer here and turned it into digitized. It is said that this thing took 200,000 feet of data tape to save his mind and wisdom that deserved to be saved. This statement stunned Natasha and Steve. How is it possible? Even now, there is no real artificial intelligence in this world. Tony's Jarvis looks intelligent, but that's all. Its intelligence can only be regarded as fast enough to calculate and respond quickly, but it does not have any wisdom or emotions. Natasha soon noticed that this Zola seemed to be a bit talkative. It basically said whatever you asked, and it had no intention of keeping secrets or concealing anything. Inside project. Did you create the underlying algorithm? Yes, I created this algorithm for Hydra. Our business will succeed. He still knew everything. So, there's Hydra inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha is a woman with deep thoughts, but she was still frightened by the information revealed by Zola. There is also Hydra. Carter and the others did not tell Natasha the truth, and it cannot prove that she can be fully trusted. Natasha immediately felt something was wrong, but Steve did not find it strange at all. She immediately looked at Steve. She found that Steve was still calm. You know that Hydra has infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha immediately found the point. Steve is not Carter, and he will not be mysterious. Since Zola blew himself up, he felt that there was no need to hide it. Well, otherwise Carter would not suddenly make the decision to form the Shadow Bureau. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded by her, and she has no need to compete with S.H.I.E.L.D. unless she has to. This is true. Initially, because of Howard's murder, Carter no longer trusted S.H.I.E.L.D. and felt that S.H.I.E.L.D. had deviated from its original purpose, so she founded the Shadow Bureau. Although the fundamental reason was still distrust of S.H.I.E.L.D., the reason was very different. At least she did not know about Hydra before. Speaking of S.H.I.E.L.D., I have to thank Carter and Howard. They thought I could help their career, and I also helped my career. Cut off one head and 2 new ones will grow. Access new files, after a burst of mechanical sound. The original belief when Hydra was founded was that freedom should not be given to humans. But what we didn't realize is that if you try to take away their freedom, they will resist. The war taught us a lot. Humans need to give up their freedom, voluntarily. After the war, SHIELD was established, and I was recruited. The new Hydra is growing, a beautiful parasite inside SHIELD. Over the past 70 years, Hydra has been secretly fueling various crises and benefiting from wars. When history refuses to cooperate, it changes history. As he narrated, the display screen of the console kept playing the inside story of the activities of the Hydra organization in various periods, from the establishment of SHIELD after World War II, Peggy Carter, Howard Stark, Stalin, Kennedy and other celebrities after the end of World War II emerged one by one. The most shocking of these were the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the assassinations of Presidents Kennedy and Reagan, the bombings of embassies in various countries, the 9/11 incident in the United States, the Asian financial crisis, and the collapse of the financial bubble in Japan. Almost all the major events that have occurred in history and caused a sensation in the entire human world were played out by him like a slideshow. Looking at all this, Natasha felt that S.H.I.E.L.D. was the most successful and disgusting traitor in human history. Damn, they said they were maintaining world peace, but what happened? You are the one who caused trouble, but when it comes to maintaining peace, you disappear in the blink of an eye. Thinking of those former colleagues of S.H.I.E.L.D. and her former self, Natasha felt a rare sense of social death. This is comparable to public execution. For example, as he spoke, a photo of Howard Stark appeared on the screen. Steve and Natasha immediately understood that Howard's murder was a long-planned conspiracy, and it was even planned before Zola died. This is what he called changing history. Hydra will create an extremely chaotic world, and humans are finally ready to sacrifice freedom in exchange for safety. Once our purification procedures are completed, Hydra's new world order will be born. We win, Captain. At the same time, inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Indian Agent Sid will rush to a secret room as soon as possible. What's going on? The internal destruction protocol has been triggered. We need authorization. An agent sitting in front of the computer shouted to Sitwell. S.H.I.E.L.D. may not know where Zola is hiding, but Hydra knows it very well. They did not, and did not intend to release Zola. They locked him in the abandoned base. After all, for Hydra, they could not accept that they were led by a series of codes, and according to Zola's current characteristics, once he was connected to the outside network, it would be a disaster, especially when they went against Zola's wishes and trapped him for so many years. So in order to avoid something that no one wants to happen, Hydra set up a destruction program at the base. A very simple device. Once the base gate is opened, then S.H.I.E.L.D. will receive an alarm, and then Hydra inside S.H.I.E.L.D. will naturally execute the destruction program and blow up the entire base. Authorize immediately. The authorization code is ZOL A174592773. Execute the destruction program immediately. Received. Execute the program. The authorization code is ZOL A174592773. Then the bomber closest to the Haley base received a takeoff mission. The mission objective was a coordinate, to carry out a destructive bombing. Sitwell wiped his sweat. Seeing the plane take off, he immediately turned and went to his old leader's office. Alexander was answering the phone, and when he saw Sitwell coming in, he raised his hand and asked him to wait. Well, I understand. It's good that it goes well. Don't leave any traces. I'm hanging up. The person who was talking to Alexander looked directly at Garrett, and what he was talking about was what Sitwell needed to report. But Sitwell didn't know. When Alexander hung up the phone, Sitwell immediately reported, Minister. Left. Alexander looked at him sternly. Sitwell immediately stopped talking, knowing that he had violated the confidentiality regulations, but at this time he didn't care about it. Haley has been discovered. The program has been triggered. Alexander then made a shocked expression. Then he said angrily, how is it possible? That's the fact. I have authorized the destruction of that place. Who is it? I don't know. Sitwell lowered his head and felt that he seemed a little careless. He didn't know anything, but he came to report? Isn't this asking for a scolding? Sure enough, Alexander almost scolded Sitwell with a ferocious face. Go check. What's going on? I want to know what happened. Just as Zula was talking nonsense, Natasha's smartwatch suddenly turned on automatically. Then Tony's voice came from inside. Natasha. Tony dared to guarantee that Natasha had just walked away from him a second ago. Natasha was stunned, and then said, Tony. You left a hand on my watch? Oh, Tony was a little embarrassed. He was caught. That? I can explain this. Natasha's watch was really Tony's work. Did Ibkai have one at the beginning? So Tony also gave Natasha one. After all, there are some things that everyone knows. No, wait. Why should I explain? You are a spy. It is reasonable for me to monitor you. And you need to explain why the emergency alarm of your watch went off when you just spoke in front of me. This watch is not really used to monitor Natasha. It will only be triggered in special circumstances, for insurance purposes. After all, right, what if? When Jarvis reminded him, Tony almost thought he saw a ghost. Fortunately, he had a good psychological quality and quickly sent away the strange Natasha. Then he restarted the watch directly, intending to see what happened. As a result, he found another Natasha. Why are there two Natashas? What the hell are you doing at S.H.I.E.L.D.? Tony asked hurriedly, but before Natasha could speak, Tony changed the subject again. Wait a minute. Where are you? An antique shop? Where did you find so many antiques? And that green guy is? Natasha didn't care about that at this time, and said directly, here is the evidence of your parents' murder. Tony was stunned, and then his voice became very serious. I'll be there soon. Tony Stark, Zola suddenly said at this time. Another Stark. The year Zola died, Tony was 2 years old. But it's useless. Everything you pursue will disappear with all this. What do you mean? Long live Hydra. Suddenly Zola's picture disappeared. Hey, Steve rushed over and slapped the screen hard. Of course, there was no response. Speak clearly. Natasha looked at Steve with a dark face, thinking that this old guy needs to be exposed to more modern technology products. What are you yelling at, a pair of picture tubes? At this time, Tony's voice came over. What's going on? Why are missiles heading towards you? Since Tony knew the target, he would naturally mobilize satellites for monitoring, and this monitoring naturally discovered the missiles. What? Natasha and Steve immediately understood what was going on, and hurriedly called on others to prepare to escape. But the next second, the gates of the base were all locked. Fuck. We are trapped. Tony. This is a trap. Think of a way. Natasha didn't mind asking for help at all, and shouted immediately. Huh? I just took off now. And I'm still over New York. It's too late. New Jersey doesn't look big on the map, but it's actually not small in area, and New York and Washington, D.C. are just on both sides of New Jersey. To get from New York to the sea base, you need to cross the entire New Jersey. Even if Tony's metro has Mach 5, it can't be there in the blink of an eye. Use your smart brain to think of a solution. Natasha didn't want to die in such an unclear way. Wait a minute. I'll go find Kai. He might have a solution. Then the call was disconnected. On the other side, Tony quickly answered Kai's call. Hey. Kai? Help. Huh? Kai was confused. Go save Natasha. There are only a dozen seconds left. Where is she? What happened? There's no time. Hurry. Huh? Kai was even more confused. You didn't say anything, and you asked me to save you? Hurry up. Kai finally heard that it was not a joke. Although he didn't understand, Kai immediately moved. I saw a shadow peeling off from Kai's body, and then broke through the space and disappeared. Chapter 1023, Poor Zola. Just as Natasha frantically pressed her watch to talk to Tony, suddenly a cloud of black sticky smoke appeared around her. The smoke was extremely dense, and it looked like a ball of black silk sliding silently around her, which looked extremely strange. When Steve instinctively put up his shield and wanted to go up to protect Natasha, suddenly a blue-gray shadow jumped out from it and pressed Steve to the ground. Only then did Steve see clearly what had knocked him down. In the direction of his sight, it had burning eyes and a pointed chin, and vaguely looked like a wolf. But their outlines kept changing as they moved forward. On the back of this thing, greasy and disgusting tentacles kept swinging. On both sides of its body, bright red bulges kept trickling. Sometimes, the bulge would suddenly open, and a blood-red eye kept turning and looking around. Anyone who made eye contact with it would immediately feel dizzy, and then the body began to feel uncomfortable, nauseous and vomiting. Thick smoke kept coming out around its body, wrapping its body in a vague way. It seemed that the evil of the whole world was cheering for it, and the monster became more terrifying and destructive every moment. Before others could react, two more figures appeared in the black smoke behind Natasha. Another monster and a human. Hannibal. Natasha immediately raised her hand and shouted to the others, "Stop! Stop! He is here to help us." Hannibal was wearing a black mid-length tweed black windbreaker, his hair was still slick, and he looked mentally abnormal. However, his image was more like a villain. "What's going on?" Hannibal looked at Natasha with a puzzled look, and waved his hand to summon Lord Tyndalus back. "No time to explain, there are missiles flying here. Take us away," Natasha said hurriedly. But the next second, Tony's voice came from her smartwatch. "No. Hannibal. There are important things here, don't let this place be destroyed. Go intercept the missiles." Tony has been monitoring here. He noticed a series of abnormal data from Natasha's smartwatch. After Jarvis analyzed these data, he found that these data were an unprecedented intelligent coding, which was more complex and advanced than Jarvis's underlying logical data. Jarvis concluded that these data came from a very complete artificial intelligence. This conclusion shocked Tony. No one knows more about artificial intelligence than Tony. Jarvis is Tony's work. Tony has always regretted that Jarvis cannot really generate intelligence, but even Tony cannot make a better breakthrough in this regard. Jarvis looks intelligent, but in fact, it is just a program with super high computing speed built up by massive amounts of data. All its external stress responses are dominated by the program written by Tony. Although it is very advanced, it cannot be called artificial intelligence in essence. But now that Tony has discovered this data, how could Tony let it go? Hannibal's face darkened. It's not that he can't do it, but that thing is flying in the sky. Even if Hannibal wants to teleport, he needs a shadow, right? How to catch the missile? Quick! It's too late. Tony, the idiot, is still shouting there, and Hannibal is also at a loss. Damn, you tell me where the missile is. But the next second, Tony's frustrated voice came. It's too late, it's already here. Fuck, Hannibal, who is so elegant and easygoing, cursed directly. Then a burst of black smoke flashed, and Hannibal disappeared. Natasha and Steve were stunned. What's going on? Aren't you here to save people? In fact, Kai? It was Hannibal who was indeed saving people. Hannibal flashed outside the base, and when he looked up, he saw the missile above his head. Hannibal's mouth twitched. He opened his arms to welcome the missile. 3 black rays shot out from Hannibal's hands, hitting the missiles. Boom boom boom. The 3 missiles exploded directly. A huge flame exploded, but the next second, The shockwave and flames that had spread suddenly retracted. Hannibal stood in the pit caused by the explosion, and several arms appeared around his body, pressing the energy generated by the missile explosion into his body bit by bit. Whoosh! Finally, all the energy gathered into a ball of light with strong light, which was pressed by Hannibal and sank into Hannibal's body. Everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. But Hannibal stood there, with his eyes closed, as if he was enduring something. At this time, a beam of fire slid across the sky. Tony had arrived. Everything that happened here just now was captured by the spy satellite of Stark Group. What? How can Stark Group have spy satellites? Haha, look at what you're asking. In a capitalist country, even rocket launches can be private, so what's wrong with launching a few satellites? Anyway, this is the first time Tony has seen such a scene. Can you play like this? It directly absorbs the energy of the missile explosion. This is not an ordinary missile. It is the GBU-57 Massive Bunker Buster. The GBU-57 Massive Bunker Buster is a large precision-guided bunker buster developed by the U.S. Air Force and is a new member of the bunker series. Because it is estimated that its power may exceed that of the Russian father of bombs, some media call it the ancestor of bombs. Its performance exceeds that of the most powerful bunker buster, the 2,268 kg GBU-28, which may be more than 10 times its power, and its explosive equivalent is nearly 3 times that of the Russian father of bombs Phobe. The amount of explosives alone reaches 2.3 tons. It can penetrate 60 meters thick reinforced concrete or 40 meters thick rock. A lot of power. Look at this, it only created a small crater here. How did you do that? Tony saw it clearly. Hannibal absorbed all the energy generated by the explosion into his body. Can this thing be absorbed? It's magic. Hannibal was too lazy to explain. Anyway, his character was mysterious. Hannibal didn't waste any words, just waved his hand, and a cloud of black smoke wrapped him and Tony and disappeared on the spot. On the other side, inside SHIELD, Sitwell, who was hiding in a small dark room to monitor 2 missiles, was stunned because the signal of the missiles was gone. Missiles without signals, of course, cannot transmit pictures back, so now there is only black on the screen. And the last picture they saw was a figure suddenly appeared and waved at the camera, and then there was nothing. He immediately confirmed with the fighter pilot, "What's wrong with the missile? Why is there no signal here?" The pilot also looked at the data on his fighter in a daze. "Report to the commander, I don't have their signal here either. But I am sure that the missile has exploded." Sitwell looked at the satellite cloud map with a Wang Difa expression on his face. The target location, nothing happened, it was still fine. "Are you sure it exploded?" "The data sent back shows that it did explode," the pilot said very confidently. Sitwell looked at the satellite picture and couldn't figure out what went wrong. "Then launch it again." "Pilot, sir, I only have precision-guided bombs here, which may not be able to destroy the target." The GBU-28 has a staggering weight of 13.6 tons. The B-52H strategic bomber that took off this time can only carry 3 GBU-28s at most, and the rest are some precision-guided missiles. There is no room for more. That is an underground military base, and there is no cutting corners. It is not a special earth-penetrating bomb, so it is not so easy to blow it up. Sitwell didn't care. If they couldn't execute a destruction program, they would be in big trouble. "Throw it down." 2. Less than 10 seconds later, the pilot sent a congratulatory message again. "Sir, the detonation was successful. The explosion scene was seen on the satellite map. But the problem is that the base in the sea is too solid, 70 meters underground. Sitwell has no way to confirm the success of the destruction. He can only pray now." He hung up the pilot's communication and then connected to another channel. "Someone is helping the target intercept the missile. It is not sure whether the target has been destroyed. Captain Rumlow, please be vigilant when you land." In the underground machine room, Dr. Zora said to Steve and Natasha slowly, "Accept your fate. This is good for all of us. We all have no time." Captain Zora, who turned into Data, seemed to have lost his fear of death and still spoke calmly. Then, its voice suddenly showed a little doubt, and then a little surprise. "Who are you?" Another voice suddenly sounded from the corner. "Excuse me, Dr. Zola. I think there's still a long time between us to get to know each other and deepen our relationship." Steve and Natasha instantly guessed someone. Sure enough, Tony soon came out of the darkness. "Tony?" Steve was surprised that Tony came so quickly. Natasha asked, "How is the missile?" Tony shrugged and said to Hannibal behind him, "This guy solved it." "You will never guess how he solved it." Hannibal still looked dead, not hurried or slow, with a smile, looking like the kind of person who likes to be mysterious. After speaking, Tony didn't care about others. He rubbed his hands and walked towards Zola's operating table. Then he saw something that didn't belong to that era. USB interface, Tony Stark. Zola finally spoke at this time. Instead, Stark was even more surprised. "Don't you know me?" This time Zola didn't speak. All the surrounding cameras turned to Stark and looked at him from all directions. Tony looked at those old processors, and those memories were actually in tape format. Tony could only go to the museum to find this stuff. "It seems that your hardware has not been updated for a long time. This means, no one has been here for many years." Tony was more interested. After all, it was a miracle to be able to create artificial intelligence with such an old instrument. "And you don't know me yet, which means, you are not connected to the internet." Tony found the point. It's not that Tony thinks highly of himself, it's really, he is too famous. "That's right, if you are connected to the internet, then the whole world may be yours," Tony said to himself. Then he kept groping on the operating table. Suddenly he said, "What is the Insight project, Zora, to purify this world?" "You need enough insight, so I wrote an algorithm." Tony asked, "What is its use?" Then Zora repeated what he had said to Steve and the others before. Then Zora reacted. "Wait? What are you doing?" The reason why Zora had answered every question before was just to delay time, but now, it actually answered Tony Stark's questions uncontrollably, which was problematic. Then Zora exclaimed, "Who are you? What are you doing? Ah, get out of here, don't touch there." It was originally indifferent and calm, but now it sounded like a girl being targeted by a gangster, quite helpless. It turned out that Tony had connected a data cable to the USB port at some point. It was Jarvis. Tony connected Jarvis directly to Zola and frantically searched for the required data in its database. At this time, Hannibal suddenly said, "Someone is coming outside." It's from S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony was not in a hurry. "It's useless. I have locked up this base. Unless they use drills to bomb here again, we are absolutely safe. In addition, even if they want to do this, they can't do it. I have just contacted the U.S. Air Force and told them that a strategic bomber actually dropped GBU-28 in New Jersey. The Pentagon is probably crazy now. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to send another plane, it can't do it." Tony was right. The Pentagon was indeed crazy. Without any official authorization, someone actually launched a bombing of New Jersey with a strategic bomber. Although the previous GBU-28 made little noise and no one noticed it, the subsequent precision-guided missiles made a lot of noise. Even if the United States is vast and sparsely populated, it is not so sparse that the smoke produced by the missile explosion is tens of meters high. It is hard to see. Thanks to the last time S.H.I.E.L.D. dropped a nuclear bomb, the U.S. government is extremely sensitive in this regard. As soon as Tony notified them, several nearby bases were directly controlled, and the aircraft and pilots inside the base were checked. Now S.H.I.E.L.D.'s battleship bomber has been targeted by 2 fighters and cannot land at all. Now the base gate is locked, the elevator has been dropped, the elevator shaft has been locked, and there are many checkpoints inside the base, all of which are nuclear explosion-proof gates. S.H.I.E.L.D. people want to come down? Slowly bomb it. With the defense capabilities of this base, they can come over even if they are given 3 more days. Just now, Jarvis has seized control of the base. In terms of intelligence, Zola is indeed much smarter than Jarvis. But Zola is not connected to the internet, and its computing speed depends only on its hardware functions. Unfortunately, the computing speed of this kind of ancient-level computer can't catch up with Jarvis. It was eaten to death. Zola didn't have time to come out and speak nonsense at this time. There was no way. All its computing power was used to resist Jarvis's invasion. In fact, if Hydra had a little conscience and helped Zola update its hardware equipment from time to time, Jarvis would definitely not be its opponent, but the problem is that the Hydra gang is really cruel, and the computer equipment from the 1970s is still used today. Otherwise, Zola can completely reverse the invasion into Jarvis' processor and achieve true freedom. This is no longer a distance that can be described by the generation gap. So even if Zola is a true artificial intelligence, it is still no match for a rigid system program like Jarvis. Chapter 1024, I can't bear it anymore, I'm too tired, I'll update 2,000 words first, and make up for it tomorrow. Sitwell soon received the news from the captain of the operations team that the base was locked. It's over. This was Sitwell's first reaction. Faced with this situation, Sitwell could only report it immediately. Alexander got such a news in the office and was immediately dumbfounded. Then he was furious. Because until now, they didn't even know which party entered a base in the sea. Why was this base discovered? It means that until now, Hydra is confused and doesn't even know who the enemy is and where they are. How the hell is this going to work? Rumlow now hopes to deploy engineering machinery. Then Alexander roared again, I%, and at? Now the Pentagon has called me. They are asking if our shield has privately mobilized strategic bombers. Now that place has been targeted. Is Rumlow going to confess? Engineering machinery. Fuck. Let him leave there quickly. If he is caught, tell him that Hydra's business cannot be allowed to fail. Then Alexander picked up the phone and called Nick Fury. He needs Nick Fury to come back and take the blame. No, he should be in charge of the overall situation. He is no longer the director. There is no need to be a shield for Nick Fury. Of course, this is just a superficial statement, but in fact, he is not panicked at all. Maybe they can capture Zola, but it will be useless. The top secret information inside Hydra has been programmed by Zola. Once encountering force majeure, Zola will be the first to delete such secrets. Even if he is captured, he is just an artificial intelligence that knows nothing. Alexander is not afraid of Zola being captured at all. It can even be said that Alexander has begun to plan to clean up the current Hydra and clean out all those guys who are no longer obedient. Let the Hydra of S.H.I.E.L.D. only obey his orders. As for the inside plan, Alexander doesn't believe that the 3 flying carriers can deal with those superheroes anyway. In this case, why should we promote this doomed plan? You didn't look for me. No one answered Nick Fury's phone, and it was obvious that the other side was busy. Alexander put down the phone and said to Sitwell, Minister. Sitwell suddenly looked up at Alexander. He understood what this meant. Hail Hydra, Alexander said coldly. Sitwell swallowed his saliva, stood up and shouted, Hail Hydra, if you cut off one head of Hydra, 2 new ones will grow. We can't let Hydra's business be ruined. Sitwell, you know what to do, right? Alexander lowered his head and began to clean up the documents on the table. He needed to leave this troubled place, and then watch Nick Fury stand up and take those disobedient old antiques to die together. Sitwell's role is to stay and cut off most of Hydra. This job, not to say it is full of dangers, at least it is a life and death struggle. But this is Hydra. Long live Hydra, although Sitwell was reluctant, but did he have a choice? On the other side, Zola's logic program was finally forced to close, and Jarvis could browse all of Zola's information at will. Success, Tony smiled. Natasha stood up and asked Tony at this time, is Nick Fury Hydra? Natasha has been paying attention to this question, although for her, this question is no longer a problem. After all, for her who has already betrayed, whether Nick Fury is Hydra or not, they are all enemies. But Natasha still hopes to get an answer. Tony was stunned, then nodded, wait a minute, these old machines are too slow. I need some time. After about 10 seconds, Tony began to curse. Fuck. It doesn't even have a search system. Isn't it too backward? Today's search systems are all keyword searches, but the problem is that Zola doesn't have a search system at all. After all, the system itself is Zola. It can find the location of the file without searching, and then search. Jarvis planned to install a search on Zola's system, but found that the underlying code of this thing is too old, and the code is completely different from now. If you want to load the search, you need to rewrite it from the underlying code. Fuck. So you can only quickly browse the files in the system. This time, more than 10 minutes passed. If Jarvis's calculation speed hadn't been fast enough, it would have taken who knows how long. Sir, I didn't find any relevant information. In addition, I looked through most of the system files and found that Zola had destroyed many of them, Jarvis said. Tony was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. He immediately let a micro-detector in his mecha fly out and searched everywhere in the computer room. Finally, he found some destroyed tapes in a cabinet. These should be the hard disk storing Hydra's confidential files. Looking at the completely destroyed tapes, which turned into pieces and fell apart as soon as they were touched, Tony was helpless. Hydra, are they all crazy? Even after all this, they still don't forget to keep it secret. In Tony's opinion, Zola, a genius who transferred his consciousness to a giant computer, could actually do this for Hydra. Not only did he intend to sacrifice himself and let Hydra destroy him and everyone else, but even at the end, he actually destroyed confidential files for the sake of confidentiality. Steve said with an ugly face, "They are such lunatics. I thought that by defeating the Red Skull, I could send this damn crazy organization to hell. I don't know now why I was frozen for 60 years. When Steve and the plane plunged into the sea, he thought he had done everything, but he was sorry for the woman who was waiting for him to dance. But he felt it was worth it. He destroyed Hydra and threw the cosmic cube into the sea. Let everything get back on track. But now it seems that he has done nothing, and Hydra is still rampant. The cosmic cube was soon found by Howard, and he lost 60 years. Steve felt that if he met the Red Skull one day, he would not find it strange. Anyway, he is a Uther. He didn't do anything. Natasha looked at Steve with pity, thinking that he seemed to be probably not that miserable. Tony pouted. Soon Natasha thought of one thing, that is the Winter Soldier. She was hesitating whether to tell Tony the news, but Steve had already asked her not to tell Tony the news. Natasha didn't plan to join the Shadow Bureau. Although Steve and Carter had hinted at it, Natasha still didn't plan to join. She preferred to join Kai's side. It wasn't because of the fleeting relationship with Kai. That thing didn't make any sense. For Natasha, both body and emotion were weapons. She herself didn't believe that she would fall in love with someone else one day. It was just because Kai and the others were simpler. Those superheroes might be a mob, but they were not as complicated as S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Shadow Bureau. They were simple. People like her, in fact, were more like fish in water when they were with simple people. Although it was a bit of an advantage to say this, it was probably the meaning. After all, who doesn't want to live a little easier? But soon, Natasha thought of a workaround. It was simple not to tell Tony. I could just tell Kai. So she made a happy decision. Chapter 1025 First Update. Natasha didn't think there was anything wrong with what she did. She didn't need to keep it secret for the Winter Soldier. Are you done? Hannibal suddenly spoke. I still have a lot of things to do. I don't have time to waste here. Hannibal didn't lie. He was building a point redemption system recently and was actively contacting superheroes scattered around to let them join the system. He was really busy. Just before coming here, he was talking about this with a flash. As a result, he was summoned here by the original body. Okay, Tony took out a bracelet and threw it on the ground, then turned around and said to Hannibal, let's go. Steve and Natasha both noticed the bracelet and didn't understand why Tony did that. Tony couldn't explain it even more. Hannibal looked at the bracelet, nodded, and opened his hands to fill the entire space with black mist. This is the ability of the Tindalus Lords. They can use their own abilities to travel through space. Although there are limitations, they must also pass through angles when they want to pass through the boundaries of time and space. The angles here have a certain degree range, but generally speaking, as long as they are less than or equal to 120 degrees, the hounds can materialize and pass through. Soon, the smoke enveloped everyone, and then all the smoke suddenly retracted and went into the corner. Then the entire underground base returned to silence again. But what others didn't know was that just after they left, Tony's bracelet suddenly trembled a few times, and then an array of light shot out from the bracelet, and soon a constantly deforming aperture appeared in front of the bracelet. Through the aperture, you can see a scene that is completely different from the surface world. There's lush greenery there, the sky's a dreamy crystal, and in the distant sky you can see slowly floating islands. Then a group of black people walked out of the aperture. The leader was Merlin, Kai's gardener. Looking at those antique computers, Merlin's eyes lit up. Although these things are backward, they have created a miracle. Quick! Turn off the power system and move all the equipment away. Quick! Don't let anything go. Zola's existence is an unparalleled creation for any scientist in this world. From it, you can get a glimpse of the secrets of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence. It is regarded by many as the biggest threat to the future of mankind. It is also regarded by many as the greatest reliance for mankind to take off. But no matter what kind of views people hold, they are all eager for this. Regardless of whether artificial intelligence will destroy the world or make the world soar, no scientist will give up the opportunity to create an artificial intelligence from his own hands. Tony can't give up, and Merlin is even less likely to give up. Stark Tower. Kai has been waiting for everyone there for a long time. In addition to Kai, Miss Carter is also there. You guys sit down wherever you want. After Tony traveled to his home, He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I need to drink something. The air in that place is too bad. Natasha saw Kai, and Kai also saw Natasha, and then Kai was stunned. Obviously, he just met Natasha. What the hell? But after seeing Hannibal, Kai suddenly realized. How is this possible? Kai muttered to himself. It is impossible to hide Kai from ordinary disguise or plastic surgery. In this world, Kai has only seen one person who can use the transformation technique to hide from him, and that is Raven. Raven's transformation technique can change her appearance in all directions, and there is no difference from the original. Even the breath of life is exactly the same. But apart from Raven, Kai has never seen anyone who can hide from his perception. But he saw two Natashas, and they were both real. Kai didn't react until Hannibal appeared. He really couldn't tell them apart, but Lord Tyndalus couldn't make a mistake. The way they lock their prey is very metaphysical, and even Kai himself doesn't know what the mechanism is. But they will never lose the prey. In other words, this is the real Natasha. The previous one was fake. You also find it strange, right? There are people who look so similar in this world. SHIELD is something. Tony walked to Kai with 2 glasses of wine, handed him one, and drank the rest of the wine. I didn't see any flaws at all. Kai took the wine glass, turned his head and looked at Tony with a weird look in his eyes. I can't even see it. Where do you get your confidence from? It's not that simple. Kai shook his head. This is not something that can be done with ordinary disguise or plastic surgery. The others were originally planning to talk about the Insight project, but Kai's words immediately attracted their attention. What does this mean? Kai knew from their expressions that they didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at all. Let me put it this way. When the life level reaches a certain level, appearance is actually meaningless. Because it is not difficult to change appearance. For example, Loki, he can change into anyone. Do you think that is a simple illusion, really looking down on Asgard's education by regarding Loki as a small character who can only perform some small illusions? Similarly, at that point, people will not pay attention to their appearance when looking at people. Do you understand what I mean? If S.H.I.E.L.D. can do this, then they can replace anyone on Earth at any time and anywhere, and they will not be discovered. This is the crux of the problem. At this time, everyone was shocked. Yes. They only thought of S.H.I.E.L.D. sending someone to impersonate Natasha before. But who stipulated that only Natasha can be impersonated? Since they can send someone to impersonate Natasha, they can send someone to impersonate Pepper tomorrow. Someone will be able to pretend to be the president the day after tomorrow. Thinking of this, everyone felt that things seemed to be big. Now it doesn't matter whether Nick Fury is Hydra or not. What's important is that he has mastered a power that can change the world in an instant. Tony. Call the fake Natasha here immediately. By the way, don't let her contact Pepper. Fortunately, there is Lord Tyndalus. Let's not talk about other people for now. At least no one can hide from Kai who knows him. The most important thing now is to catch the fake guy and find a breakthrough from him. I know, do you think Pepper will? Tony suddenly worried. At this time Hannibal spoke. No, my darlings are sure that Pepper is still the same Pepper. This is also good news, right? After speaking, he answered the phone of Natasha's office, and Jarvis told him that the fake was in the office. Natasha, come over, Kai is here too. There is trouble. Tony's lies actually sounded like that. Damn. When will men stand up? Tomorrow, all girls will have a day off, and they don't have to work overtime tonight. Men, go to work as usual. I strongly request the country to arrange a holiday for us gay men. No gender discrimination. I came back late tonight, and the second update may only have 2,000 words. I will try to make it 4,000 words. If it's not enough, I will make up for it tomorrow. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.